So it'd be good if they can get there in the third quarter.
This one was
And I would also like to say that Mr. Taylor will not be at the workshop today. He had a family emergency, so keep his family in your prayers, if you would. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Ms. Walker, and she's going to go from here. So, Ms. Walker, you've got the table.
Okay, how's everyone doing? So we need to go back to the civil service section? Okay.
If y'all don't mind.
Okay.
I wanna go even back and look further than that.
I'll bring it back.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
page we on.
Move back on 27. You know, I got to reading over this stuff a little bit more in depth than I have in the past. I started seeing some things that I had questions about in reference to the difference between a city employee and a civil service employee. So I set up a meeting with Attorney Nelson Smith, which is the Civil Service Board representative when it comes to legal affairs. And I had him read over it and go over it, and I had a meeting with him, and he brought out some points that he thought needed to be brought to y'all's attention. And I want to kind of go over them. It's not all, there's a few on that thing about every page, but there's just a few things that I'd like to bring to y'all's attention for y'all to take into consideration. If y'all would go to page 27 on disciplinary actions. This point, he brought out to my attention that each violation is to be placed in the employee's personnel folder after it has been signed. And I think we kind of touched base on this the other day. You know, he indicated that you cannot force that employee to sign. You know, that it should be, you know, or noted that he refused to sign instead of signed and dated. He just indicated that you cannot force an employee to sign anything. And the same thing on admonishment where it says signed and dated by the employee. Just I want to bring that to your attention.
And let me, pause you right there.
Okay.
We did discuss that.
I thought y'all
But what
did.
was said was that if an employee refused to sign it, then we would just have a witness to sign
Yeah.
off saying that they refused to
I
sign.
remember y'all talking about it, but I wasn't for sure what we
Mhm.
talked about. And that would work also.
Okay.
And then on the class 1 offense, down here, you know, when we're talking about a class 1 offense, we're talking about employee loafing or excessive tardiness. We're talking about some minor infractions. And on the point where class 1 offense within a 12-month period, the employee will be suspended without pay until acted upon by the mayor. And in Nelson's opinion, that should be the chief of the police or the fire department when it comes to whoever's department it is, instead of the mayor, because the mayor's not going to deal with someone being late 3 or 4 days or not doing the job that they're asked to do.
I agree. I think, also that we need to specify how many days instead of just kind of leaving it open, because these are class 1 offenses, so we need to specify how many days that employee would be suspended instead of just leaving it open.
Yeah, and he indicated that and he talked about that, but he said that, you know, maybe put in there at the fire chief's discretion or the chief of police discretion on whether it be 3 days or 5 days.
Or can we say not to exceed a certain
Yes,
number of
ma'am.
days? Okay.
I think that'd be good.
So we're gonna scratch mayor and council and put police chief or fire chief.
Well, we had already
Yeah.
taken council off, so
Yeah.
it was just left with the mayor,
Mayor.
but we'll put, police or fire chief.
And
And,
that should come after municipal fire and police employees, right? Because we don't need to change the one above it, do we? Cause that's regular employees.
That's regular.
That's regular.
So it would be municipal fire and police employees who be suspended immediately elected upon by
Oh.
chief of police or fire chief, isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Chief
Right,
of-
so take
okay.
council out and put,
Yeah.
And personnel, can we take
Chief.
that out?
It's just the civil service.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And not to exceed how many days?
You think 5 would be the max?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be plenty.
That'd be, yeah.
That'd be a lot. I mean, 3 would probably be normal.
Be, yeah.
right?
Probably
I would say 3.
Yeah,
3 days.
Mhm.
You wanna say 3?
3,
Okay.
that's okay with y'all.
Yeah.
and you wanna leave that without pay in there?
Well, you know, I talked to Nelson, and I thought I saw Nelson walk in, yeah. Nelson's here, y'all, this is Nelson Smith, if any of y'all don't know him.
Make it 3.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do anything, or we didn't do anything with the class 1 offense, when it comes to without pay, because under civil service, if I got an employee that has done something that the possibility that employee could be terminated. If I suspend him without pay, then the civil, those 3 days or those 5 days without pay under civil service, that's his punishment. You can't punish him by taking his pay and then on the same violation, fire him later. So that's, in the past, when we suspended a police officer, and I think Chief Moore could probably tell you the same thing, he may never have to suspend him, I don't know, but if you if you take their pay away from them, that's their punishment. You can't punish them twice with the same violation. And so anytime I've suspended a police officer, it has been with pay, pending, but on a class 1,
But how is that a punishment? You're just giving days off and you're still being paid, so how is that a punishment?
I'm talking about if you take their pay away. If you take their pay away for 3 days, that's punishing.
Okay.
So you're saying leave that in with?
I think so,
Yeah, I
Nelson,
agree.
and you might clarify that on a class 1 where termination,
If you do it without pay, there's no other option for any further punishment. If you leave it with pay, then that does leave the option if there's termination, needs to be termination, or whatever.
right.
It leaves that
Later
down
down the
possibility.
line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for lateness all the time, you just wanna dock him 3 days without pay, that's his punishment.
That would be-
But if he did something that he might be terminated for,
Like
you're
if
gonna.
he's done
yeah.
it like 2 class 2 offenses or a
Yeah.
class 3 offense where he could be terminated, then under civil service, you're gonna have to suspend him with pay.
Sure.
On the next page, on 28,
So,
Oh.
hold
Oh,
on,
okay.
so, yeah, so class 1 is without pay?
I think so.
Okay. And then when we get to the other ones, class 2 and class 3,
Yes, ma'am.
then it's with pay, because,
Pending.
okay,
Could be.
pending termination or
Right.
something, so, okay.
Let me make sure I have the wording right, back up under disciplinary action, where y'all have, after it has been signed and dated by the employee, do you want me to add, or witnessed if the employee refuses to sign?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be good.
Okay. And then in class 1 events, we're changing under municipal fire and police, we're changing council to the police or fire chief.
Uh-huh.
And we're adding not to exceed 3 days, okay?
Also suspended with pay.
With pay?
Mhm.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, no.
Oh, without pay, I'm sorry,
Without.
without pay.
Can I,
Okay.
one thing, since my guys work 24-hour shifts, and yours work 12-hour shifts, would you wanna put in there, like, when you say 3 days, is that 8-hour days? Or is that
3 shifts.
3
Three
shifts,
shift.
or?
Yeah, I would say 3 shifts. You agree
3
with that?
shift days.
And it said police,
Because they may not be consecutive.
That's
Can
correct.
you just say 3 shifts?
Well, that, the only
Three-
thing is, my
Mine-
3
That would be
shifts,
at 24 hours.
Yeah.
72 hours,
Yeah.
72 hours, compared to his 3 shifts, or 36 hours.
36 hours.
So
Now, we can say 36 hours, that would cover 3
Yeah.
shifts for you, and it would be like a 3 shift, 3 12-hour shift for my guys.
Yeah.
not to exceed 36 hours?
Yeah, 36 hours.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, where it says police employee that'll be suspended, without pay until acted upon by what do we put there, police and fire chief?
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
And I might suggest 36 working hours.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
36 straight hours.
Yeah.
That's good, yeah.
So like 36 working hours. So I guess then the question is suspended without pay until acted upon by police or fire chief, but you are acting on it if you suspend them, then so we need to take that out, yeah.
So, should we put upon recommendation of the police or fire chief? Suspended without pay upon recommendation of the police or fire chief? Somebody's gonna have to recommend it.
It'd be them.
That's
So,
where it would come
yeah.
from.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Will be suspended without pay upon the recommendation of the police or fire chief. Not to exceed 36 working hours.
Okay.
And I guess since we're right here and we were talking about, I don't know what you were gonna say, but since we're right here, you know, that the personnel committee, that, Keith was, he so graciously volunteered to chair, with the personnel committee, so that means there's really no need for us to have a fireman or a police officer on the personnel committee, because the civil service employees will not go to the personnel committee at all. So those, instead of having 7 members on the personnel committee, then we could go to 5, taking those 2 out, because nothing, civil service will come before the personnel committee.
Even
All right.
private.
Personnel
Oh,
used to
I-
listen to accident issues with fire,
Yeah.
fire department, police,
The only,
anybody.
I'll throw this out there, the only time, since I've been here, the only time anybody from the police department has sat on that personnel committee was the last one that they had formed. And I had CJ, which is not a civil service employee, she's a civil employee, just like everybody else. She follows the guidelines of everybody else that works for the city. She's not covered by civil service, and she was asked to sit on that board and actually sat on it.
But prior to, we didn't have.
Prior to that, we never
Okay,
had.
so, yeah,
We've had one on there
Have
for
you?
a long time.
You know, it doesn't matter to me.
what do you think?
Well, you have somebody that's not connected to any of the other city employees, she just kind of stand alone, so I don't think it would be bad to leave her on there. Or if she rolls off, appoint somebody else.
Well, actually, I was thinking of restructuring the whole personnel committee, assigning new people to the personnel committee. We have a new chairperson, so we could just reassign, each council member would appoint or recommend someone to the personnel committee and just revamp the whole thing. But I really and truly don't see the need for civil service people a fireman or a police officer to be on the civil service, the personnel committee, because they're not gonna hear any issues involving them.
Except driving.
Was that way, will they be brought before the personnel, like if they have an accident?
Well, I know when we were here the last time, you said something about, when we were talking about the driving accidents or something, fender benders or something. You mentioned something, but you didn't say anything unless it was serious, that was the only time.
No, anytime we have an accident, whether it's very minor, if it's very minor, I still submit it to Ms. Warren.
Okay,
And then she's kind of making the determination, I guess it's her, the mayor makes the determination whether that it's serious enough to bring before
okay.
somebody.
Yeah, even if it's a driving offense, I see no need for them to be on the committee.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with
I
that.
mean, because it's, you just.
My question is, are we gonna continue to bring police and fire before the personnel committee on driving offense?
Yeah, we can if that's the way it's been done.
I think it.
I mean, if it's serious, if it's
Yeah.
serious.
Yeah, if it's serious, yeah.
If it's just,
If they go out there and total a police car or, you
Yeah.
know, do
Yeah.
a lot of damage.
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
I
of course,
think
yeah.
it's probably
Okay.
more than that.
This has always bothered me, that we take these driving accidents to the personnel committee, and, I mean, the person's clearly at fault, they even say, yes, it was my fault. But if there's any repercussions like lawsuits or something down the line, here we are, the city has already said, yeah, we were at fault.
You know, it's not necessarily a mission at fault. I mean, if you're working on some kind of issue with a person who's injured or property damage and the city admits fault, that's correct. But you can also, like in any lawsuit, you can settle without an admission at fault. Say, okay, we're not admitting we're at fault, but we're gonna take care of it. And you would have a release that they would sign, releasing the city, if you worked out a resolution with them, so then they couldn't sue the city at that point, but also where the city's not admitting that they're at fault causing the accident.
Right.
Of course, if the
Well,
city
you
doesn't
know,
feel
we
like.
charge them with the first offense and the driving, and then if you have another one within a 12-month period, the penalty gets greater,
Right,
and.
right. I was talking about the injured party or the third person citizen out there that's hurt or the property's damaged, you know, in order to reach a resolution with them, if we settle, the city settled with them, they would sign a release where they couldn't sue the city, but they're accepting this in lieu of a lawsuit. And then the city, usually in your typical release, the city or any party would say, we're not, you know, we're not admitting fault, but we want to resolve this, and here's the resolution, and you have all your release language in there.
So after it goes to personnel, and the personnel committee minutes say this driver was found to be guilty of a first offense driving, that's okay to go in his file.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I feel better about that.
So, Ms. Walker, you suggesting that we redo the personnel committee?
Mhm.
You want it at 5,
5.
at the present it's 7. Are you including the chair and, the administrator?
Well,
Is it 7 right now, including chairman? Yeah.
That's
Let the chairman
No,
decide.
8, including the chairperson.
Oh,
It's always been 7, but you need an odd number to
Yeah,
vote,
yeah.
and you
Right.
vote.
right.
well,
yes.
so it's still, we will have an odd number because he's not going to vote, because if it comes to council, then he has to vote there, so he definitely wouldn't
Yeah, he
vote for the
does not need
person.
to vote.
No,
So
so,
it'd be 6 total.
Mhm.
Me
Yeah.
and 5 others.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's, yeah, I'll get deal with that.
When are we gonna set up this personnel committee?
as soon as we, vote on, just put on the agenda, we vote for the employee meeting. I would think,
Yeah, committees don't go to council, the mayor appoints committees, but he could do it upon y'all's recommendation.
Okay,
So, we're gonna have 5 and a chairperson, administrative assistant, Ms. Wong.
well, she,
you need her on there?
Yeah.
I mean, who's gonna take the minutes and,
well, I mean, just, she needs to sit in there to
Well,
make
she
sure that
can sit in
everything.
there, but she wouldn't have a vote.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fine and
Okay.
dandy, but she
Yeah.
still needs to sit in there and make sure
No,
everything, you know.
that's fine, but yeah, but not a voting member of the committee.
let me ask something on, the civil service, it goes to class 2, man. Are we taking civil service out of, I mean, yeah, the personnel committee out of it also, the class 2 and
We haven't
Class
gotten here
three.
yet.
We ain't got that far.
I know, that's what I'm saying, if you go, if they're going, if my guys go in front of the personnel committee, I want one of my, one of their peers on the.
But
I don't think we took that out.
we took personnel committee out, civil service will not go before the personnel committee at all.
That's fine, I
Yeah, I
just
think we-
make
I
sure
thought we
that
took that out
Yeah.
it's striked out of the,
We did.
We did out of the fire.
on 2 and 3.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We just, went back.
Unless it's a bad rep.
Yeah.
Page
Driving
28
offenses,
needs to be
that was it.
revised. Yeah.
police or the chief of fire chief.
No, we did take it out, it may not be in this copy right here, but at the meeting, it was supposed to be taken out.
Okay, we take it out now.
So,
Alright, so where are we?
we're on page,
We still,
Okay, there's a couple of things in here that I don't have an answer for, but Nelson and I talked, and he thought these things need to be maybe explained a little bit more in depth, and that's on number 4. We're still on a class 1 offense where it says any actions which are detrimental to the positive image of the city of Memphis. He felt like any actions should be defined or explained because it's so vague.
it's subjective.
That was just a point he brought out. And then we're gonna drop down to police and fire on a class 2. I've marked out without pay to with pay because, like I said, if you suspend an employee without pay, that's their punishment.
so with pay,
We should be with pay, under civil service.
So, number 4, detrimental actions, you wanna define those, why? How do we
I
do
know,
that?
that's what me and Nelson talked about,
I mean-
what is any action?
I mean, that could be,
It can be-
how long is that gonna take us? How many more meetings we have to do that? I mean, that's,
I know.
I mean, that could be a list 30, 40, 50, I mean, we don't, and that is subjective too, as to what you think is detrimental, as to.
maybe just take out the word any and leave actions which are detrimental, and that's,
Well, he's saying that detrimental actions need to be defined, like specifically. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that
Manual
would-
in
A
itself?
suggestion
Yes,
from
sir.
Nelson.
Yeah, right.
You have a definition,
Well, I don't have a definition, but it just leaves it open to interpretation for whoever, this is detrimental, this is not detrimental, somebody may think it is, and somebody may think it's not. I was just thinking if there was a clearer understanding of what that would mean, I think common sense we would probably say, but, that's, common sense is not written into
And I'm gonna
this
give an
area.
example in this next.
It wouldn't have to be an exclusive list, but you could list some things, including but not limited to, and some things that y'all would decide would be obviously detrimental to the city.
Well.
Which even if we did that, it still could be argued in court, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So, I mean, it depends, cause it depends on somebody's opinion, or it's subjective,
right.
like Teresa said, I mean, and so, we all agree that it is, and then they take it to court, sue us, judge says, no, it's not, so you're going back, you know what I'm saying, so.
But at least you have
it's-
an idea,
Yes, sir.
the employee would have
Some
an idea of
parameters.
what
Yes,
action
sir.
would be detrimental, otherwise, they don't really know.
That's, yeah, good point, I understand this.
Okay, and it's kind of the same thing under fire and police personnel on number 2, improper use or care of city property. And I'm gonna give y'all an example, on kinda same way with any action. I wasn't at the Memphis Police Department, but I have knowledge of, several years ago in previous administrations where there was some controversy going on within the city, within the fire department, within the police department, and with the mayor's office. And a newspaper article come out in the newspaper, in reference to this disagreement. And one supervisor, which still works for me, and that's how I know about this, cause he told me about it, I wasn't here at the time, but one supervisor, when the newspaper came out, he was standing in the office down below and read that article. And there was some hard feeling between the police department and the mayor at that time. And when he read the article, he said, I wish someone would take this and put it on the mayor's desk. Because the article was, I think, kind of negative towards that particular mayor. Well, one of the guys that worked on the shift, when he read it, he folded the newspaper up, put it in the city police unit, drove around to the drive-through where you pay your water bill. The lady opened up the drawer, he slid it in, didn't say a word, slid it in, and drove off. Well, that employee, I don't know what she did with it, but somehow or another it got back to the mayor. And both of those officers were suspended for 3 days for improper use of city property, because he transported that newspaper around there.
In the vehicle.
In the
It's
vehicle.
in property.
And that's because I think the current mayor was upset about, he got mad and he used this vague rule to punish somebody, which in my opinion is a little unjust, but that's my opinion. So Nelson indicated that, improper use might need more of an explanation or, am I right, Nelson?
That's right, that's right. He has to-
And the same way on number 3, violation of a safe practice, what's a safe practice? Exposing self or others to injury, that's kind of vague.
Are your officers, do they go through any kind of safety, training like we did in school? We did, and there were specifics about safety training, different safety procedures and things like that.
Somewhat, yeah.
So, okay, I was wondering if we could tie that, if they are educated on safety practices and then they violate that can be, be more specific.
Well, and when you do those safety practices, document in your safety meeting what you're doing, and that would,
And make them sign off on it.
yeah,
I don't know if we can.
yeah, well, yeah, you
You
can.
said you can't make them sign anything.
Well, that's a safety meeting, not only for working, but for insurance purposes
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
Because when they come and do
Yeah, you-
safety audits,
They- okay.
They're gonna sign.
that's not disciplinary action,
Not
that's,
disciplinary.
we can kind of consider education.
And then number 4, and it says excessive absences,
Mhm.
and Nelson brought to my attention, who determines the excessive absences? Should that be the that employee supervisor, which personally I think it should be.
Well, that's the same thing when you look back at number 1 and it says, excessive tardiness. I think a number needs to be there.
Yeah,
Because what's excessive?
right.
If you're not in the mood and it's the second day they've been tarded, then that's excessive.
Yeah.
So we need to specify. So what's excessive?
Or if you just upset
Yeah.
with them and.
Yeah.
and-
Because they're
and
coming
you-
in
yeah.
late, then, so we need to go back there and put a number there.
Yeah.
You also have another reference to tardiness at a different point in the book, where it refers to the, degree of tardiness may be considered. You have a little bit of a definition.
Page number.
You mean how tardy?
Yeah.
Like 30 minutes or 5?
No, it does not define a time.
Right. It just
It's
says.
the degree of
Degree of
tardiness.
tardiness.
What page?
I believe it's word.
But also defines abuse and taken off, it's covered in there,
Like
right?
I'm missing the time, I guess, when people just.
Yeah.
They're smart, they just do that.
You still.
Well, there's.
How does it read?
Yeah, that's.
Well, that's an action. That doesn't
43
include
is
tardiness.
That's absent.
But when we go down to, class 2, number 4, excessive absences, we could just go ahead and insert that because it says 3, well,
This says tardiness or leaving early is as detrimental to the city as an absence. 3 such incidents in a 90-day period will be considered tardiness pattern and will carry the same weight as an absence. Other factors like the degree of lateness may be considered.
And what the question I've always had there is, what is the same weight as an absence?
Well, 5 absences in a 90-day period.
But when you
By
look at-
that, because if you start looking at that, then you're gonna have three tardinesses in a 90-day period is equivalent to 1 absence, so you can be late 15 times
Right.
before some, so it
Yeah.
needs to be defined a little bit better than
Right.
what it is.
But under offenses, it could just read excessive absences as defined.
work schedule section of the manual.
Yeah, instead of having to go through
Yeah,
and put it
instead of
in every
having to-
single spot, cause it is defined back here.
You could even put as on page whatever.
Mhm. The third page, whatever, 43 or 42.
Or as defined under work schedule,
Mhm.
there's a page number that's gonna
Yeah,
change.
yeah.
I think that on that tardiness pattern and will carry the same weight should be eliminated. Will be considered a tardiness pattern, period, on page 43.
Well, when you say refer to these pages, you still have to go back to the definitions, because I'm looking at one sentence where it says, he or she will determine when will be the most suitable time for you to be absent from work, then we need to go back and fix this. You know, no one can determine when I could be off work. You know, so we need to look at the definition, how it's described or outlined.
This is not gonna work with a time clock. You can be 1 minute late and you're twice.
Well, it's usually,
I mean, I'm saying you're gonna have the time clocks. Gonna have people who just not gonna be able to get to that time clock because they might have 3 other people trying to get there and clock in before they do, and they're gonna be a minute late.
well, in the time clock, in private sectors, you have a grace period either way. You know, whether eight minutes, so you can punch in 8 minutes before, that's considered on time. You can punch in 8 minutes after, that's considered on time, so it's 8 minutes.
But if the guy in front of me is 8 minutes late, and they're gonna still make me 9.
Well,
That's it.
I
They're
understand, but I
gonna still
mean,
make me 9.
Well, if the guy comes in 8 minutes late, he's replacing somebody at my place. And so that means that the guy that was working at night and is ready to go home, he has to wait an additional 8 minutes for this
Yeah.
other guy to come in. And so if you're allowing that much of a grace period for them, then you'll probably have a habit of somebody
Yeah.
continuously coming in several minutes late, and that's not acceptable to me. If they're 5 minutes late 3 times, I'm gonna slap them with it. And if they do it again, I'm gonna write them up again. And if they do it one more time again, then we're gonna talk about days off. Because they're replacing people that have been working for 12 hours. And nobody wants to sit around and wait.
No.
Especially if nobody's called in to say, hey, I'm running late. No, I'm sitting here waiting 7 o'clock in the morning. I wanna go home, go to bed. No, that's not good. Anyway,
Yeah.
I agree with
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I mean, if they wanna work, they need to be here on time. I mean, I know I know that's not realistic all the time, but, I mean, when I worked, I got there early, I mean, I gotta try to get there
Yeah, me
before time,
too.
at least 5 minutes, I mean, they can't be on time, and it shows up that way after a while, they didn't. I mean,
well, it's also gonna show up on their evaluation too.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all wanna move on, I'll try to get out of y'all's hair. This is another definition that Nelson thought might need some, explanation is the gross negligence, you know, what is gross negligence? As determined, documented by the supervisor, that's kind of vague. Number 13, still on number class 2, where it says speeding or careless and reckless driving in a city vehicle. You know, with what the fire department does and what the police department does, you know, we're subject to exceed the speed limit several times during the day. So he just felt like, you know, there's something needs to be written in there, whether you're in a pursuit or not, you know, it needs to be defined. If not in any kind of vehicle pursuit or responding to a fire or whatever the case might be. Then again, on number 15, says failure to do assigned work in efficient, satisfactory, and acceptable manner. Who determines that? That needs to be, someone needs to make that determination.
I would think all of these are determined by you, the supervisor.
Yes. But that's so.
And the first it doesn't?
on class 3, back where it says without pay, should be with pay, because of the civil, state statute in reference to civil service punishment. And then,
Personnel committee on the same as, every one of those need to be the same.
yeah,
Yeah.
You know, where we changed the first one, took out city council, you know, whatever, and replaced it fire chief, police chief. You know, I'd assume that everyone needs to be the same.
Go back to where you want to start.
You know what I'm talking about, on class 1, where you mark through personnel committee and council, and just, and we put fire chief or police chief. I guess, I would think it would need to be consistent for each offense, so that will just make things easier for us to do the same thing.
Okay, Shelby says under, on page 28, under fire and police personnel, under class 2 offense, what we're gonna do
Shall
is,
be suspended
should an
with
employee
pay.
violate any 2 class 2 offenses within a 12-month period, the employee shall be suspended with pay upon the recommendation of the fire or
Yeah.
police chief.
Same as what, I'm assuming that would be the same, I mean, if we're gonna be consistent.
You should be.
And the same in class 3 too.
Now, when you get into class 2s and 3s, termination may come into play,
Yeah.
so that needs to be addressed.
So even right here where it says, number of days determined by the mayor, that needs to be police or fire chief.
Number of days to be determined by the police or fire chief instead of mayor.
And then I assume Chief Cropper, Chief Warren, I guess, if it deemed termination, you would bring it to the council. Right. As in the past, or kind of past the personnel committee anyway, so, okay.
So we'll put, upon the recommendation of the police or fire chief, period, next sentence, if termination is recommended by the police or fire chief, that recommendation will be made to the city council. The city council can
It
always,
has
they're
been
the
in
only
the
ones that
past,
can
I assume that would be
fire
the way
civil
to do that,
service.
to make it more, make it clear.
Well, what action, what?
Because I think in our charter,
Civil service court? Then they go to civil service court?
Goes to the council first for termination, they can appeal to the civil
yeah,
service.
but we determined that, I think, in our charter, we would determine termination. And then they would go through the proper procedures. Yeah.
So on page 28, where it says excessive tardiness, will you have a number that you want to go right here, we can just go ahead?
Absence, only
Yeah.
excessive absences.
Well, tardiness, excessive tardiness,
28?
Where's it, the top, oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
On my page 7, I'm still fixing
Mine-
it.
Maybe a different page, you may have.
oh, no, number 2.
Okay,
I
okay.
got moved on.
What'd you say, Rich?
Recommended by-
if your people tardy,
Well, if they're tardy, I'm gonna say something to them, and the second time, the third time, but the third time, I'm gonna write them up.
Okay.
And then the fourth time, I'm gonna write them up again. And the fifth time, we're gonna do some serious writing up. And when I said I was gonna slap him, I said with paperwork.
right?
Nothing physical, just for any lawyers that might be present.
So what page are we
We're
on?
on page-
28, number 3.
28, number 3, up at the top.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do 3?
Let me just put that in there. Says it tardiness, put a 3 in parentheses.
I thought we were putting
I thought we were
as
putting
defined in the.
as defined
Right,
under
back
work
up under
schedule
that.
in the
And
manual.
all of these were that's.
What
Is that
page is
what we're
that?
doing?
It would be easy
40.
to refer to that instead of putting it every single time it's in
42
here.
and 43.
Yeah.
We could refer to that page, but we still have to define it on page 42.
Well, then here 42, it says absence is 3, so we just need to put 3 for tardiness.
Is number 3 gonna be excessive tardiness as defined under work schedule?
Oh,
in the
on page
manual?
42.
Is that what we're doing?
Well, right here, when it says absence from work 3 consecutive days without notifying the supervisor, that's voluntary resignation, so that's
Yeah.
different.
Well, no, I was saying, just make it 3 for tardiness as well.
Could I throw something else in there on your time clock?
There's a paragraph where it
Uh,
says the next page.
I feel like when your start time is 7 o'clock, that you should be in the building at 7 o'clock, and any grace period should go backwards. So you can clock in anytime before, before 7 o'clock, 5 till, something like that, that's great. But don't come sauntering in at 7:01 and think you can swipe that clock.
You got a Louisiana labor law there that kicks in too. You gotta have a grace period either or.
Really?
Mhm.
Okay.
I think a
That
lot of
doesn't
this,
help.
a lot of this vagueness that we're talking about could be easily, rectified with this labor attorney that we met at LMA. I think that that's something to consider.
Yeah, me too. Just cause we like it doesn't mean it's a law.
Okay, let me ask you, one other thing, the class two, for the fire and police, civil service, you changed it to suspension with pay,
Yes.
but what, that's only, but if somebody doesn't get terminated, then they're not getting, there's no punishment, then if they got with pay.
Wouldn't you wanna say with
Or
or
with,
without?
or without pay.
Probably be
Either
that.
one, yeah.
Cause you may just wanna send them home for 2 days without pay, and you're done.
Done with it, yeah.
It may be
That's a good
substantial
point.
enough that you wanna pursue further
Yeah,
action.
that's a good point.
So, on page 28,
Yeah, the first sentence, under fire police personnel with, yours different, I mean, I'm looking at mine. Suspension with or without.
With or without, just
is it supposed to be with
So we can go with or without pay.
or
Or
without
class
pay?
2,
I think all of y'all should be, all of the civil service ones, 1, 2, and 3 should be with or without.
Because you
You're
don't know,
covering yourself.
you don't know if somebody's gonna get terminated,
Yeah.
might be
So
recommended,
you
but might not
said
get
pay,
terminated.
that's not a punishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So the second sentence is gonna be with or without also, Teresa? Okay.
Would we do that on the same way on the class 3 chief?
I would, because even though I might recommend termination and goes to the council, and council might say, well, no, we don't think it needs to be terminated, then nothing was done, there was no,
Just a couple of days off
Free
with
to
pay.
pay.
with pay, yeah.
So, class 1 with or without pay, all of them with or without pay.
I think so.
Yeah. Can we go back up to number 3 at the top of page 28? Are we putting excessive tardiness as defined under work schedule in the employee manual? Is that what I'm supposed to put? Yeah.
That's in page
And then
42
number 4, we
today.
don't know what we're gonna do with number 4 as far as defining actions, or?
Can I ask your civil service lawyer something? Does the employee have to be notified at that point whether they're going home with or without pay?
I would think so.
Yeah.
So you have to make that decision right then.
Right then.
Just one point nine.
It's gotta be level-headed one.
But you've done that in the past, haven't you?
Okay, we ready to move on? Trying to get through.
I've got my energy going.
Okay, on number 20, under class 3, which is failure to produce body camera footage or dash camera footage for an incident in question. Let me, first of all, let me explain, your dash camera footage. What activates that car camera is the lights and the siren, whether the light and the siren. So if I pull up to Keith's house and the call is 2 people arguing, and I pull up there and I'm not running code to get to Keith's house, cause it's just an argument between 2 people, so I don't have my lights on, my siren going, and I pull up in his driveway, and I get out, my car camera's not gonna be on. So I think if applicable should be in parentheses after dash cam footage, or dash camera footage.
Or, so you would have either or.
Yeah,
You
you
would
might-
have your body camera
Right.
footage, or you would have
Right.
your dash camera footage.
Right.
So we could just put or.
And
On page
Nelson and I talked, and at the end of that, we both felt like that it needs to also indicate within the guidelines of the state lot of times, if that footage is evidence in a criminal case, and that cannot be released to anybody.
Well-
Now, let me go backtrack a little bit. We talked about this. If I got an employee that has really messed up and I got it on camera, when I bring that person before you, then it will be made available to y'all.
Well, it wasn't meant to be available to us, but it needs to be available to someone. I'm just saying, no footage at all. It's not that, it's any person that was involved in it, they shouldn't
Well,
see it.
the way
you know,
this
you know.
reads is if Pam gets mad at me because I didn't answer her call right, she files a complaint against me, and I got my body camera on, the way this reads, then I got to produce it. And if I arrest Pam, and she didn't like the way I arrested her, well, that body camera is evidence, and it cannot be released until that court hearing goes through the process. Am I right now?
That's right. Of course, the thing that,
And so this should
But
read
I'm just
how.
saying, I didn't think someone would wanna look at it. That wasn't my train of thought. It was just making sure that the footage was available.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? If an incident occurs, then you should have footage of that incident, but if you don't have any footage at all, then that's problematic.
we agree, but we
Yeah.
also talked about, there would be instances, probably rarely, camera may malfunction, if there's a scuffle and it gets broken, it just says failure to produce, it doesn't take into any, potential circumstances where.
I went back, Ms. Williams, I went back and reread my policy when we first, and it's been 4 years ago when I first wrote it, so I hadn't read it in a while. And I had in mind it was pretty vague, but I went back and reread it yesterday, cause I was gonna start working on a new one
Okay.
to upgrade it a little bit. And I was very impressed with it, because it is very detailed, and it indicates in my policy that if that body camera doesn't capture what it's supposed to capture, and should have captured, then by policy, that officer is supposed to document why it didn't happen.
Okay, so do you have any other protocols in place for when they start that shift? Do they test their cameras, do they do and if it's
And
not
if it's not
working,
working, they
then
are
at the
to-
beginning of the shift, they do a maintenance report or something, just so you have documentation, so you won't have an instance where, oh, my camera wasn't working.
Right.
Well, is it checked daily
Right.
and is it logged, okay.
And then also Nelson felt like that there should be a level, between first offense, second offense of 12 months, so that eliminates, an officer have an incident where he doesn't get something on camera today, and then 4 years later, it happens a second time, and all of a sudden he's gonna be suspended without pay for 3 days because.
So within a 12-month
Yeah,
period, okay.
between each one of them, is what we came up with.
Can we rewrite this to say failure to adhere to your policy regarding? Would that fix it?
But then you have to redo your policy because you have any reprimands in there for a no?
No.
Okay. So you just have to redo
I've
that.
had it. And I've already, there was one thing in there that I did eliminate yesterday when I was going through it again, and that was, the cameras we first got, the battery life was so low, you might get 4 hours, you might get 5 hours. So, in my policy that I originally wrote, if it's a traffic stop and that car camera's running, don't worry about trying to save the battery life on the body camera, that you didn't necessarily have to activate that body camera, but the new cameras that we're getting, the battery life is so much better and should last an entire shift.
Okay, so when will you have your policy redone?
It won't take long to add and change what little bit I need to do.
And then you'll give us a.
Yeah.
When are we expecting these cameras?
I don't know, Mr. Bradford, if they've been ordered, I get Ron to call every 3 or 4 days, checking on them, and they're supposed to be getting close, I think. I had 6 budgeted for last year, and we've gotten them in, but the new ones that we had budgeted for this budget have been ordered, but they have not come in yet.
So the 6 you got in, they're better quality?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
And the next, what was it, 16? What we
I think
get?
15, I think.
So they're gonna be of the same?
Yeah,
The same brand?
one. And I just got a couple more things.
Okay.
on disciplinary action guideline, Nelson has a question.
What page?
I'm sorry, page 31. We have a question in reference if we're gonna drug test an employee, why not test for alcohol too? And I think y'all talked about that a little bit.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what was the outcome, but I do remember us talking about it.
And we discussed that it was, under the advisement of the department head or the supervisor, if they felt like there was a problem, or if they sensed some alcohol, abuse, but I mean, I'd say the same thing, just test it for both, it doesn't matter. And I think usually you said, I think one of you guys said that when they called, it usually said, go ahead, yeah, when they would call, do you wanna do alcohol too, they would do that, so they wanna just do both.
So you wanna take out the two separate sentences and make it one sentence?
I don't think so, because it may just be an instance where you might smell alcohol and you just want an alcohol test done, not a drug test, so I think it's right to have it separated, because
Separated.
it's, you know, either it's a
Okay.
drug test or alcohol.
Okay.
I think they both should be done.
Uh,
I mean, you can be on drugs and hide it with alcohol. You know, with the smell of alcohol, but you really could have drugs in your system also. They go hand in hand.
Well, I wanted to say that, but didn't.
I mean, they go hand in hand.
I mean, not with a few bucks more while they're there, might as well go ahead and.
Okay, so drug and,
I mean, the only reason they got it separated like that, the lab charge more when they do both. But, I mean, if you wanna get down to whether they got both of them in the system, you might as well do them both.
It could be a deterrent too, if they know they're gonna be tested for both.
Right.
Be a little more careful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but, if he's off last night and has 4 or 5 beers and comes to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, he just drank last night, but he didn't get drunk, but if he still goes and does the alcohol test, he's gonna test positive for alcohol, but he didn't drink during the shift, but it's still gonna show up in his,
that means you went to work with a hangover.
Well,
well, but I mean, look, Tarika.
You know, doesn't it have to be, like a DWI, DUI, don't you have to test pretty fast? I mean, if it's, you wait 8 or 10 hours, it's too late, right?
How do they
Less than
administer
that.
this alcohol test at Premier Family Clinic?
Do
Does
they
anybody
do
know?
it?
I'm sorry.
Well,
How do
blood.
they administer an alcohol test at
I'm
Premier?
not sure they do, I don't know.
I don't know if they do or
We've
not
never
either.
requested it. so
Me
I don't
either.
know.
They do?
Do they?
what,
How do they do it, do you know?
who the lab?
We just send them down and you can do it yourself.
Who you asking, one of the lab? You asking how the lab?
Yeah, how do they test? If it's a breathalyzer, would it be a breathalyzer test?
I got
I would imagine that the
this
lab-
weekend.
I would imagine that the lab do urine.
Yeah, urine or blood,
That's what I would imagine.
Or
blood.
That's positive.
But by then, if you did the night,
I don't
by then, it's
know,
gonna be
I
pretty
don't know
much
if you can do an
done.
alcohol test with urine.
I've never heard of
Can you?
it.
Can you?
Show blood, urine,
Yeah.
breathalyzer.
It's gotta be in there. It seemed like it, maybe 10
But if they
percent.
do blood, then it's getting to be invasive.
First Amendment issues,
Yeah.
invasive.
Do y'all do breathalyzers downstairs?
I can't see a lab having a breathalyzer. I believe.
Well,
it's-
if they're, DOTD and
Oh, yeah,
OSHA,
maybe, yeah, maybe.
they have breathalyzers, so.
Yeah.
All you have to do is check where we do our tests and see how they test.
Right.
I've just never done it because you can talk to someone, you can be in close proximity and have suspicion or not, you know, but if you wanted it mandatory, you just have to define.
Well, I can
whether
smell
it's
alcohol a mile away.
breathalyzer or blood or whatever. If you get into a blood issue, then that's an invasive technique because you have to draw blood and then you get into a rights issue.
But don't you do that for drug tests? I mean, how they drug
No,
test? They don't draw
urine.
Urine? Okay,
On blood draw, you have to either have.
that's right, yeah, that makes sense.
That have to agree to do it, or
Yes, sir.
you have to.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, makes sense, yeah.
So it would be a simple matter of contacting, their office office and see what they do, that's whether you want it mandatory both.
Well, have we ever had any employees that go and take a urinalysis, and where do they go?
Premier Family Clinic.
Huh?
Premier Family Clinic.
Yeah, every time they have an accident.
Yeah,
Right,
anytime
right.
an employee gets hurt or damages the property.
Well, I mean, they go to a local clinic here,
Yeah, on Home Road.
so I'm pretty sure they just use urinalysis or either blood.
Urinalysis.
Well, they do, OSHA and stuff, so they could do
Okay.
breathalyzer. Like I say, it's a simple phone call somebody to make.
Yeah.
Before you make it a rule.
Okay, we ready to move on?
I'm
And
gonna
page
mark
30.
on that one.
We're gonna have, both, you can't,
We're gonna make a phone call.
Yeah, we're gonna check with him, yeah.
I would suggest most if it was breathalyzer available, but if not
Did you say
breathalyzer
Chief
available.
33?
32, under fire and police personnel, this is gonna be in reference to driving offense, where it's a graduated offense on a regular employee and on a civil service employee, it jumps to 10-day suspension without pay. And it-
Well, I think it's falling under the third offense.
Right. The regular was 10 days suspension.
Where does it say first?
On 31.
Gets paid, it's within the
Okay,
period.
I got it. I'm with you there.
No, this is not right, because civil service won't go to personnel committee, so that's not correct. This is only for the other employees, not the civil service employees.
We're still in the fire and police, so we should strike that out.
On page 32.
Top of the
This is
page.
only- we're on page 31?
32.
fire, police personnel.
Do you have to be one some?
Oh, hell, that.
It's been,
No, this is the reading.
Yeah.
police, what about the first offense?
That was fine, that was fine.
It's nothing for fire and police for first offense,
It just says 10 days suspension.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So,
But now, the bottom of 31, it does say 10 days suspension without pay. That's under third offense on a regular employee, but
that's not
I didn't
fire.
take, that's not the way I took it when I read it.
For me,
No,
it's just
it's-
like, I
It
read
looks
it,
like
it
it's
just
separate.
10 days.
Yeah, it's like it's separate.
It's a page break.
Well, it's a page break, but even when you look at fire and police, you don't have first offense, second offense, it just says 10 days
10 days.
suspension without pay, so you don't have first, second, or third. So
She's saying in the first, second offense for the police.
yeah, we don't have it for civil service.
And
Is it
everything
maybe
else
the
is
same?
suggestion, just indicate graduation from first to second to third.
So it needs
Could
to
it
be
be the
out.
same as regular employees, except again?
That's what it should be, I would think.
Yeah. So, it'll be the same for.
So fire and police just gets listed under each one of those others?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you have to go
even
and
if you
take
look
out
at-
personnel.
I mean, if you look at that, fire and police personnel, and you look back at third offense, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Except it's tweaked to have, it should be, to have you and chief, fire chief in there. That's what it looks like, isn't it?
Well, so when you look at first offense, you don't see anything, you don't see fire and police on here, nor the second, but when you get to third, that's
It
when you
divides
see.
it. You got regular here and then you got fire.
Yeah, so we need to go back on the, fire and police.
Wouldn't they be the same?
So first offense is civil service and non-civil service?
Can we just put that? and then
No,
it divides when
no,
we get to
because it
30
said, the wording says personnel committee, and civil service does not go to personnel committee.
Okay, so
you
it'll
can't-
need to be.
Not even for the driving offenses?
What they do for the
Okay,
driving.
okay.
What was after
Yeah,
that? I didn't
Yeah.
do it.
We
This
could
is
stay
driving.
the same
Yeah.
until we
Just
get to
driving
30
offense.
and this will.
They are going personnel.
And
Not,
then-
not a scratch, a
Right,
serious
right,
driving.
right.
And then when we get to third offense, you're at the point where could be some termination involved, that would require you to do that. That's why I think it splits at that point. You have two third offenses, you have regular employee third offense that would come to us and council, you, whatever, and then the third offense for, fire and police would go to you. So that needs to be,
So on page 32, under fire and police personnel, how's that gonna read? Is this gonna go back to with or without pay, or is it gonna be without pay?
This is
Be
driving.
without pay.
This is
at
driving.
that point,
Driving offense without pay? Okay. And I have, should the council determine by majority vote, is that still right, or is it still going to personnel now?
No,
no, that would come,
To the
from
council.
recommendation from these two men here,
To the
I think,
council.
right, to
Yeah.
the council?
Mhm.
Upon recommendation.
Yeah. Should the council, maybe upon recommendation by police or fire chief, determine by majority vote, that negligence existed, then determine.
Okay, should the who, fire or police chief? Is
I
that what you
said,
said?
I would say, should the council, comma, upon recommendation from police chief or fire chief, comma, determined by majority vote, versus, keep going there.
So they need to go to council to
They're gonna
consent
bring it to
on?
us, we're not gonna, be able to terminate somebody, I think, unless they recommend that based on everything else we've done. That would be, to me, it looks like it'd be in line with the other disciplinary actions so far. It could all be reworded,
Yeah.
because the way I did, I was just sticking in that, because,
That's recommendation.
you know,
It would just have to be
our chief,
recommended.
police chief may recommend to the council, or, you
So
know.
a third offense within a 3-year period is 10 days suspension without pay, or should the council, by majority vote,
Yeah.
Upon
determine that?
recommendation of the police or fire chief.
Yeah,
Because they have
comma,
to
and
recommend
then
it to
put,
us.
the council may determine by majority vote, okay, do that. Upon recommendation of police chief or fire chief, comma, the council may determine by majority vote, gross negligence and determination. That order.
Well, page 32.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
At the
sir.
very
So
top.
what I'm saying, I know where we at. If you're gonna word it like that, it's not saying termination, it's saying immediate suspension without pay.
Can't be real immediate if it's gotta go to the council,
I mean,
after
Oh,
call
yeah,
a
I see
meeting
what
and
you're saying,
everything.
yeah.
yeah.
So that first part needs to be,
Yeah. We're talking about suspension, not,
the next, you're right, the next sentence is the one where the city council gets involved, and where it could be termination. That first part though would be suspension
yeah.
based upon, okay, I didn't keep reading, I'm sorry.
Fire and police personnel as legal.
Yes, sir, right here, yes, ma'am.
So we remove the council. The chiefs get to,
Okay, but for a first and second offense, these officers are going to personnel?
No.
For driving offense.
Driving,
I mean, that's what we're talking about, but y'all took personnel out of the third
Yeah,
offense.
I thought it was just for accidents.
Well, that's what this
How does
is,
it
it's
do?
driving policy.
That's what, yeah.
Driving, this,
Driving,
that's the title of this section we're in.
yeah, driving offense.
I know, but what I'm saying is personnel's involved in the first and second, but you're taking personnel out of the third offense?
Well, they just said it needs to be in that first sentence, back to personnel.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Okay, so that might be a mistake, if I keep on
But,
I thought this was maybe pending termination, that's why it's
well,
passing.
in reality, if I got an offer, or I've got a person working for him that goes out and wrecks the fire truck 4 times in 6 months because he just is being stupid and keep wanting to get rid of it, then that determination should be, I think it should go kinda like it did in the past with personnel, and he recommends that this officer needs to be fired, and then it would be reverted to the council for.
The police and the fire chief are in those accident hearings that go to personnel, and they make their recommendation to personnel. And of course, if termination's recommended, it goes to council.
That was an old, when you could just write on it, stick it in there, it was safe, but I think you got everything right.
Okay,
So
so
read
you're
on there.
saying that for the driving offenses, the third offense, it should continue to go to the personnel committee? That's what you're saying?
And if we got an employee that we feel like that person, be more evident on myself, want to get rid of it because of his negligence in operating a city vehicle, and we want to try to terminate him, then that recommendation would go to personnel, which would then come to the council.
Well, if you're, I just don't really see you recommending it to personnel for termination, because the appeal process, it goes to the civil service board if they wanna appeal it, so I don't know why termination will go to personnel, and then to council, and then to civil service. I mean, because at this point, the third
It doesn't
offense,
matter to
then,
me.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me either. I just was trying to keep it consistent with the first and second.
I mean, to me,
Well, a
it looks
driving
like it's
offense
gonna
is
be.
protected by civil service.
Termination,
No, the driving
The offense,
Right.
whether they're negligent or not.
right.
Cause they
no
damage
different
city
than,
property. Civil service doesn't rule whether they damage
So
city
you wanna
property.
make sure that maybe the recommendations,
Hey, and the good thing is,
And y'all may be able to.
The determination.
I sure don't know all the civil service rules. If Tommy John wrecks fire truck 4 times and you wanna fire him,
you do it before it even gets to personnel.
well,
Personnel should be
Yeah,
there,
You request termination.
personnel should be there to review the incident and see if they were negligent with city equipment or not.
I think we just need
If
to leave it in
they-
there
if
to
they
be
were,
consistent.
Then that gives you the case
to present.
to go to the council
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
discipline.
it would come back.
For discipline.
Yeah.
But on civil services, the personnel committee wouldn't discipline.
Right.
They would just
Mr. Davis,
review the
yeah.
situation with the facts presented and possibly give the employee a chance to defend their actions with you in there. And if the facts show that they were negligent, then you would have the information you need to go to the council to for discipline. The personnel, on civil service, personnel committee wouldn't dole out any discipline.
no.
And it would just be on city rolling stock, because civil service doesn't determine buying new vehicles or whatever. So,
Yeah, I think it just needs to be consistent, because what's happened, I'm looking at it this way, is that this person has had an offense, it's come to personnel, we've dealt with it. The second one has come to us, so we've dealt with 2 already, why would you skip? That third one should come too, and we've already dealt with it, and already evaluated it to this point, you know what I'm saying? So it makes sense, and we're evaluating it as to
Right,
what
'cause the
has
third-
happened,
the
and
third time
judging that.
might not show enough negligence, maybe he did have a wreck, but the facts he can document that he told his supervisor the car wasn't
Yeah.
operating properly and he made him get in it, so he in fact did run a stop sign because brakes went out. Well, you present all that,
Different story.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I think
and
that
it
is-
protects the employee and it
Sure.
protects the city. No discipline has been done, but it's a chance to determine whether they were negligent or not. And with city of rolling stock, and if they say, hey, it couldn't be helped, dog run out, you know, and all, then it's gone through a process and there's no need to discipline them. But if all of a sudden they have dogs run out in front of them all the time, yeah, or deer or whatever, then you say,
That's what we call a dog catcher.
So the discipline has already been issued, that will come from you or the fire chief, so maybe it should just read where, the personnel committee determines gross negligence on the part of the
Yeah,
employee.
like it was
And then
originally.
cut out the rest of it about suspension and termination, take that out of it, because they're going just for the sole purpose to determine negligence. And then if additional disciplinary action is needed, the council, it'll go to the council.
Yeah, and
Something.
we've
Yeah.
seen in the past, the personnel committee has the option to pass it on anyway to the council. I mean, that's
Yeah.
their right, I would think. Get to that point and say, okay, we've dealt with this and I don't know about, you know, as far as discipline, we're not gonna take care of this, we're gonna pass this to the council to evaluate and decide what they wanna do at this
Yeah,
point.
So that's why it's bypassing them, so the sole purpose in the personnel committee just be determined negligence. And
As a
any
jury, not as
additional disciplinary actions will be taken over to council.
Yeah, as a jury, not a judge,
Mhm.
basically.
In the past, have we taken disciplinary action to the council or just termination? Isn't disciplinary action handled kinda like by you?
He
Yeah,
is
the
going to
civil
disciplinary
service.
action because it's starting with the 10-day suspension, that's not coming from us. That's coming from the fire chief or the police chief, but any
That's an
additional
automatic,
disciplinary
right?
action,
That's an
then
automatic.
that comes through us, yeah, so.
Yeah, we've never had a third one.
Yeah, so, but just to be covered,
Hopefully we'll get to that.
just the immediate suspension without paying out, that comes out. And
Okay.
if additional disciplinary actions are deemed necessary, it, you know, it's the council.
10
It will be
day
determined by
suspension
the
without pay, that sentence is okay,
Mhm,
right?
yeah.
Okay, what is the next sentence gonna say?
Should the personnel committee
Mm-hmm.
It's personnel committee.
Somebody,
Did you say should the personnel committee?
Mhm.
Okay, take out council.
Mm-hmm, take out council.
I'm writing the whole thing over. Should the personnel committee determine, right,
Mm-hmm.
by majority vote,
Gross negligence.
that, I think there should be a that in there, that gross negligence existed on the part of the employee, what? What's happening with that sentence?
Well, you have to leave that immediate suspension without pay, because that's what he's wanting to recommend, that's the
You got the
punishment for
first
no
part of the
work.
sentence, huh?
10 day suspension without pay, should the personnel committee determine by the majority vote that gross negligence existed on the part of the employee,
Additional disciplinary actions.
may be recommended.
Determined by council.
Chief, didn't you say earlier though that when civil service looks at it, that employee is suspended, then that is the punishment and you can't do anything else?
All right, that's right, that's right.
So when you put in there automatic suspension,
That's it.
that's it.
That's it.
You can't terminate him if he's had a dog run out in front of him every day.
You can't terminate him if you suspended him 10 days without pay, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we need to rethink this.
on that incident,
For instance.
for incident.
So Nelson,
I think it kinda goes back to what you said earlier, you know, it could be with or without pay. If you determine that suspension without pay is gonna be it, then that's it. Or you can
Okay.
suspend them with pay, and then that leaves the door open for additional discipline.
Okay, so that'll fix that, 10 day suspension with or without pay. Now, we can,
Yeah.
should the personnel committee determine
Yeah, but by the time
you can go on to something.
he's already been suspended without pay by the time it gets to the council.
But if you know, if you feel like it's going to be, termination would be the next step, then you just give him his pay.
With pay.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
give him
with
his
pay.
pay,
Right.
and then, but you know, if not, it's just without pay, and then he can go back to his territory.
It goes back to what we
There's some
discussed
steps.
last week, getting them off of the job
Yeah.
and getting the liability off of the city
Yeah.
until the chief can come and set up a council meeting for the discipline. You get them off of the job, cause if he's got a guy that he knows probably finna lose his job, he don't want him out patrolling the streets, you know, with a bad attitude already, and put the liability, so giving them the suspension with pay gets them out of there until, you know, you can decide.
Well, if we wanna move quicker on it, we can call a special meeting, cause and that might happen the day after city council meeting, then it runs
And
30
that's fine,
days
but,
with pay.
but he had the ability to get the
Sure,
problem off of the city property and off the liability.
correct.
And he hadn't broken any civil service rules, but he still gets his pay.
I think the chief should discipline his own people. Would that be the?
Okay, I got one more question, then
You do?
I'm gonna get out of y'all's way. And my question is, on the very next step where it says termination appeal procedure, does that include civil service or not? Or is that just regular city employees, other than civil service?
Well,
Because the appeal procedure is different through civil services.
I think it should define civil service.
Well, if
Yeah.
if the council terminated them, then they're gonna appeal.
And
over
Nelson
there.
recommended that we just add in there, except fire and police personnel or civil service employees or something. If it doesn't include.
Termination appeal procedure for non-civil service employees.
Right.
You know, because the county personnel committee's not gonna, they don't have anything to
Have anything
appeal,
to do with it.
appeal to.
That's right.
Because they hadn't passed on any discipline. As we discussed earlier with them just reviewing
Right.
Mm-hmm.
on rolling stock.
Will you tell me again now what fire and police personnel at the page of, top of page 32, I got, should the, with or without pay, should the personnel committee determine by majority vote that gross negligence existed on the part of the employee? What goes after that?
Additional disciplinary action will be.
Will be recommended?
Would be recommended to the council, correct?
By the chief, fire chief or police chief, because that's where the recommendation comes from.
Will be recommended by the fire and police chief? So that takes care of that sentence. If additional suspension without pay or termination is recommended, I mean, how's that
We
class?
said we were taking it out.
Take that line out,
Mhm,
okay.
because it said-
Okay.
Yeah, that you would take care of what you
Thanks.
just wrote.
All right. Okay, I got it, thank you.
That's all I got.
That's an hour and a half later.
I'm sorry. I appreciate y'all.
We're gonna be finished by now.
I know.
So I do have a question, so even with the, regular city employees, when we're looking at suspension without pay, so no other disciplinary action can be taken against them? If you suspend them without pay, then can they still be terminated?
We can do it with that. No, well,
Regular employees,
well,
okay, just
regular-
not civil service,
Yeah,
we just deal with
yeah.
civil
Yes,
service,
ma'am.
okay, okay.
a regular employee, you can't.
Thank y'all very much.
Will you repeat that?
I have lots of those bullet points highlighted that have questions. Class 2 events, I have number 2, 3, 4, and 6 highlighted,
What page are you on?
and 13 and 15, between that. That they have questions about, but no resolution.
What page?
But I know
Page number.
What page is that?
28.
28.
But you have tardiness as defined by.
Under work schedule and employee
Yeah,
manual, got
so
that.
that takes care of that.
And number 4 at the top, they wanted to define actions.
They were demanding it.
Let's see, this one.
Recommending it, but
I thought we said the last time, we give some examples, we were talking about social media. Posts. I don't know. Just wrote it down.
yeah, they did give some examples, but any actions which are detrimental.
What page is
So,
it?
we're on page 28, so what actions do you consider, or would you consider detrimental to the image of the city?
Sorry. Hey, what's that?
On page
No, I
28?
don't.
Oh.
I heard, I didn't hear what Ms. Warren said.
Oh, no, I was
I'll just
confused.
concur.
On page 21.
What are detrimental
28,
practices
number
or
4.
detrimental actions, or actions of detrimental to positive image of our
Yeah.
city?
Well, like I said, I didn't have the answer. I mean, there's a lot of things that
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
could be.
In my opinion, may be different.
Yeah,
And
why I
that's,
said
and then,
that.
like I said earlier, so do we even need, I know what he said, specify it, but whatever's done, it can be challenged in court anyway,
You're right.
you know? So I don't, I mean, I know that's general, but I mean, how can you list every single,
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
as an
no-
educator, as an assistant, how can you list every offense? Some kid's gonna come up with some offense
Yeah.
that has never been dreamed up before. And so I don't see how we can cover, I mean, we'll have to have another 8 or 10 hour meeting to cover all those things, I mean.
I think we just need to leave it as it is.
I agree, and just let it, we'll just determine that, that's why you have degrees as former on the council, I would think, to make those judgments, and then if we're wrong,
Yeah.
it comes back, civil service board, or a judge says, no, this is not, considered that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, what do y'all think, I don't know what else, it's gonna be hard to come up with a lot of, I mean, like the social media thing, that's.
Yeah.
Basically, number 4 is someone who has written a lot of rules and regs for different organizations. I've used number 4 for years, and it's basically a cover, an umbrella cover for the organization.
Right.
Because you can't possibly determine
No.
every action, so number 4 protects the organization, not so much the employee of the
That's right.
organization.
I agree with that.
Just like appearing drunk in public, or,
Yeah.
it covers something.
So I don't think, I mean, I know where he's coming from and understand that, it would be great to specify that so an employee knows that. But, I mean, if you have an employee that does something, if we get to that point, then they have an issue anyway, I would think, as an employee, if they've done something that embarrasses the city.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, under class 2 events, I had number 2, 3, 4,
Well, hold
and
up,
6.
let's look at 5, failure to do assigned work in an efficient, satisfactory, acceptable manner, so is that going to, what are you using to determine that?
Failure to do something, I mean, that comes from the supervisors, if the officer's not doing the reports in a timely manner, which at times happens. Someone will have a wreck and the officer will say, give it 3 days and then 7 days the report's not done.
So in your policy, does it state the number of days they have to get a report done?
No, not a
So
specific
you
number of
can't,
days,
you
yeah.
can't penalize them for that
No.
if it's not specified. So-
But, no, you're right.
So that's something that would have to be addressed in your,
Yeah.
your policy.
But that would be documented, I would think.
Yeah.
If you had said, I want this done in 72 hours, and
Yeah.
a week later, you're still waiting for it.
Yeah.
That falls under that violation.
Well, if you don't have them sign something saying that they know they have 72 hours, then it's your word against that person's word.
Yeah.
So, it just needs to be
I
stated.
think, I think there is a
Just make sure
policy in this
documentation.
way, I think it's like in a timely manner, but a lot of times those guys they'll work on they'll work on Thursday, and they'll tell that person, well, it'll be ready in 3 days, well, they don't come back to work until Friday, and they hadn't got it done yet, and that person's up from Wednesday saying, well, it'll be 3 days.
Yeah. So
do improper use or care of city property, they had some questions about that, thought it was too vague. I think it's okay myself.
That was, he just, and he wasn't trying to tell us what, but he just was
And he
pointing
was
out.
looking from civil service too.
Yeah, he was
This
just
is
pointing
for
out.
people tear it up, weed eaters or something, right, misuse it on things like that. Aren't fit to be a vehicle, really.
Proper use.
Y'all want
Could
improper
be
use
something
of
that
vehicle.
between the supervisor and the personnel committee could discuss and determine, that's,
That-
hopefully when all those heads going
You
together.
gotta remember, it originates with the supervisor.
Right,
Mhm.
improper use of city equipment, that's like if I had a guy had a voltmeter, that cost us $500, and I walk up there and he's using it for a hammer.
Yeah, right.
That's improper use.
Right, and I would hope
And if if that has to be defined,
no, that's what I'm saying.
you know, so that's why it's
All our
made-
departments, that'd be another whole book.
Yes, it's an umbrella, just to
Right.
kind, it's the department head or the supervisor's discretion whether they're using, you know, if I told them, okay, use, the weed eater's used to cut grass and all, and I go out there and I look and he's using it on the truck to knock mud off the truck or whatever, I mean, that's improper use.
Yeah.
And the supervisor should know enough about their job to recognize that, so.
I just think that would be a judgment call for the supervisor, and then if the employee felt like they were being mistreated, or it was unhandled right, we would take that up as a personnel committee and look
That is
at it and
correct.
decide. Call you in and say, okay, come on, you know, I need further explanation on this, and, you know what
Well,
I'm saying?
I understand that with the regular full-time city employees, but when you're dealing with the civil service, for in case in point, the police officer just riding someone around or running errands, you know, that's still improper use, that's not why you have your city vehicle. It's not your personal vehicle, so it says improper use, that's improper use, that's city property. So, I mean, I understand for the full-time employees, but when you're talking about, well, the firemen wouldn't be riding around in truck, but, you know, the police officers in their cars. So, it could be improper usage with that.
Yeah, well, it would be if they had somebody riding with them and
Yeah.
that wasn't a proof of me, it would, you're right, it would be.
So, but things like that, is that outlined in your policy, your policy?
To have
procedure?
right along, yes.
What would be, what's considered improper usage of their vehicle? Do you have that outlined in your policy? If not, then, you know, it's gonna go back to having the documentation, because they can always say, well, I didn't know, it's not in my policy, and if it's not there, then truthfully, you can't penalize them, it's not there. So it's just about having, you know, all your I's dotted, your T's crossed, so what's considered improper usage for the police vehicle? You know, so. Use it, okay.
Number 3 was highlighted.
Excessive activity.
I thought we
What's
said it's
excessive?
Violation of safe practices, exposing self and others to injury. On page 28. I think that one's okay too.
Yeah,
it's kind of-
Supervisor discretion, you know.
The excessive absences will also put under number 4, as defined under work schedule in the employee manual. So everybody will know what that is. And number 6, gross negligence as determined and documented by the supervisor. You wanna make a change there?
I don't think so, because you should be protected when it says documented.
Think so too. And then number 13, speeding and/or careless and reckless driving in a city vehicle, we can put with the exception of emergency personnel responding to a call. Is that okay there? And we've already talked about number 15, I think,
or even,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's see, it's just, it's not.
That's all I had highlighted.
Refer to emergency calls. Cause I still don't want them driving careless and reckless. Even when they're responding to an emergency, I still want to be as careful as possible.
Well, yeah.
Throwing all caution to the wind and
So
going
should that
straight
be
through my
worded
line
another
and running
way?
over everybody. That's why I'll just, maybe in parentheses, put speeding does not apply or something in emergency situations or something like that. I think the careless and reckless would apply to every situation, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Emergency and non-emergency, you still want to be careless
That's right.
and not reckless, and,
Okay, so just tell me
So
how.
after speeding, put parentheses,
or even at the end of it, speeding does not apply in, you know,
In
in,
emergency
in
situations.
emergency calls or emergency situations. Isn't that different? The speeding part is different from the careless and the reckless.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cause my house is on fire, I want y'all to get there fast as you can, I don't want you to run over my,
Give me your word.
anybody while you're getting there.
What you want me to find?
What I said. You
What did you say,
I said,
Eureka?
speeding does not apply.
Speeding-
What we said, speeding does
speeding
not
does
apply
not
in
apply.
emergency
Okay.
situations or emergency
Does
call
not apply
situations.
to emergency personnel responding to a call.
Yeah, or something like
Okay,
that.
Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You need a little
Have to
recorder.
type this, what y'all said.
You need a little recorder.
Does it have to be emergency personnel?
What?
I mean,
Well, I tell you,
we
there's
need
like-
more, we need more.
Okay, let's just put
Like-
police and fire.
You're right, cause they're
Yeah,
having
you need,
situations.
you need
where
the
they call-
electrical company to get out there, you need,
Yeah,
Yeah.
guy, come out
not
there.
just the fire and police.
Pretty fast.
This
On
is
the
emergency.
Okay, so
I mean,
just put personnel.
fire, I mean,
Yeah.
To an
fire-
emergency call.
Safety
I
and
mean, it'd
health.
be an emergency, not be a
I don't think
fire or
necessarily.
Does
crime.
not apply to
It'll be-
personnel
Yeah,
responding
well,
to
it
an
is, but you
emergency
got-
call.
Yeah.
You got a line on the car and somebody's in the
Yeah,
car.
yeah.
Does not apply to
No, that's
personnel
what she's
responding
gonna
to
There's
an
situations.
emergency call.
She's just putting personnel responding to
To an
emergency
emergency
situations.
call.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
That'll take care of
got
it.
it, okay.
That'll even be us.
Thank you.
If we have a race to
This is a dog that you can drive
The police
fast,
stop me
it's a
outside,
dog
say it's
bites
emergency.
somebody.
Trying to get some.
Yeah.
Gotta get. Stop it before that gets out.
Is it Taco Bell?
I said that gives us.
Speeding does not apply to personnel responding to an emergency call.
Right.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt.
You know, it specifies, speed, there's road conditions allowed.
Yeah.
If it's raining and pouring down, hey, it's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Or-
so in number 15, failure to be assigned work in efficient, satisfactory, acceptable manner, second offense, as documented.
Mm.
So we need to add as documented to that. I'm on number 15, cause I wrote
Yeah.
that
Oh.
we needed clarity for that one too, so as documented.
Okay. After offense, as documented. Does that need to go, is that in more than one
On
place?
number 15.
Page 29.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why would you ask you to put in front of that anyway?
I was wondering about that too.
What were they referring to?
Where's number 15?
Yeah, on page 29.
I don't know.
I was kinda wondering why those asterisks were there.
Yeah, I mean,
Take them out,
were they referring to something?
I don't know.
And generally, they could be on the same page,
Yeah,
I've seen things.
It's on page 28 too.
we'll just take that out.
Yeah, every time you see it, you need to take that out, I think.
I don't know why it's there, it's like that when I got it.
Originally, somebody must have done something and had some kind of reference.
So the same thing on number 5, that you did for number 15 as documented.
As documented, okay. And the alcohol test is kind of up in the air right now, right?
Mm-hmm. We get an answer.
We're not gonna test them for both?
So, on this 5.
Got to check on that.
Oh, you gonna
I
check
think
it?
they're gonna check, see if the, breathalyzer was available.
Okay.
Well, didn't one of you say last week that they have called before
Right,
and asked, do you
anytime I
want it,
sent-
you say no?
Anytime I've sent for drug screens,
Yeah,
they
they
call
call and
back
ask.
and ask, do you wanna include,
Yeah.
alcohol?
Do you say no?
If I didn't, I
Yes, sir.
said no because I had no
Right.
suspicion.
But if you said yes, then they're gonna test them.
Yeah, and see, I don't know whether they use blood or
I'll go ask.
Probably a good idea
breathalyzer.
if we could find out right now, so we're gonna get that done.
If they do breathalyzer,
Yes,
that's
sir.
a no-brainer,
Yes,
you
sir.
just add it to it.
Right.
But if they use blood, then you get into
That's a whole different-
whole different
Okay.
issue.
Okay.
So on page 29, 2 on the class 3 offense, the third paragraph, that needs to say with or without pay. On page 3, page 29. Fire and police personnel, that should be with or without.
Well, that's what we should probably put in there, with or without. It needs to be with or without.
Yeah. And you said on number 20, page 30, all of those are within a 12-month period.
Yeah.
Oh. I think there was something I saw for the full-time employees, it was like, was it 3 years?
Breathalyzer, $27.
Okay.
Drug screen.
Drug screen's 35.
So you want to put that in there?
What page was that on?
Yeah.
31.
Right. What was on 31?
Alcohol. First paragraph, out in the middle.
So, we submit to the immediate drug and alcohol test.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes.
I think you said we want both of them done, cause you have them done anyway.
If you're gonna do that, what's acceptable on alcohol content?
And that was gonna be my question.
That would be, what would be acceptable,
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking.
They determined to do drug and alcohol, cause she did confirm it was breathalyzer, which that's acceptable.
0.08.
What would be acceptable to be on the job? Cause you're gonna have to put a limit
Mm-hmm.
of what the
What
city
is
will
to
allow.
drive, what is it to drive? What's the number?
Point zero eight.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
So if you do mandatory
I got it.
breathalyzer, you need to also put in there what's acceptable, at what limit does,
Less than .08.
he would be the,
Less than point.
is acceptable.
That's legally drunk. Do you
Yeah.
want someone at work that's borderline legally drunk?
It needs to be less than that.
I'm just-
Yeah.
That might be
Yeah.
What,
something.
maybe half of that, maybe
Yeah, if you blow
0.04?
that, you're
Because, you know, they've had a rough night, so, you know.
You got, now with all, you can have available people can drive through, lunch, can be bad for you.
Sure.
I would think,
Yeah.
That's what everybody wanted, we got it now, so you got folks
I would,
who get.
I would think that would be something you need to get legal advice on.
Yeah.
I think you would need to get legal advice on what that number should be to where, because, you know, I don't know. That's just, that's not my expertise. I know what would get you in.
I just personally think they should be drinking it all
Oh,
period.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Some people handle it differently,
But
I
you gotta look at
understand,
some, you
but-
gotta look at residual.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we're concerned with, any residual from the night
Yeah,
before.
that's true.
If you set it too light, they could have been perfectly okay to come to work, just like you said earlier, hungover.
Yeah.
And if you've got it so minute a figure, they can perform their job, but
Still sip on a little bit.
but if they have an accident or or, you know, and it's at the, supervisor's discretion if they suspect.
Well, if this accident happens at 1 p.m., it means they've been drinking on the job.
Correct.
Or lunch,
Yeah.
or got something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you're gonna have to
Yeah,
have,
but you also have to remember. I
You're
mean,
gonna have to
you-
have a number there
Like
too.
Mo's saying, you've gotta put it at an acceptable level
Yeah.
or in legal, cause they may be taking medication that has
yeah,
alcohol in it.
yeah.
And you're not having enough to, you know, to adversely affect you, it's a delivery for the medication, but it'll show up.
So that might be something to
Yeah.
determine.
Check into it.
I think it's a good idea too, if you send for a drug screen to do the breathalyzer also.
Maybe we should ask them what would be acceptable instead of doing the screen.
Now, in the past, have we terminated employees,
Pardon?
have we terminated employees for accidental alcohol? And what was the limit
We have for,
I've never tested for
drugs.
alcohol.
we have for drugs?
Yes, sir.
Never tested for alcohol.
Not alcohol, we had,
Supervisor never suspected alcohol, so it never was tested.
so, if they test positive for drugs, automatic termination.
30 days, I think, is what it is.
30 days and you have to provide a clean drug screen
Right.
after
or
that
you-
30 days.
And I have a problem with us testing for drugs and not alcohol, because a guy can go to where it's legal now, DOT
Right.
and all. 20 days ago, he could smoke marijuana, and it cost him 30 days and the cost of losing his job, but he can show up drinking all night, and there's really, if he passes the breathalyzer, that's okay. So, you know.
Yeah. Cause the marijuana stay in your system for 60 to 90 days.
But all these employees know that they
That's what I'm
could,
saying, I mean,
something
your
could
hair
happen
follicles
and they
longer.
could have to be drug screened, you know?
that don't mean they
Means don't do it.
had drugs the night before, it just means it's still in the
Can we
Say
go
if
system.
you
back
got
to
a
page 30
CDL
and tell me
license,
what
it don't matter what state you're in.
says?
You can do it.
I have failure to adhere to body camera footage and or dash camera footage policy. And then in the first attempt,
Everything is
and then 12,
What page are we on
On
now?
page 30, that number 20 at the
No,
bottom.
we're good. I
Yeah, it was just,
needed to
because
make
his
sure I had it
policies,
right.
his policies covers that, we were talking about that right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I had the verbiage right.
You had a question about something before we got started, but we kinda, you know.
I was just, you know, I was just talking about the marijuana use, how long it stays in the
It
system.
does.
No, I'm saying at the beginning, you said you had a question.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna, you addressed it when we talked about, redoing the personnel committee.
Oh, okay. So,
What did we decide on alcohol for?
We didn't, we
we
didn't
didn't.
get
Should we-
legal advice.
That's what he's saying. The pilots are allowed to have a trace amount of alcohol in their systems up to .04 blood alcohol concentration, and must have 8 hours between bottle to throttle.
Well, nobody
I
put
know,
their
that
funds
does
on it.
not help me wanna get on the plane, but,
Bottle to throttle, I kinda like that little termination.
so, .04?
I say legal advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't set a policy on what somebody looked up on their phone.
Oh, like I said, ask them because they administer the,
Ask the
Mhm.
Premier Family Clinic.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
may know what DOTD or somebody
Yeah.
like that, state would
Yeah.
allow.
Because see, some of the employees, like my employees, Eric's employees, we have to follow different guidelines because of our CDL licensing.
Right.
Which is stricter than a normal city employee.
Right.
cause a normal city employee don't have to be drug screened
Right.
every year, but we do,
Right,
which I don't agree with,
I don't either, I just gave
That
up
they
my.
shouldn't, that they don't have to be?
that they don't
They
have to be.
every year.
You have people that can come to work here, take one drug screen and retire from here 25 years later and never be drug screened.
Right.
Eric's employees and my employees
Right.
are screened every year.
Every year, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Plus,
We talked about that in the school system, I had a CD on teachers.
I mean, I'm
We
not
had teachers-
complaining about having
Right,
to,
yeah,
nor are my employees.
Sure.
because
but
that
that-
was going to be my question, if we do, random drug screenings here, no?
No.
Well,
But
And,
if
I
you have
mean,
a right to put somewhere in here.
are your CDL drivers in a consortium? Are you in a consortium where they, like, I had a CDL license, well, I'm in a consortium since there's just only one of me. And if they pull my name, I have to go get drug screened within 48 hours, that's only happened to me one time in 15 years.
So we have to get a complete physical
Right.
with drug screen once a year.
yeah.
I mean,
But there's no random.
well, I mean, I do that as well, but.
But no, for bus I mean, there were no random screenings, no, sir,
Really?
they're just once a year.
I mean, different insurance
Unless
companies are
something
different
happened,
things.
if you backed into something, or you did.
Yeah,
any kind of
and that's in the
accident, then
policy
you had-
too,
Yeah,
if you have an
Right.
accident.
sure.
Well, if we put it in, then that's what they would have to do if you want, you know.
Did you say you thought it was covered somewhere?
I think somewhere in here it's covered that the city has the right.
Yeah, they have the right at any time if the supervisor deems necessary to call for a drug screen.
Especially if they have.
Somewhere in the book.
I think we said the number, I made some notes, not more than 36.
That cover all the city employees?
All
All the city employees?
What page is that on?
I don't know.
Let's see.
That's what I'm looking for.
Council included and merit mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I would think,
Okay.
we're all in
That's
favor.
what I'm asking, does it include all?
If you look in the manual, it, several places it states that elected
Not going to
officials,
include
it
elected
doesn't apply to elected
Applies
officials.
to full-time.
That's
No,
exactly.
we're not full-time.
So he's gonna,
Oh, you can be part-time?
Yeah.
And do drugs?
You get pulled up, I mean, yeah, if you get pulled over, it's not if you're an employee or not, you're gonna get, I mean,
Exactly,
you
you get
know.
in trouble for
Uh-huh.
something, but as far as.
I mean, if,
Okay,
if,
appreciate
You're talking about the
if
city
Tariq runs
employee.
into a telephone pole at her house, she's not gonna go drug screen herself. Now, if she runs into the back of somebody, she's
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
gonna get, especially if she appears to be impaired.
I don't think we're considered city employees.
No, we're not. We are, but we're not full-time. So maybe, we need to find it, so if it says all full-time city employees. Well, it's the employees.
We drug screen part-time employees, so-
Yeah, if they go to the hospital and they're
Yeah.
injured, they.
And that comes from, usually supervisor, it would come up with that, I don't have a supervisor, basically. So it wouldn't, it just, it wouldn't
Yeah,
cover
that's
us
not,
anyway, so.
he was asking about the council members,
That's
so,
what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, it's once a week.
I had a question on page 35.
Well, so, I have a question on page 31 where it says, when you look at the, we're still talking about the disciplinary action and guideline driving offenses. Where it says first offense is within a 1 year period, the second offense within a 3 year period. Then the third offense within a 3 year period, so. I wasn't sure. So is that, how's that 3 years determined? Is it 3 years from the first offense?
Yeah, I would think,
And then,
from your first offense, use that date and go through.
okay.
Every year passes from the time they
Like
got
how
their
many
first
years?
one, they go back to a first one.
Wasn't that?
Second, if they have a wreck and they're at fault, then they get a first offense. If they don't have any other wrecks for that 1 year period, and then they have a wreck 13 months later, they go back to a first offense. Because it wasn't within that 1 year, so they don't get a second.
So the calendar starts
back to
ticking
first.
again.
Let's make it plainer.
Yeah, so why wouldn't it be within a year, for a second offense, within a year of your first offense? Yeah, this doesn't make sense to me, cause within a 3-year period, so within a 12-month period from your first offense.
It's extended out because it's kind of showing a pattern. I mean, if you've had an employee do it, had an accident, and you have a year lapse, they've been able to drive safely for a year, okay, it's over with and it's done. You have one that has a second, incident within that 12-month period of time, or we have a pattern developing. So that's why there was a longer time frame given to it.
But it says the second offense is within a 3-year period, not a 1-year period. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, because, okay, so that's clear to me, because after 1 year, you can't have 3 years, I mean, you start over. So, yeah, that does not make sense.
So
You
what
can't
is
have a
it?
second offense after the first year. So if it's, that doesn't make sense, you're right, that makes sense.
Let's make it clearer.
Yeah, that
What
makes
about
sense.
if we do all three within a 2-year period? No?
No, not,
No.
no, 1 year.
1 year.
You
Okay,
think
It
it's
just
1
seems
year
like you're
total?
giving them too many opportunities to mess up. So,
So first offense within a 1-year period is okay, second offense is where we need to start.
Because you can't have a second offense within a 3-year period after the first year, you said it starts over.
yeah.
It doesn't make any
So,
sense.
So,
So it probably ought to be 1 year too.
first offense within a 1-year period, so you have an accident that year. So if you have another accident in year 2,
Well, look,
The
may
way,
I ask this, why does it even have on the first offense within a 1 year period? What does that, doesn't make any sense. First offense, period.
I think through
I mean, what do you mean within a 1 year period of
I
your
think through the
working,
years,
of your first year of work?
things have, some of the verbiage has changed,
Yeah.
because what it was meant is, when you have a first offense, you have a year period,
not,
you have
Right,
another
right.
one within that year
Okay.
period, you go to a
Yeah.
second
So,
offense.
second
Then you
offense-
have a 3-year period
Right.
before you,
So second offense ought to be,
it's
just take 1 year out of the first offense.
I think the verbiage
That's what we need to
Through
do.
If you
Take
have
that
a
out.
first offense and you don't have another one in that year, then it kinda goes away.
Yeah. Yeah, but 2 years later, you have one, within the 3 years, you got to look at it.
Within
So
1
let's
year.
fix it.
so
Take
let-
out the 1 year
yeah,
for first
right,
offense.
yeah,
Take
yeah,
the
just-
1 year
yeah,
out.
just take the 1 year
Okay.
out,
Right,
and leave the, within a 3-year period.
yeah. That's what I said, the very first one that made me see that.
Okay.
Well, no, because that second offense, if it's after that 1 year,
You want it to be within 1 year or 2 years? What would that be?
well, if you're going like Eric said they did,
Oh, then you-
after that 12 months, and you didn't have another accident, it starts over, okay?
So second offense should be within a year.
A 1 year.
Yeah. You have a second one within
Yeah,
a
that
year.
shows
We
you,
got- we
that
made
shows
it
you're,
work.
you're having problems with the,
Right,
you know,
right.
that time.
You're subject to a second offense if it's
Right,
in that,
yeah.
within that
Okay,
1 year
so-
from the first one.
So a second offense within a 1 year period.
Yes,
Then
sir.
what's a third offense?
It's time to go.
A 2-year period from your first offense? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, or he's stretching this,
Yeah.
it would be good.
Okay.
okay.
From first offense.
Yeah,
Yeah, that needs to be in there, second
Yeah.
offense, within a 1 year period from your first offense, right?
Yeah, instead of within.
Within 1 year. year of your first
Right,
offense.
instead of 1 year, you're.
Within a 1 year period from your first
Yes,
offense.
and the same before
The
the
third
2 years.
offense is within a 2 year period from your second
No.
offense.
Yeah.
First offense.
First
First offense.
offense, okay. Gotcha,
Yeah,
that makes sense, yeah. That's a
Somebody
that's a
could
lot
say that
clearer.
would be, my second year of employment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
that clears that up.
You said 35-year question, Wanda?
I do, nobody has anything before that.
Does anyone else have anything before we go to compensation and performance?
I don't think so.
I have one question.
Okay.
Do y'all take under consideration career employees? What about the ones on probation? Do y'all have a probationary period for new people?
Mhm.
Or they come in full time?
No, we
Well,
have,
you-
6
you have-
months.
Yes.
6 months.
Well, 6
So are the
months for
same
non-civil
rules apply to
service.
them, or do you have a probationary rules and regulations? handbook?
Well, governed by the same.
When they are
Yeah,
hired, they're
it's-
considered
it's-
a full-time employee, so they get the manual, even though they're on probation.
Mhm.
I mean, but certain rules, apply to probationary people. They can't do certain things that
Well,
are
we
real.
do have a page, on page 25, it does discuss the probationary period, so we can look at it and see, you know, if we need to change or tweak anything in there for those employees.
Pretty much covers it, I believe.
But, I guess what wasn't discussed, just like, driving offenses, if they're on probation, then what are the consequences?
Well, if they're on probation and they have a second offense within their probationary period, that you
Or
could
even
terminate.
the first
Yeah, you
offense,
could
what about
terminate
the
it.
first offense, so?
Well, I mean, yeah, you could, I mean,
But is it outlined in here what will happen?
no,
So-
you can't cover it.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Those employees on probation are governed by the same rules as
Yeah,
everybody else.
I mean, we're at will, I mean, you know, you walk in there after 2 weeks and they tear up a lawnmower, you're out of here. And then back to 34.
Someone's not satisfactory, they'll get one, someone got a specific.
Yeah.
And it gets like, yeah, so it looks like it's
It's
where
covered,
going in there.
yeah.
Maybe give you some leeway to.
What page did you say?
35, under promotions, I was supposed to take out that maximum 1 step per year, so that's gone. But my question was, under temporary compensation, salaries of temporary employees will be set by the mayor. Was I supposed to put and council? Cause that's the page we stopped on, and I didn't know if we got
Yeah.
there or not.
No, we
Do you have
actually
that
didn't, we
note?
actually didn't discuss anything with wages and salaries, that's where we started, on page
Okay.
34.
Okay, let's go back then. Alright.
So, does anyone have anything about this? Not, I'll just jump right on in.
I do have one other
Okay.
question. On page, 43, in our current
43?
manual, where we were talking about tardiness and some other, within that paragraph in the manual.
Mm-hmm.
What is the definition of absence?
Absence. That's you.
Where do you, come on, where do you coming
Excused,
from?
unexcused,
There we go.
I see.
It doesn't refer to, cause if you're on vacation, you're
That's
absent from
excused.
work. If you're sick, you're on absent from work. sick and you're caught on Lake Vista no fishing, that's an unexcused absence. Nothing really defines.
Should you just put unapproved absence?
Well, I think
I mean,
excessive
wouldn't all those other absences
absenteeism,
be approved?
I think it's excused or not excused, it's a pattern of being off too much.
But what he's saying is if you're on vacation, you're absent from work, but that's an approved absence. So
That's right.
That's why I'm saying, could you just put in there unapproved absence or
That's-
something?
Unexcused. I wouldn't say, I mean.
But if they called in sick, you approve that absence.
Right, so that would be approved.
If they're to,
That's approved.
That's-
Right,
You-
if I don't just show, I just don't
So
show
then
them
he
and I'm
finds
sick
out-
and let you know you didn't approve it,
then he
that's.
finds out they lied to him, so.
So I wouldn't put approved, I would put unexcused absence, because you're out and bring a doctor's excuse. You know, I don't think we should.
And all that's in.
Well,
here.
the thing of it is with the cities, you know, for some of our policies, you know, the employees generally have the opportunity to, if they have something going on or personal, there's time for them to be able to take.
Yeah.
If they use that time and don't abuse it.
Well, I just don't think that if it was me, you can't approve an absence for me. I just don't see where
Me
we,
is-
you know, my supervisor, if I'm absent, I don't need you to approve it. If I'm
Yeah, and-
absent, I'm absent. I
Yeah, and
don't
I
think
don't-
you should have to get approval.
And I agree, I don't guess that's not the
Yeah.
right word, that's not really what I meant, that you would say, yeah, you can be absent or not, that's not what I meant, I meant,
That's what they.
I guess what I meant was that you were aware of it, so I don't know how you would state that.
Well,
you know.
that's, I mean, the reason why I commented, if
Yeah.
you're wanting to take vacation, the supervisor has to approve that.
Yeah,
I mean,
Okay,
because it has to
okay,
be
so
approved,
that's-
because it has to be
Well, I
scheduled.
mean-
Or even take off for a doctor's excuse. You
Something
know.
to that, I mean, so
What's
it's,
your recommendation
you
to
know,
fix it?
well, I mean, we've got to do
Unexcused.
something to define excused and unexcused absence, and what do you
Because
do?
I mean, because when you say approved and not approved, if you're approving, then you get into the issue of, okay, you approved this absence for this person, but you didn't approve it for another person. So then, that's still an issue. I just don't think, supervisors, should be approving an absence because someone says, okay, well, I need to take off today, for whatever reason. You don't know if
Who
that's what
approved
they're.
it?
Yeah,
I mean,
Who approved
vacation
it?
is different. I mean, use your comp time.
We don't have none.
We don't have
No,
none.
I thought we had, yeah,
No,
okay.
we don't have company.
Use vacation day. I'm just,
Well,
I
it
don't.
says, it says the reasons for the absences may come under question.
That's what I'm saying,
Let the
if
supervisor
if
determine.
an
I think that's
employee
too
has
personal.
vacation or sick time and needs off for some reason of that nature, that's fine. That's not an absence, if you ask me by that, what this is referring to. This is referring to excessive absences. So if you have an employee that has 2 weeks of vacation and takes 2 weeks of vacation at one time, is that excessive?
Well, it has to be
No,
approved.
that's approved vacation
That's-
time.
I understand, I don't disagree with you, but if you want someone, you need to define that a little bit better.
Well, I mean, if you
I
got
think
approved, if you got
unexcused
approved,
absence is your.
well, approved vacation time is excused. Now,
That is correct.
if they call in and say, hey, I'm sick today, I'm running 102 fever, so that would be sick time, that's an absence. But then you see them out there on the lake on Facebook fishing or something, then that becomes a disciplinary problem, in my opinion.
I don't think 5 absences in a 90-day period is excessive. That's
Well, I
just a week
do.
of vacation, and then 3 months later, you may wanna take another day off, or 2.5 months later, you may
No,
wanna take one
5
day
days
off.
in 90 days is excessive. I mean, if I got a stunt toe today, okay, I'm off. I got a hangnail tomorrow, okay, I'm off. That's, I mean, you can't run a department and you got one employee 90 days is off a week.
Well, then you get down to the last 3 months of your calendar year, and you gotta take it or lose it, you're gonna be taking it.
Could
No,
you
we're
say
not talking about,
vacation
we're
where
not
it's-
talking about vacation time, we're
No,
talking about.
Mayor,
sick.
would a better term to use on that would be unscheduled absence?
Maybe so.
So
Because you're gonna
those are
schedule
definitions.
vacation, and if you have a doctor's appointment, you're gonna schedule it.
If you have an employee that's taking 80 hours of sick leave a year, that is excessive. But vacation is a totally different
Yeah.
category.
That is-
If I've got 3 weeks vacation and I wanna go to Colorado, bye.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
But, you know, but when it comes to sick leave, there should be a definite number of hours that are the maximum amount.
But if you have 1,000 hours of sick leave and you have to have a surgery scheduled, how am I gonna be penalized? I can't use 1,000 hours. I've
That's
only
the
got-
whole thing, you have to
Yeah.
have some common sense in there, I know
But
it's,
Mark,
I know it's a hard
that's
time.
what I was just
But-
saying a while ago, though.
I like the
have to have
excuse, it would be
reasons.
scheduled, definitely.
Yeah, if you
But when
have
you
something
take-
like that, you schedule.
If you
Yes,
take a
yes.
Friday every 2 weeks for a year, that is not a hospital, that is not using common sense.
But it could be chemotherapy.
And if they,
If
But
you
if
have
it
an
was
excuse,
scheduled, it would be
if you
scheduled.
have an
Exactly.
excuse, that's great. If you have,
That's what we're talking, that's why, I mean, unscheduled may be the best term
I like
to
it.
use.
right.
If you have someone that's abusing the sick leave policy and calling in sick on Monday, every Monday,
not personal days.
that's
It's
unscheduled.
unscheduled, I agree.
But if they have a doctor's appointment and they tell you a month in advance, it's scheduled.
Absolutely. Mhm. And if they're chemotherapy, they're gonna know when their appointments are.
Right.
I love it.
One of the reasons this is important, especially to us, that we get this terminology correct, is because we have a lot of part-timers, and they don't get vacation time. So, I may have a guy, and we have a lot of work to do, and it's becoming a problem because they keep missing, and they're calling in, you know, sick one day, their mama's got an appointment the next day, different excuses. So, I need to know, at what point am I allowed to say, okay, this is too many?
Well,
So-
go ahead.
Employees, when a new employee, full-time employee, how many sick days are they given?
2 weeks a year?
So
You have to accrue.
is it 2 weeks or 10 days? How is it?
3.33 hours a pay period.
That comes out to what?
3.3.
10 days.
hours a year.
10 8-hour days.
And you have to be here 6 months to even
No,
start
you don't
using
start.
it.
Yeah, but part-timers
If you're
don't
off
get
sick
any.
before that, it's
Their
not.
deal is, it's called termination. I mean, if you write them up,
You accrue
you
your
write
sick
them up
leave,
and
you
get your
can't take
paperwork
any
tomorrow
sick
and
leave in
bye.
your first 6 months.
What's the point of that?
So
How
accrue
is
it
What kind of?
by
act-
the hours. You get those hours, you may accrue it every payday, so we don't plug
If you
in.
get sick in your 6 months, then why are you penalized if you have to be off?
Well, that's just what, I'm not arguing, I'm just saying that
That
instead of plugging
doesn't
it.
make sense that you have X number of hours, for sick leave, but you can't use it until after 6 months. That makes absolutely no sense.
You accrue it, you don't, like, I don't hire Keith today as full-time. Boom, he doesn't get 2
But if
weeks.
they're hired as full-time,
Mhm.
they don't walk in the door with 10 days of sick leave.
No.
No.
2 weeks later, you'll have 3 points.
Nor vacation.
Yeah.
Because they're hourly workers. I mean, if they were salaried, it'd be a whole lot easier. They were
And
salaried,
they're not
like we
eligible
are,
for
and
6
then 10
months because
days,
they're on
a year,
probation.
and that carried over.
They're on probation.
Okay,
for
so
6
that makes
months.
sense,
That's
now
part of
they're
the
on
problem.
probation for 6 months.
You deal hourly
But
and.
sick is 3 months, you get
Just
3
3
months
months.
vacation for a full year.
These employees will not be eligible for sick leave benefits
We
during
talked
the
about
first
that one
3
time
months
last
of
year,
their
it'd be easier
probationary
for people
period.
salaried.
So that's a little better.
So I guess what I'm getting at, if they approve these hours for sick leave, then excessive would be after they've exhausted, in my opinion, after they've exhausted their hours they have for sick leave. It's not up to us to determine if a person is sick or not. If I say I'm taking a day because I'm sick, of course I'll use the sick day and not the personal day because I only get 2 of those and I get 8 sick days.
But if you're sick more than 3 consecutive days, you have to have a doctor's excuse.
Well, yeah, that's what that makes sense.
But what we're referring to is what if you have an employee that's sick every other Monday?
Then that's a disciplinary
It's
part.
called-
That is being brought up for a reason.
It used to, and the employee manual, it used to define abuse of sick days.
That's why we're.
And that was taken
Well,
out.
in my private sector, you miss one day of sick time, that's fine. You get a doctor's excuse. If you don't have a doctor's excuse for that one day, you don't get paid for it. Plain and simple. Because people use their sick time for vacation time.
Yeah, but you can be sick without having
And
to
that
be
goes
sick
to the
over the
doctor.
doctor.
Well, my people are never sick.
But you're not gonna be sick
Every other
Friday
Monday.
or every Friday.
Yeah.
It's,
Every other Monday.
and that's where it says pattern. If you
Yeah.
start showing a pattern of unexcused absence where you called in sick, I mean, if you.
So maybe a pattern of 3 unexcused absence, then, you know.
Well, it
But
used to
it's definitely
define, it used to define in here where it says, if an employee takes off the day sick, the day before or the day after holidays or weekends,
Mhm.
that is considered abuse.
You don't get paid for it.
And it's,
You're
I don't
actually
find it
sick.
in here.
We have that.
It's-
It's kinda like,
Is
if
that
you
all
got
there?
if you gotta work the day
That's
before,
just
the
holiday.
Yeah, but that's
day
just
after,
holiday.
That's something you could get the holiday pay.
And that just
Not
says you
them
are
not
subject
being
to not
regulated,
be
that's
paid,
something
it
you
doesn't
get
say
your
it.
holiday pay.
Mhm.
You
I mean,
do
you-
that a day before the day after.
Mhm.
You certainly don't wanna, you know, you don't wanna punish an employee, that, I mean, you're gonna occasionally get sick, that's why we have the sick leave. And honestly, if you've got someone that's got the cold or the flu, it may not need 3 or 5 days. You don't wanna come to work and spread it to everybody else anyway.
Especially if you got the coronavirus.
So, especially, yeah, so I mean, you know, we certainly don't wanna punish employees that are using these leaves appropriately.
Right.
But they have the potential for abuse, and something needs to be worded properly in the manual to be able to handle that abuse.
And in our sick leave policy, we're covered to do it.
What page are you on?
Page 53.
Okay.
It says city may request proof of illness.
Right.
City can request a city appointed physician.
Right.
All employees utilizing sick leave benefits are subject to contact from a city rep for the status of why you're off.
Right.
But there's no bite to it, is what his problem is. If he calls, they don't answer, what do? There's nothing. There's,
When that was written, it was,
the ones that are.
not everybody has
abusing
cell
it,
phones.
The ones that are abusing.
That policy hasn't changed since then,
Okay.
you know.
Page 53.
Mhm.
That's something that can come later, we're jumping out of order.
You couldn't?
Definitely highlighted.
It drives me crazy.
Eric suggested under excessive absenteeism or lateness on page 43, he suggested in general 5 unscheduled absences. I don't know if that's something y'all wanna consider or not. We didn't ask for it in advance, I guess.
If you're absent 5 days or more days because of illness, you may be required to have written documentation, okay.
And what period of time? What period of time? 5 unscheduled, what period?
90
I don't
days.
have it.
5
90 days.
absences in a 90-day period.
You see, if someone calls in, then it's
It's
scheduled.
scheduled.
So,
Yeah.
but if they call in repeatedly,
Mhm.
even though
It's
it
still
was
scheduled.
scheduled, it's still scheduled.
Yeah.
And so if you write it down to where if it's scheduled, you can't touch them, then you're messing us
Yeah.
up. The whole thing is, if they call in, call in sick, I'm not talking vacation, if they call in sick a certain number of times within a period of time, and it's, we can deem it excessive,
Mhm.
and then we can say, okay, we're gonna discuss this with you first, okay, council? And then you do it some more, and then, okay, we're gonna write you up, and then we need to have something to stop them from doing this. It's not everybody, it's only a couple of people who do this kind of stuff.
That's gonna be the case everywhere, a few abuses.
Yeah, and when one starts getting away with it continuously, then a bunch do.
And these are the personnel committee to discuss what's going on.
No, we're gonna page 34.
Let's go back to you.
Well, I mean, this one's, God, it's so specific on stuff, and I understand that, where you coming from, and I hate to be in that position too, in terms of that, and I come from an industry, like she said, we're salary, we have 10, nobody questions it, after that, then they start knocking, you know what I'm saying? And so it is different. I wanna take off every Monday, and I did want to a lot, being junior high principal, you know?
There's
But I
nothing
mean,
they can do.
But, you know, if I said I'm sick, I'm sick, and they didn't send the police out to check if I was sick or not, and then we had those many days, and so I know it's a whole different thing with hourly workers and accruing time, but I don't know, if we get so specific, like you said, then we got our hands tied, so, you know, with excessive, a lot of times it falls in your court, you have to determine that as supervisor, that's why you get the big bucks, I'm sorry, not that big bucks, and then if it's not covered right, then it comes, I guess, to the committee, the personnel committee deals with it, and we just get them in there and say, what's going on, we got a problem here. And then we might determine that it is a problem and go to the council for termination or something. Not that I wanna do that, you know, but, I don't know, unless you got a better choice, it's just so much in there, it's bogged down. And like you said, it was covered about the day before and after holidays, that's covered in there. You know, they're not gonna get holiday time if they do that, if they don't work.
But you have to say something in there about excessive use. If you don't, then,
So what can we say?
Well, it's in disciplinary.
I mean,
It's
you're.
in disciplinary, but it's not defined over here when you talk about excessive.
And really, you're just looking at I mean, I think the easiest thing to do would be to change one word, or add one word, unscheduled.
But if they
Yeah,
call
that was
you and say, they call in, they schedule it.
Now, scheduling is the day before,
Okay, so
not the day of.
then we need a definition of scheduling, we would just have to put that in there, because if they call you prior to the time they're scheduled to be at work, then.
nobody's gonna call you
Yeah.
2 days before and say, I'm gonna be sick Friday.
Exactly. So, you know,
Of course, I know somebody's gonna be sick
I
Friday,
would
but
just
that's no.
say, you know, unexcused, and that would take care of it, because if they're sick, then they'll go to the doctor and get an excuse.
And really, it's fine as long as everybody has the same understanding of
Okay.
the word, when something comes up,
Yeah.
everybody understands it. If everyone's not on the same level, then you need to define it. You know.
Well, you have to write up this process
So
each
I'm
time
saying
anyway, correct?
unexcused.
Each time it's unexcused.
What's
Don't you go-
unexcused?
Don't you go through a process of documenting it, writing it up? So if it's a problem, it's gonna be obvious, it's not just like once or twice, or, I mean, it could happen, but I had the same problem with an employee, and I had to start documenting it.
That's what you gotta do.
And that's, I mean, I hated to say it, but I mean, it was a regular thing, and I had to document it, and they're not here anymore.
Well, and that's why I say unexcused, because, I mean, who's really willing to go to the doctor, co-pay to get a doctor's excuse? It's easy to just come to work, cause then you're spending money to be at home. So I would just say unexcused.
Can I say something here, maybe I can help you, Ms. Law, from a private citizen, I may be retired. Y'all probably is kind of different from a company I used to work for, but this guy called in sick. And the supervisor was out there on the field, and he seen him coming from the liquor store. So the next day, he called in, supervisor wrote him out, coming from the liquor store. So he called him in and terminated.
He needed a drink.
So it's really close.
I have
And
one.
actually, I probably wouldn't put 5, I would do 3 in a 9-day period, unexcused. It's gotta be done.
I have one question.
Okay.
Okay, I'm a single parent. My child is in school at the daycare. Daycare called me to say you need to come get your child. How am I being treated? I mean, as far as, would I have to take sick leave? Would I have to take vacation? But I got to go.
But, you know, I guess in that case, it would be at the discretion of the supervisor how you would wanna handle it. I would think that they have a good enough relationship where they would say, hey, go pick up your child and drop them off wherever and come on back to work, you know, just give them time to go and do that and not have them, unless they couldn't find anyone to babysit or something like that. But I would think that they would have that type of relationship with the employees to say, especially if they called the City Hall, not the cell phone, call the job and said, hey, you know, whoever Joe's son or daughter is ill, we need someone to come pick them up. Then, you know, just give them a little time to do that. You know, I would think that they would have that type of relationship.
Well, hopefully they will.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is the fact that I have no way of controlling it.
Yeah, I think that would be considered sick time.
And we,
Yeah.
our sick time
Yeah.
includes
It's sick
family.
days, I mean, it was for us even, I mean, if I had to take off with a child, they were
It's
sick, I
sick.
would, but it was
Yeah.
called sick, and I got, usually get an excuse from the doctor for them to show that I was at home.
Vacation or sick time.
But then, you know, then here again, if you know it's a pattern that every Thursday, you need to go pick up your child,
Little
then
Johnny
it's,
sick.
it's documented, then, okay, it's a problem. You know, you take notice, it happened once
That's
or
what
twice,
Steve said,
but
you start documenting,
you
and
start
you have
documenting.
excessive, you got violations that are covered back over here. First,
Yeah.
second, third offensive things that.
I'm saying that, I mean, and that works fine, as
Yeah.
long as everybody's got the same understanding, you're,
Yeah.
you're.
Because I think, I don't think we want to be known as a city with no
Yeah.
compassion for
Yeah.
anything that goes on. But if it becomes a problem, then yeah, start documenting it and you should be covered.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're not gonna have anybody who wants to come to work for the city. If it's so hard and strict and regulated and you can't even sneeze without getting written, you know, written up.
Mhm.
Unexcused.
How many, 5 or 3?
Three,
What page is it?
43.
three.
Okay, what am I doing to?
Unexcused absence on page 43.
In general,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
3 or 5 in a 90-day period supervisor.
Three. What do you guys
Three.
think? Are y'all good with 3?
I'm good with 3. If they're unexcused,
Yeah.
They're unexcused.
if they're excused, one's enough
We have an
for me.
employee that needs to take off 10, we let them off,
Yeah.
you know, if at all
Right.
possible.
Okay, so
So
3.
three.
Okay.
okay. I'll do it. Wish I had some. I don't have any flags, Steve, but I'll use this one.
I've got, you
Just
got
do the
I got it.
page.
I got it.
Number down.
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay, so right here, if you are absent because of illness for 3 or more successive days, your supervisor may request this with written documentation from the doctor. If you're absent 5 or more days, you may be required to provide, like, may be required, you will be required. You see what I'm saying? Right here. So it's kinda optional, you know, it's just up to the supervisor, if they want them to bring documentation, if you're out, then it's not optional, you have to bring the documentation.
So 5 days, you will be.
You are required.
You shall be required, right? Okay, I think we're on 34 before we skipped.
We're going back to 34.
I think that's where we were before we skipped.
Yeah,
over.
you were, is that it on page 43?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get the other change where it said you shall be required? Okay. So on page 34. A new employee should normally be compensated at the 16th step of the approved salary range. My question is about the ranges and the salaries altogether. I don't understand how a new employee comes in at the 16th step. I just need some explanation for that. Because in my mind, steps are your years of experience. That's how, you know, most jobs are. So I just need a definition of these steps and ranges and how you're coming in at the 16th step.
It's more like, isn't that more like a skill level and?
Nah, the step's not skill level.
Well, when that was set up, you had step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, those steps have not changed through the years. But as raises have been given,
But what do the steps mean? What's the criteria for the steps?
basically 2%.
There's 2%.
Mm-hmm. You get like every year you get a 2% raise, so that kind of.
Can I ask, though, I think what she's
Well,
saying,
it's
like, okay,
16.
for example, let's say Tarika and I come in and apply for a position with you. And so what determines that she starts at step 16, I start at step 20, you know, what?
She might be
Yeah,
a
but I mean, what kind of-
operator, and you might be.
Well, what parameters, I mean, like, what do you look at?
What brought that up was they hired, and I'm trying to remember, someone come in and assessed, and they put skill levels on jobs.
Okay.
Okay, and so basically, in your range, a step six, you got different ranges, okay? Did y'all get a copy of?
I have.
Did you, so, you got different ranges, and the ranges are skill level.
Okay.
The step is kind of a medium in there, so you don't start out at the very bottom of your skill level,
Why not, if you knew, why wouldn't you start at the bottom?
because you'll starve to death. The pay is so poor with the city, if you start out at the bottom, you cannot make it.
But isn't it subjective, though? Isn't
Yeah.
doesn't that fall in your lap to determine who gets what and where? I mean,
No,
you
my
have
job
some-
description specify what range that job is.
That's what I'm saying, does it, so it's pretty clear for you, you just kinda go down and do this and this, and that's where it is?
Yes, sir.
You don't say, okay.
He's a good guy, I can give
Yeah,
him, he's
yeah,
my
you know, I've
friend.
known him, he was in
No.
high school with me, so I'm short
Each,
him over here.
each job within the city has a job description,
Mhm.
and on that job description, it's a range level, okay? And let's say it's a range 10,
Okay,
okay?
for that
I go-
particular job.
For that particular job, the ranges are skill level.
Okay.
So you look at the range 10, and you go across and look at step 16. Okay, it was determined a few years ago because there was some people starting at step 20s and step 5s, and it was just all over the board. Okay, so it's my understanding it was determined 16 would be the standard. Didn't it have something to do when everybody was brought up, what was used to be our bottom range?
Well, it was in May of, the March 18, when they did the pay change for the whole city.
Right.
March
They,
2018.
to get everybody in line with each other.
They
They
all-
set 16 as the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the current employees here.
So I don't understand, get everyone in line with each other.
That's just what they call it.
It was fun to
Getting
adjust.
jobs in line.
Is it for cost of living? I don't understand getting everyone
Well,
in
some
line
of
with
it-
each other.
Everybody's
in-
Everyone's not in line with each other.
If you'll go back several years, go back a few more years when they changed minimum wage.
Yeah,
Okay, that's probably the best example to give. If you had a range 8 that was starting pay was a step 10. Okay, and I'm just making up I don't know what you're looking at right there, I can't tell you what that dollar figure is.
19.4.
But if you had a range 8, step 10,
Was hourly rate.
and when they raised minimum wage, federal raised it, the minimum wage went above what that step was. Then the city had to come in and say, okay, now everybody's gonna start at a step 11, because they had to move it up. The scale didn't slide. The scale has stayed the same, they just had to increase the steps through the years to keep up with
To accommodate the
minimum wage,
federal
other
wage
pay
laws.
adjustments that have been done, and that's why we are at a 16 now,
Yeah.
a step 16.
So technically what we're saying then is steps 15 down are pretty much obsolete. Yeah.
That is correct.
All right. Because of the years of having to adjust and move up and all
Right,
that, so.
right, that's why it's at a 16
Yeah.
now.
Yes, sir. And so everybody that comes in, all new employees, the range depends on what their job is, but they all start at 16 unless they have more education or more experience or more, that kind of thing, then they could start, at 17, 18, something like that, depending on your recommendation to the mayor and whatever, right? Is that
Well, it's
correct?
limited to a 22.
Right, but that means.
Yeah, there's a limit. There's a
Yeah,
limit.
but I mean, that is the case, not everybody comes in, and I know where she's coming from, we come in at first year teacher, everybody's right here. and there's no, well, you know, you've got more experience, we're gonna put you here, so, but everybody's not gonna start at 16, that's the starting point, but they could be 17, 18, 19, depending on if they've worked maybe for the city of Ruston for 10 years and they have a master's degree in something, you know what I'm saying, in that case? Is that
Yeah,
right?
so
Okay.
that's what I'm asking the
So it's kind of a
criteria. So
judgment call.
Is it,
There's no specifics on that.
and it needs to be, because,
Well, we have varied job skills and responsibilities. Y'all give the first year teacher as an example, all first year teachers have basically the same job.
no, I
To do.
understand
Right,
that,
right.
but what I'm saying
What she's
is,
saying, like,
is it years of experience?
Yeah,
I
what
mean,
would determine?
Well, and that's
Yeah,
the
right.
thing, I mean, there's a, and I'm gonna use, heavy equipment operation. Now, they do have some schools out there now where you can get a certificate, but not everybody does it, and it's not required. But if I'm hiring somebody in a position for a heavy equipment operator, because I need them to be running, you know, backhoes, digging around water lines, and this person has got 10 years of experience working with a contractor of running that piece of equipment, I should be able to do a little better for that person than the very minimum start salary. But if I have that position open and someone comes in that has a little experience, they've been on a backhoe a couple of times, you evaluate them and they are a good candidate to employ, you know, you're not gonna start them at the same point you would start
And
somebody.
I think we agree with you on that, I agree.
But the problem
But what
is
your-
we don't have
Right.
written criteria,
Right.
you can't do it
Right.
for a lot of
And that's what I
our
think she
jobs,
was
you
asking.
can't do that.
Right,
It's
yeah.
gonna be based upon experience
Right.
and knowledge, calling people up, hey, was that a good operator for you, or something of that nature.
So, years of it, but that's the thing, we need something, I mean, wouldn't everything that you said, if they can operate this piece of equipment versus something else, wouldn't that change the range? And not necessarily
Not
the years
necessarily.
of
No, 'cause it
experience, not the
doesn't
step.
change the job description.
Not
Just a step.
necessarily, would not change the range.
Just a
because-
step,
These things is a step. I mean,
maybe because they have less
Range
experience.
is
and
more of
depending
a
on what
job
you-
description,
Yeah.
apparently,
Like machine, heavy machinery out there.
So, the steps,
or the skills.
But doesn't that put the ball in your court, I mean, to determine what you're gonna pay them?
you can put
And
anything
can you
on
be,
there,
I mean, you
how
gotta
do
be
you know they have
consistent with
skills?
that.
Yeah.
Because you get somebody else in 2 years later and you start them different, they talk.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, there's some inequality here, you started him here, but you didn't start me here.
Because
What's
they
the
said
difference?
they had that skill,
The skill
and
level,
maybe well, you can put anything on a piece of paper.
well, yeah, but I mean.
That's right.
You know,
You can.
you can, but, so I'm still saying, it's ways of getting around it, because there's nothing in black and white that says, this is what we're going by. If you're gonna do the steps based on the years of experience, verified experience, then that's one thing. But when you're talking about the skills where this person can do, they have a skill listed, but maybe they didn't necessarily do that at their other job because they have a certification in it. So then, I mean,
It's a lot harder for some of these jobs where, you know, you don't have a lot of formal education that is offered for people to take. So you don't have that type of evaluation or verification. It's going to come from on-the-job skills, time in the job, calling the references, checking on, and, you know, just plain evaluation.
and I get that,
Yeah.
but coming through the door, now after the 6-month period, the probationary period, then I can see some adjustments, but even coming through the door, you know, I don't see where it's fair. And that's just my opinion.
Starting everybody at 16,
But I can see the problem
Is
with
that
that, I can see the problem with that is you're not gonna get somebody who has 10 years and maybe some training.
Right.
When they know they're gonna, you know, if they know they come in though and be at a different step, they're gonna apply. But if they're gonna start at the bottom with everybody else who's using the shovel, I mean,
But I
it's,
mean, if
yeah.
it's,
That's correct.
if it's
So it's just
just
having
based
some-
on experience, years of experience, then that's one thing. But when you say, okay, we look at all these other factors, that's still, that could be your friend, you know?
Well, that's one thing that the personnel committee is there for, is to make sure that that kind of stuff is not happening. You know?
But the
Anything
personnel
over
com-
16, the personnel committee would have to, and the mayor, they'd have to be approved. Anything over 16 is my understanding, as I've done it before. I've always done 16 at the range, and then brought them
You
up.
did at the range or at the step? At the
The
step?
range
At their
is
range,
step.
step
At the step, okay.
16.
Step is
But
what
it-
it's.
Let me give you a
That's-
perfect example.
Personnel doesn't have anything to do with it.
Really?
No.
See, I hadn't brought anybody in over 16.
It says
Yeah.
anything 17 up would be you and him.
You started them at the step 16, and at the anniversary date, we adjusted one or two steps
Okay.
for
For
3
2
years.
years, 2
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
The third year they get the
Yeah,
automatic.
but it's not written that way in here, it's not written
You
that way.
didn't do it, you started
If
them
you
at
start
like
them out
16,
higher than that,
you
they
just
don't get
adjusted
that.
it.
If you start them out at a 22, they're not gonna get those increases on
Right.
that.
It's in the second
They're in a
paragraph.
holding
see.
pattern for,
I see.
Okay.
It's one on 34.
The only problem you will have is if you do have that great employee that you hire at a, step 20,
Mm-hmm.
because he's so good on his first year anniversary, you can only give him, because it says right here,
you can't give him,
they're not eligible to be over 22 in 3 years.
mhm.
So you're kind of limited.
Well, he
And he
kinda
works
almost had a
out great
freeze.
for a year, he or she, and you only award them with 2%, when you really wanna give them 6%.
But you
But
can't.
you can't.
That,
can't.
that is limiting
Yeah.
Well,
to me.
because it's a district. I just, it needs to be set as to what they can get, not I can give this person 2, I can give this person 3, I can give this
Tell
person 6.
us what we can give and we'll
You
do it.
know.
I mean, we don't have a problem, we're just following the guidelines we're given.
And if it's like it's written, if it's above 16, it has to be your approval and the mayor. So what you're saying is, it could be your, recommendation to the personnel committee to look at and evaluate, make sure that it's a fair amount. That could be
Right.
maybe
And-
something. that could be
Personnel
put
has
in.
nothing to do with that.
And it comes in, you're capped at 22, so you can either give it to them when you hire them, or give it to them
But
over a 3
You want to say
period.
personnel has something to do with payroll, but couldn't they? I mean, what city has a personnel committee? Us.
And
We
the
don't
six,
have one, so, I
I
mean.
think the 16 is what's budgeted, right, for those
Mhm.
openings?
Yes,
Okay.
the vacant positions.
And that's
I mean,
close
and
to
that's-
why that 22 is set, to keep
Yeah.
it for budget
Yeah.
purposes. But I understand what she's saying, you know,
Yeah.
if you have a
Yeah.
friend come in and they wanna
Yeah.
give his friend top
Yeah.
dollar, that doesn't do
And even
it.
if it's not that way, if it looks that way, you got issues
But
around.
if you give them top dollar for 2 years, you can't
You're
give
not
them
giving
anything.
them
No, you sure can't. They
But
need
you
to
need to make
understand
them
that
aware
when
of
they
that,
come in,
for
that's
sure.
Well, yeah.
Let them know that when they come in.
That's why I start everybody at the 16, and then
Sure.
give them
They
the
have some
increments.
incentive then.
Yeah, cause it really causes dissension with your employee, you start them in, and then their year said, hey, where's my increase? Well, you don't get it, you got it at the front end. Well, that way, the way I understood it.
Yeah.
So I started at 16 range, it's in black and white, that's what they get. And at the end of 1 year, they're eligible for, you can give them either 1 step or 2 steps, but
Two steps is mine.
you're capped out.
What do you start your employees at, what step?
16, if I've got somebody that's got a little bit more experience, I'll try to do a little better for them.
How much more experience, like, tell me like the number of years, and I guess that's where. Oh, well.
Really, you can't
I
go by,
mean-
you can't really go by years,
Of
because
experience.
you can have 10 years of operating a bulldozer, well, you might have been out here at Waste the Dump, pushing dirt, versus 3 years on a construction site leveling dirt to a laser level.
I mean, that's
Well,
the
what
thing
if-
about it, there's so much variance, I mean, even if I had someone come that's got industrial, plumbing experience, that doesn't mean that they're gonna know anything about working on a water main. Now, they may know every bit of it, but then again, they may have been in one little section of a plant that worked with this one particular piping, and they know nothing of anything. So, you know, it's it's a case by case basis that you have to deal with.
What do you,
Tarika, since we talking about this, I just recently hired a man as a heavy equipment operator.
okay,
Now, what I did was, I looked at the heavy equipment operator that I have here with the city, and I tried to bring him, not over him, but somewhere in between to help accommodate. I checked his background, he had quite a bit of experience in heavy equipment, and I got with the mayor, matter of fact, we had discussed about it. And I brought him in at that 22, he said, are you aware? And I sat down and explained everything to him. I told him, I said, under the current manual that we have, you know, you're not allowing the step increase, but you get a longevity raise. He was aware of that, but.
He will not get longevity.
I mean, not longevity,
No,
I'm sorry,
no.
yes, but what I'm saying is, in order for us to be able to attract qualified workers, we're gonna have to try to do some kind of adjustment to give them a reason to come here. Because, like I said, you want people that can come in and do a job that's well satisfied and pleasing. And
Well,
being a.
and that same employee, that me and Terry, I think we met twice on it, and I made sure that he was aware, that well, anyway, he had some other things that didn't quite meet our criteria, like, he didn't have a high school degree. But still, he had the experience, I mean, you know.
And, I mean, even though he didn't, we talked about that with another job description, if that person didn't have a 4-year degree, but they had the job experience, and that's going to count for something. But
I mean,
if, he may not have a degree, high school diploma, but he went and got a trade.
well,
And so, you know,
that's what
but
I'm
he has
saying,
experience.
that's where you have to make an exception. You know, I mean, everything's not black and white.
I mean, the supervisors have to have some leniency,
Yeah.
so that when we have an employee, I mean, there needs to be a minimum, which there is, but there needs to be some leniency when that potential employee comes along, that, you know, you need to try to get on board, and you need to be able to do that. The fact of the matter is, our pay scales are non-competitive
Yeah.
with everything in the state of Louisiana for the most part, in our respective positions. You know, so we have to have some leniency to be able to do something to get people when we have slots open.
We haven't, stayed up with, and,
So I guess that's something we need to look at, huh?
Well, that's kinda why, we can't anybody teaching Cleveland Parish, they come to Mendon, or they go to Shreveport,
Yeah.
you know, and, cause, you know, until they pass, you know what I'm saying, so, that, I understand what you're saying, you know.
My question, supervisors, they understand the step in the rank. How many of your actual employees understand it? That's where we've got a problem.
All they understand is their hourly rate.
Right, they don't understand it, so.
So there needs to be some education on that for them.
I mean, if it's,
Well-
they got a copy of the employee manual, so they need to be
But
able
they
to
don't have a
understand.
copy of
Well,
the
the
step and range,
range
the
is
dollar
what they-
figure.
Right.
What I do is I
Understand.
keep the relevant
They understand what.
copies,
Well, yeah.
How much
and I
they can
explain it to all my guys, I said, okay, here's what you're looking at, dollar wise.
Right.
At the end of the year,
This is where
you're
you could-
eligible, this is what you'll
It
be
could be, yeah.
on down.
That's good.
So, yeah,
You can let them know that when they come in, and you hire them, and you tell them,
Yeah.
this is the way it
this
is.
is,
Give them a
how
copy
many
of that,
dollars,
whatever.
this is how much an hour you will get to start off.
Okay.
Then you'll get a 2%. I don't go over the dollar. Everybody's got cell phones, they can figure 2% of this, you know,
Hopefully, yeah.
yeah, they can.
But that's all the incentive we give them is a 2%, you know, they don't, they can't promote, you know, unless a slot opens up, or, you know. So if I hire him as a heavy equipment operator, you know, he's got to stay there until the next slot I have is a foreman. Well, he's gotta stay there till that foreman gotta leave, he doesn't have any, unless he transfers to another department, you know.
It doesn't
And
matter
as
if
an
he does
employee,
raise.
and I've got council members here, I do wanna remind you that that 2% is approved in budget every year.
Right.
It's not guaranteed.
We didn't get it last year,
It's not guaranteed.
You're right.
and we didn't get it
So I
last
just
year.
wanna throw that little plug in.
Good or bad.
It's not gonna get because everybody got
Because there was no
it.
money.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Nobody got it.
Because our tax-
Yeah.
So it's not approved in the budget.
taxes.
The city has it.
But once we get to selling beer and stuff, we're gonna be able to raise y'all a lot, so.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're gonna hold you to that.
That's what everybody's saying, that's what everybody's saying.
We have a lot of comments on that.
Exactly.
Takes us
And a lot more policemen have to go arrest people, so.
The chief's something good.
Let's keep moving.
Okay,
Gotta be laughing, we have to laugh every once in a while when we.
I understand.
yeah. So let me ask you this, is it possible for an employee to make more than a supervisor?
Yep.
Yeah, I've already looked at that, we gotta,
It shouldn't, only at the end of the year, yes, but not per salary.
I don't know if it's a new
He has
employee.
employees that make more than him.
Yeah,
With their
longevity.
overtime.
With their overtime, but as far as their salary,
Shouldn't ever happen.
Longevity.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, longevity. If you have an employee that's been here almost 30 years, but they didn't want the supervisory position, and they brought somebody off of the street, you might be in that situation. I don't know.
yeah, but
You know.
I just think I have an employee making more than a supervisor.
Well, you take an employee that's been here
30 years.
30 years.
Exactly.
and they step
All right,
up
just put
to.
in like a range 10 at step 16 and go 30 years at 2%. And then look at that supervisor who just came 3
Yeah.
years ago.
The new supervisor.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
It
he
happens
doesn't-
in private business all
Yeah,
the
that
time.
makes sense.
That's right.
Well, it does in our industry,
It's
but,
not, you
yeah,
can't.
cause I
You
should
can
make
never
a lot
have
more
an
superintendent.
employee making more than the
But that's
supervisor.
Ms. Walker, it happens in private business all the time. And when somebody starts a new business, they'll have a half a dozen employees who make more than they do. Happens every week. Promise you. You ask any entrepreneur,
I
if
can
he
tell you
didn't have
that.
people working for him who made more than he did.
Well,
But
I'm
it,
looking.
with that, I'm saying like the base salary, not including overtime or anything like that, just the base salary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The employee
Happen
can
because
make
of the
more than
number
the
of years.
supervisor.
if it's a brand new supervisor, that's the only way it happens.
But a brand new supervisor, they come in with experience, they should not, an employee
Oh,
should
I'm
not
just
be
saying it
making more
happens,
than
I'm
a
not justifying
supervisor.
it, but it does happen. I mean, it could happen, I don't know that it
Right.
has, I have to go back and check, but
You
it
see
could.
what I'm saying, then why?
Well, I'm gonna blame that, you're gonna have some people that got the longevity,
Yeah.
and they didn't want the supervisor
Yeah.
position, so they still could make more than the supervisor.
You have to start them off at a 16,
Yeah.
max of
Right.
22. You don't have a lot of leeway on what you can offer them.
Yeah. Not everybody wants to be a supervisor.
Mo, are y'all salary or are you hourly?
I have no idea.
We did.
All I know is I get paid 0 for my
Hey,
after hours.
are they salaried
There's a
supervisors?
list, it was that list of
Yeah, I'm looking
employees,
at it.
the ones that the mayor approves,
Oh, it says
those are the
salary.
ones that are, those are the heads, the department heads.
Overtime.
Not supervisors, but department heads, department
Yeah, it
heads.
says
salary.
salary, I see it.
But when I start hitting that time clock, I'm looking to get paid.
Yeah.
That's right.
See, I think that's where you're coming from, I mean, if supervisors were salaried, it'd be a different thing, that could be set at a certain
Yeah.
amount. But since they're hourly, yeah, a person could come in, brand new supervisor, and be at the bottom of the rank, you know, according to the way it's set up. Cause I see there are some salaried, but some are not, so. I see, I mean, that's what you're saying, kind of.
Yeah.
It all boils down to that hourly salary, the difference.
Also, I think supervisors are salary.
Probably have a lot to do with budget.
Yeah.
Gotta have something.
So basically, Wanda, what you're saying is that that's on us.
No.
I'm just trying to see. I mean, I just have my feelings about it, I just have my feelings about an employee making more than the supervisor.
I agree. Michael has to have something to plug in.
Okay. I'll make a note of it.
If you have an employee that's making more than a brand new supervisor, and of course, apparently it can happen and has happened, but it shouldn't stay that way for very long.
No, so,
As long as the council does 2%.
so you're not salaried, you're a supervisor or department head, you're not salary, but you don't get any overtime compensation or anything like that.
And I work the same hours my men work.
Same 2 o'clock in the morning call.
I'm not griping, I'm just saying.
But you are salary though, right?
Yes.
You are
But
salary.
the only benefit I get out of that is being able to say I'm salaried.
So you all
Hey,
get
been there,
any,
done that.
so you
know,
don't
you
get
could always
any other
plug in.
No.
compensation, no,
Y'all
If it
could
takes
plug
40
in.
Comp
hours, if it
days,
takes
no.
80, if it takes 40 hours,
no,
no.
no
Yeah.
comp
80 hours.
days, nothing, no kind of compensation for you going over.
Nope, nothing.
None of these guys in this room.
Nope. Which, I mean, if their salary's high, if your salary's high enough, it justifies it.
That's
But
okay,
if it's-
but-
if it's pretty low,
Yeah,
some
no,
other
it's
folks
not.
are working under you, that's not really fair.
Okay.
Especially when some of the supervisors are never out.
Yeah.
They work 8 hours
Yeah,
and go home.
right, exactly.
Totally constant.
You have employees that make more than you with overtime, right?
Yes, and I work the same hours. Anything else?
I
Yeah,
didn't
but
ever
I
get overtime
mean,
either.
even being a principal,
But
even
we
if you
had,
had
but we were
somebody
salaried
else
where
that-
we made more than the people under us,
Even,
right?
yeah, and even if you went into a building and
Right,
someone had been there
right,
40 years, then your
right.
salary automatically goes
Right,
up.
right.
Because no one in the building can make more than you. Okay,
So we need to look at.
yeah, I wrote it down.
Seems like the only advantage to being salaried is the advantage to the city.
Say your salary.
To the city.
Mm.
Yeah.
The advantage is to the city.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right.
So, starting at step 17, can go no higher than step 22. With the salary ranges. His first, a new one is not eligible for step increases in his first 3 years. That would
That would
exceed.
exceed
Okay.
22, I think.
Is it time to do the year?
No, I have insurance and retirement, not that in there.
So people, okay, so raises were given last year,
March of 18, I think.
why?
The salary adjustment package was adopted in March of 18.
Why?
That's the
What,
It's
I
in
mean,
there.
what caused,
We
you
got
know,
that
those
too.
people,
That was the last count.
They had that,
did that job description change,
Lisa,
or
you would
they just?
explain that?
It was just
The
an
ranges
overall,
changed.
it was an overall raise for everybody. They were trying to get the salaries more on a level basis.
Competitive, yeah.
Sales tax was up and they were doing well in their budget and.
Yeah.
let's
So
act
all
like millions.
employees,
Yeah,
There was
but
a whole-
some didn't get as much as others, but all employees got a,
Some of the new hires.
trying, like I said, they were trying to level it out to, be competitive. So, but at the same time, they didn't get the 2%.
what,
But they will, if they got it, built
Okay,
in
back
this
this
year.
year.
Yeah, so much stuff here, bigger.
That's what this was showing, you know, where everybody, up until it showed the new salary occurring on one side, and the new,
It's a long sheet.
it just showed the range and the steps, but,
is this,
we had it broken down into the actual amount that they would get.
so what step does a part-time employee start at?
They're not, part-time employees don't fall under the range and step, there's hourly rates set for part-time employees,
Mhm.
but it's not part of a range and step, it's either just like $9.75 or $9.50 or $10 or whatever's determined.
Yeah.
So there's
I have a
no
question about that.
minimum starting
So-
out, what they start out at, it's just
It's just
determined by
it's a set by the
supervisor.
job, no, the job, the part-time position, it used to be that, you know, if you're a part-time employee, all part-time employees make $9.25 an hour, doesn't matter, but then they started seeing some things different, like, well, what about the part-time employees at the airport that handle aviation fuel? They're different than other parts, so then they
Part-time, we
started
need-
making changes
Yeah.
to but it's at budget, whenever the budget is adopted, it's determined then, what are the part-time employees and what are the ranks gonna be.
Okay, so case in point, just like, it was said that the part-time employees that work with public works, the street department, they start out at $9.75.
Okay.
But a part-time employee, our receptionist, makes $10 an hour.
Where,
How much do they make?
where, I mean,
The receptionist?
It is 10. It is 10.
It's 10.
Yes, ma'am.
That doesn't make sense. The street department are out in the elements, and the receptionist sitting at the desk in the controlled climate all the time.
Yes, ma'am.
So what's the justification for a street department being out, doing physical labor, making $9.75,
I have
and
no
someone that
justification for
sits
that.
and answers the phone making 10?
Yes, ma'am, I understand you. I don't have the justification for that.
Still said. How much?
Because you could have to know the computer, if you're like sitting answering the phone, you could have to look stuff up, you could have had to go to school for that.
No computers.
No.
No.
Just answer the phone.
You're answering the phone. That's it. Answer the phone, City Hall. How may I make your call?
But you gotta have a certain skill to be able to answer that phone appropriately. Not
It
just
takes
like
some
a weed
skills to
eater.
go out there and work with the street department. It's raining, it's hot, you know, it's cold. I mean, you're working in all the elements. They're not taking a beat down sitting in here in this air or the heat. When you have people in the street department, with the street department making $9.75, I don't understand. That's physical labor.
I agree, but the receptionist does more than just answer the phone though. The problem is, his $9.75 should be at the same rate as the receptionist.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Or if not more, then still. So I'm just trying to get some understanding, and that's a lot of the problems up here. So when you talk about employees not coming to work and the morale of the employees, you have people out there in the elements, like I said, they're making less money than people that sit on their tail all day, and that's just how I see it. So what do we do about that? If that's an issue that we need to fix, then we need to fix it, but it's not fair.
Well, I'm speaking as someone who has mostly part-time employees, it is tough to motivate people when they do see other people making more money and there is no carrot. Like, you know, I would like to give my guys a 25-cent raise if they've been on the job 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Right now, we're keeping them at the same, no matter if they've been here, I've got guys that have been there 7, 8 years, and, you know, and they're not getting more than the guy that just started. And that's tough for us to motivate. It'd be nice to provide some type of carrot, like being able to give those guys a little bit of a raise.
Yeah.
If they're showing loyalty.
I mean, especially, you know, loyalty, 7 years, part-time.
Sister, I agree.
That's,
well, I mean, all you gotta do is figure it in the budget.
oh, okay, well,
You know,
make it note.
but then again, you know, you only have X number of dollars.
I
you
mean,
can
but we
do-
have money in the budget for all of this other stuff. We don't have a public works director, we don't have a human resource director, so these people that are out there working, then we need to pay them, we need to get them. We need to try to keep them here. And
Yes.
maybe we can attract other people. And
Yeah.
then, you know,
I
I
hear
just
what
think
he's
that's,
saying too, I think it's, you got somebody that wants just to work part-time, and they're willing to work 5, 6, and they're still working, and they haven't been rewarded for that? Man, I didn't realize that, that's not right. I mean, we've got step for people who are full-time, but there are reasons why some people work part-time, and we need those part-time people. We can't operate the city or the rec department without them. And so, we need to look at maybe something too, not maybe as complicated as this step range thing, but something that has maybe just a part-time. This is where you're gonna start in this department, and then after maybe 3 years or 5 years, you will be considered for a 2% or some kind of raise, you know what I'm saying? Don't y'all think that's fair? I mean, I would think that if I was a part-time.
Just throw that, and I totally agree, cause I got a dispatcher that's working downstairs for 9 years.
And she just staying the same thing? No, I did not know that, that's not fair. I mean, she's a good worker, right? You can do, I mean, she does a good job and she should be rewarded. I mean, you give her a basket of fruit at Christmas, but I mean, they'd rather have a salary or something.
Yeah.
So we need to look at that, maybe
Yeah.
come up with a schedule for our part-time people. That's my opinion. If I was working part-time, I might be doing it because I'm retired, and I could come work as a dispatch if I wasn't a city councilman, and then then I think if I did a good job, you would like to see that was rewarded after maybe 3, 4, 5 years. So,
And here's the other piece of that, so you had a part-time employee for maybe 7 years, at no point in time did a full-time position come up where that employee could go to that full-time position?
That's a great question. In all fairness, some of my part-time people, while they work extremely hard, don't possess the skills needed for those foreman jobs or
No, I'm
full-time
not talking.
jobs. I only have a couple laborer jobs that are full-time, I only have like 2. And
Oh,
all my
okay.
people are part-time down there that work down the hill.
Okay,
And
so
those
for
are-
your department, so do
To
you
rate
have
some-
any
to
part-time
go-
employees?
To go full-time?
Yeah.
You gotta have a valid driver license. The 5 guys I got, but I take that back, 3 of them got it, 2 of them don't.
Yeah.
And then part of it is skills, you know, some of them are limited to what they can do, but they do a good job.
Well,
Some of them you got to lead by the hand. I'm talking about my crew.
And I get that, but then you have to grow from within. So I just think that, if a person has been part-time for 5 years, their skill set should have increased.
Well-
And then that person should be trained to move to a full-time position. You don't just keep them, I mean, you have to grow your people.
Well, two of my part-time guys that were part-time,
Mhm.
Bernard Brown and Travis Jackson, I have promoted to full-time since I've been here. So, I try, that's my goal, is to try to promote from within part-time, but sometimes it didn't work out.
Okay.
And that's what we've tried to do with ours as well, but when you only have 2 positions,
Yeah.
you have 20 part-timers, and then all those part-timers have no reason to stay, because you only got 2 positions really they can move
Yeah.
up to, and they don't get a raise. You know,
But
for
then,
their work
there's
alone.
when other jobs come available within the city, they can apply for those. I mean, like if you have somebody that's really good down there, a position comes open with Terry, or a position comes up with Eric, and here, you don't wanna mess with electricity, but you know what I'm saying, there's other positions that come available.
Yeah, but then it's still limited because, you know, when we look at
Oh,
the skills
I agree.
and all of that, but, I mean, regardless, we need to look at something where a part-time person should not be making the same hourly wage they started with 7, 8, 9, 10 years prior to. Part-time people that's out there with the street department, that's in the elements, should not be making less than someone that's sitting in a controlled climate. Doesn't make sense. So we have to get things right, and we have to do things right if we wanna attract people. You pay them, they'll do better.
The switch,
May I please?
yes, ma'am.
We may be looking at it from, maybe the wrong side of it. There is the employee side. I think it would make more sense, if we had a salary range or pay range per position. And when I say range, it sounds like 9 or whatever that number was is the floor. Because it was adjusted in accordance with minimum wage. And if we do that, if you're gonna be a public service worker, that job pays between X number of dollars and X number of dollars. It gives the and that's all, those ranges were set within the budget, the city budget. It gives the supervisor or the person that's trying to hire help, it gives them some leeway to negotiate. It gives the employee, the person coming in, this is what it pays.
Yeah.
It pays between $10 an hour and $15 an hour, and depending on where you are with your resume and your experience and stuff, you know, maybe we can work something. The best man in the world for this particular job may refuse to come in at the gym. So the supervisor now has a little bit of power, and then, man, this is the best I can do.
Yeah.
But we can, you know, meet you halfway. And if we did that kind of range per position, and I guess I get upset when we say that the secretary and the receptionist don't do nothing. I was one for 100 years, and and their job is to make the boss look better, so you work very hard. But the point is, if the secretarial or receptionist job range is between whatever and whatever, it gives both people some leeway. And you do that at the budget level. You can set those ranges. And then you don't have to be concerned that Johnny started at $10 an hour and Susie only started at $5. And there will be times when an hourly or a salaried employee, depending on what they bring to the table, there will be times when they may make more than the supervisor. But that's not the issue. Here's the job that the city needs to have done, and you're applying for this job, and this is what it pays. And it takes out all of the personal stuff. You hired on to make this, and you will get more based on if the city has a standard, we're gonna give you a 2% raise per year, or if the job itself has, incentives or promotion. After you've been here 3 months, if you have done, we give you a raise. But we still have to stay within this range.
And that's fine, and I agree with you, and it needs to be like that for part-time employees,
Yes.
also. And right now, that's not what we have. So, and I agree, you know,
But the
if you have a
part-time
position,
employees that come in for a job still come in at the same rate per hour that the hourly employee does. You don't have to make a difference between their hourly pay and the full-time person's hourly pay. The job pays this per hour, period. And the employee has the option of taking it or leaving it. But he has to do it when he gets on the job, as we all do. So it just sounds like we're making, to me, something more complicated than it needs to be. The hourly wage for the plumber ought to be whether he's a part-time plumber or an hourly full-time plumber.
and I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying right now, for the part-time employees, they are set right there. They never get an increase. So, agreed, if we said this position is going to pay between $9.75 and $12 an hour. This is the low end, but you can work your way up, that's still an incentive. But right now, that's not the case. You come in at $9.75, you stay at $9.75. 9 years in, you're still at $9.75. There's no incentive, there's no increase. You're already not getting any benefits because you're part-time. But right now, where they come in is where they stay. So if we look at it by position and say, you come in at this job pays between $9.75 and $11.25. At least that employee knows that they can work up to that $11.25.
Then that's the change or the statement that needs to go in the handbook. We don't need to determine before they start and who's gonna get it. If we want the part-time employees to have an avenue for incentive and a reason to stay, just state that, make that the rule.
Yeah, and that's what we would have to do, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we don't put it in the employee manual, that goes to our personnel committee when they're working on the ranges, if they want to, go in and say, this job will.
Salary's going to want us, so who would determine that? Like if there was a range and a range and step for
We would have
part-time
to look
people,
at
who
every-
would determine that?
You know,
Okay, we would determine as
The
a council.
job descriptions,
Mhm.
and say, okay, well, then
Mhm.
that's just
Determine where they
something.
start and then what the incentive steps and ranges would be for a part-time. That's something that we need to look
Okay,
at and
so
maybe
how
consider.
much this job pays
Mhm.
between $9.75
And get
and
input from
$11.25.
people that have part-time people.
Because it's not fair to, It's just not fair, and I'll just leave it there. Okay. I kinda got out, okay, we're still on page 35. I just wanted to know about the salaries. We're on page 35, maximum compensations. Does anyone have any questions about that? Okay, promotions. We took out the maximum of 1 year,
Mhm.
1 step per year, I'm sorry. Based on the budget. May receive step increases after first year, second year.
So we don't have a maximum on that.
It used to be a maximum of 3, and they did away with that.
Yeah.
But I personally think it needs a max, otherwise you're gonna have an employee under a
Yeah.
supervisor. That could, it's just my opinion.
So we're gonna,
So why was it taken out?
On a promote, you're not taking, well, you were taking out.
Why was the maximum of 3 years taken out?
3 steps.
3 steps taken out?
Well, how was it taken out?
I have no idea,
Who took it out?
the last admin somewhere.
The last,
Well, it might have been the admin, it might have been.
do you remember anything about it?
This
Mr.
whole
Barker?
range of step thing was done like
I thought that goes back to the, up to step 22. I mean, you could
No,
get.
we're talking promotions here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're on promotions, not new hires.
What do y'all recommend it be in there? Anybody?
well, I mean, that should be level to the supervisor.
But a maximum of how many years? I mean, how many
How
steps,
many
I'm sorry.
steps?
And you don't have to hire a max.
Well,
I think you should.
Well, the only thing is a promotion is not normally, this is just, and it's probably something y'all need to talk to Michael about. They're unexpected sometimes, they're not in a budget.
Yeah, but it's still a promotion. A
Still a
promotion
promotion,
is
so
a
you want to
promotion.
promote someone, but what's budgeted for you, so you gotta, that's why I said the 3 steps would be, you went 3 steps, that's to 6%, and I think you could sway your budget 6%. If you have someone that comes up and goes 10%, can you sway your budget that wasn't budgeted for that increase?
Shouldn't it be the same as a new employee?
No.
where is my,
It's a promotion. I mean, who wants the title
That
and
was
the duties
convenient.
without the pay?
Well, he had planned before we planned the
Well,
meeting.
no, we're not talking
Well,
his
we
pay,
said that to
we're
be-
talking about his
Promotion.
1 year
We said he wasn't
anniversary.
gonna be here when we planned it.
That, we're talking about, this is talking about not when they're promoted pay, this is talking about their 1 or 2 year anniversary days. That's why I think that should be capped.
After their first and second year anniversaries, how many steps do we get?
Maybe you should reinstate the 3
After
years,
the
nobody
three
knows
years.
how to
See,
do
I
it.
get it, I'm confused. I can
steps.
I
understand
mean,
it,
three
because
steps.
it doesn't say anniversary, it just say after that first and second year, what? It's just first and second year.
Plus, it would be the first, second year of promotion.
It
Anniversary.
should say
Anniversary.
anniversary, yes.
Yeah, it'd be the anniversary of their promotion.
We'll put in there,
3
Three.
steps.
so what are we gonna put there?
3.
After the first and second year,
Max 3
you have a
steps.
maximum of 3 steps
Yeah.
Per year?
yes.
per year.
Mhm.
Per year?
A maximum,
Is that, what are we saying?
a maximum
3 steps
per
per year?
annual, yeah, per annual.
They may receive that.
Yeah, I mean,
As
it's not
option.
guaranteed they'll get 3.
Yeah.
Based
on their
performance.
Yes, basically, I know they might get 1.
So maximum of 3 steps per year, a max. Okay, they might just get 1.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, and approval of what, council or the mayor?
That's all there, based on his work performance with the recommendation of the department head and approved by the mayor.
He's a supervisor to the mayor.
Mhm.
Well, we have recommended put the council there? You want the mayor there?
I never had council.
I think that was what Teresa said on her.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't look at the red line.
That's what I'm looking at, cause these are the only changes that were recommended. That's why I'm thinking we only have 3 or 4 more pages instead of 30 to go through, if we're just gonna look at.
Y'all can discuss.
Well, of course, we'll give everybody an opportunity. Chief took an argument.
I jumped in there first too.
So we already got the council there.
Yeah, we'll be fair.
No, we had mayor there. It was recommended to
Originally,
the council.
originally was mayor.
I know, but we
And
changed
and
it,
it was the
read.
same with the promotions, she wanted to change it to council, approve of promotion.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So before you can do that, it's gotta go on the agenda.
Right.
Well, we said that, Wanda would email us and we could email our response, you know, so we wouldn't have to have a council meeting. We said that, when you put that in there, that you would email us?
I can. Yeah, I'll do one.
Yeah,
I'll
that
tell
we
you
could
to
be
do.
emailed, because we don't wanna hold up anything. So you just email us and we have, what I think you said, how many hours to respond?
I don't have any.
Where are new hires and what did it say? The new hires just go to the mayor, the step increases, the anniversary date step increases just go to the mayor.
No, we talked about you emailing us, because we said we wouldn't set up a
Some
council
police
meeting.
officers.
No,
Okay.
it was with the application.
I don't have anything written down.
I have it somewhere, I'll find it. But I know that was, we talked about that. So I guess, yeah, I didn't see that. So we're at the maximum of, 3 steps per year. We have to stay at that, but I'll find it, because I know we talked about it.
Okay, what else is changing on this?
Nothing, we're looking at it.
Okay.
Or do what? What was that?
Oh, the maximum of 3 steps per year, that was.
Based on his work performance.
Mm-hmm,
The recommendation is gonna stay with the department head and the mayor.
mm-hmm.
And then down here under temporary compensation, I had a question mark.
Where did I put on the other copy, the mayor and the council for promotion?
Promotions.
Well, you had.
No, you struck the mayor,
You struck the
council.
council, but you just said mayor, so I just marked that, or whatever.
We can do mayor and council
For which one?
for the approval.
Promotions.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay, so promotions, the last sentence, should be department heads and the council.
Mayor and council, department heads, mayor and council. The department head would make the recommendation.
Would the department head make the recommendation to the mayor and the mayor disseminate the information to the council?
Mhm.
Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
So we would,
All within 72 hours, I think is what we said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when there's a promotion, we send that out in a memo to the council and then,
They have 72 hours to respond,
respond.
and if we don't hear anything back, it's
Then,
approved.
yeah,
or-
it's approved.
Yeah.
or if you do hear, it's still, I mean, you say,
Yeah.
hey, that sounds good.
Yes, sir.
okay,
You don't
send
hear
that.
anything back, what,
If we don't hear anything back, that means it's okay.
from the council?
From the council, and we
Cause
have 72
I know we
hours.
talked
I
about
didn't
it.
get email.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what you guys are doing.
Well,
I don't get email.
Well, we
I
can
had
verbally
Jeremiah
drive it by,
fix-
or,
I
you
mean,
know, or copy you.
I had my phone operated on and everything.
Text.
I don't,
yeah,
I
'cause
don't get
I know we
email.
talked
You get
about it,
text,
because I asked
Mr.
you to
Brown?
text them,
Let me
because
hear.
I don't check their email that often. I said, just send me a text and say,
Let me
hey,
hear.
check your email.
Maybe do a group text.
Well, what we'll do is we'll text, Group
Just
X
check
and
your
say,
email.
check your email.
Yeah.
I get emails from you, but I don't get them from
Well,
Wanda.
I'll email you then.
I don't get them, I don't know why.
I don't know why you don't like Wanda.
No, my phone must know.
You know, they need to check, cause sometimes certain people go spam.
Yeah.
From the university on the
But
alumni
he,
board,
I
I get
read it
some
on the other day.
One of the,
I asked you to buy me a new one, man,
Well, I don't have
since
a
it's a
city.
city business. Looks like we should have one.
Well, as far as the texting, I don't have a city.
Yeah, that'd be the last thing that comes.
which, what he just said, Mo said, is going to him, and then he's disseminating that to us, so he could do it, it
See,
could
but
come from
you,
you. So it won't come from her.
you know, you pay for that
You
phone?
can send it out.
That's fine.
I refuse to answer that
I have a question about the demotion.
I already know.
It says an employee voluntarily or involuntarily demoted for any reason should be compensated in a step of the new range. So even if they're, I don't understand
After
that.
13 months, I've never seen a demotion.
I've never seen a promotion.
Okay.
Have y'all?
I've never had I've never had y'all ever done
Y'all
a
been
demotion?
moved from civil
Employee
service.
voluntarily or involuntarily.
Oh, well, that would be a,
Y'all are step of
Yeah.
the new
Yeah, we
range.
don't-
See, that's what I'm saying, how do you compensate in a step of the new range?
Well, they go into a
Request to be
different job
demoted back to
description and
part-time.
they'll step down into that range.
So,
Well,
they're not compensated,
well,
that's not a compensation if you
employee
go to
volunteer,
the,
involuntary.
What if I apply for a
shall
job
be
below mine?
compensated in
Look at it
step
that way.
with the
Or what if you applied for a foreman job and you got it and it just wasn't what you wanted, and you went through your probation and it's just too much headache, and the job below you is open now, and say, look, I just can't take the
So you're gonna go
stress,
into that
can I go back to
range?
my old job?
but I'm talking about the pay, where it says compensated in a step of the new range. So,
Yeah, it'd be
you're
that.
not really being compensated if you go
The
down.
new range would be what you got
Your new
demoted
job.
to.
Say on your thing that has the range of steps, say you were range, I'm just throwing this out there, range 10, step 10, make it easy. And then go up to a job that's a 12, 10, look at the difference in pay.
This just
It
means
should
if
be-
somebody
it
takes
should
a
be
choice, they
16%.
choose to go, and they would take the lesser pay, they know that.
Right.
I mean,
I
I've
think
done
the
that too,
difference
I
in
went from
each
being a principal
range is
to, I was glad to go
10%.
back to being a teacher.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just an example.
And they weren't gonna keep me at the level of being a principal, but that was fine with me, you know? And so they would have that understanding, and that's what I think it means, they would be compensated at that new level.
Yeah.
Just means they would be paid at the new level.
Yeah, okay.
The
All right.
wording on promotions, at the end of it said pay increase to be administratively determined by the department heads and the mayor with council approval. Do I need to put this 72-hour thing in there, or is that just understood?
No, well, for us, it's for us,
Okay, so that doesn't need to be in here?
no,
Okay,
that's for us.
okay. And then the next paragraph is, based on work performance with the recommendation by the department head and approval of the mayor with council approval. That goes there too, right? Okay.
Cause I'm looking at two different, oh, yeah. I was looking at this new copy, Davis, and it doesn't have it on here.
Yeah, it's not even.
Yeah,
it's
we
not on
stopped,
here.
yeah, we didn't do 35, I mean,
Okay.
we kinda stopped there. So some of this didn't get discussed.
The other thing on here, we need to make sure everyone's copy says the same thing, cause it says part-time, in our manual, it say part-time compensations will be set by the mayor and council.
Right.
And you said yours didn't have that. The one in here, your copy didn't say mayor and council.
Page 35.
Part-time has mayor and council, but temporary has a new mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're adding council on that.
No, that's,
Said that.
the mayor said his didn't have mayor and council.
No, the original.
The original.
No,
His original, he said his was different from ours.
compensation.
There's the part-time employees will be set by mayor and council.
Yeah, he has council.
That's right.
Yeah.
But we haven't been doing that.
No.
No.
You've been setting the pay.
Mhm.
Well, that lets you know that you're doing
I
what
think
you
y'all
want
need
on
to
that.
adopt the compensation scale for part-time.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, it'd be easier.
Everybody will have it.
I think that'd be a lot easier, especially if we're all gonna
Is
have
that
to come up with that.
temporary, part-time?
Yes, ma'am, or,
Well, not really.
Not all
no,
the time.
not necessarily, no, ma'am.
They can be, but they don't always have to be.
Okay, I think I got all that.
So,
And I had 2 pages, page 38 and 73 that you have deadlines on.
anything we need to look at about the on-call policy?
He gave you his
Yeah.
spiel, but we didn't know if y'all.
On the, time and a half for vacation, being counted against your hours worth of vacation.
That's on page 39, or 36, number 5.
39, page 39.
Okay, you have page 36, number 5, change it to normal daily work hours.
That was on, phone call for hours. That's-
Yeah, changing the hours, correcting them.
36, number 5, normal daily work hours. The on-call work week is defined as the normal daily work hours, is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes.
Per
ma'am.
department.
Per department. I put in my notes, normal scheduled work hours for, per department.
Normal scheduled work hours?
Yes, ma'am.
That's even more specific.
Okay.
So it's changes from daily. Normal schedule.
But that would cover if they work different shifts or.
Okay.
Okay, so that takes care of your page 36. Check that off.
Next would be page 39.
Rick had something for you, did we mark that out when we
Yeah.
On page 39, it's the work week.
39, excuse me, sir, what?
On page 39, down at the bottom, it's under number 2, incidental overtime, it's the, in bold. Says the city of Minden's legal holidays, including your birthdays, will be counted as day work during the work week. And we wanted to add vacation and jury duty.
Will be counted.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the city of Bennett's legal holidays, your
What
your
paragraph are you
birthday,
on?
The last one,
it's down at the bottom, page
it's
39.
in the bold print.
Whether we propose the verbiage is the city of Minden's legal holidays, comma, including your birthday, comma, vacation, comma,
Yeah.
and
Jury
jury
duty.
duty will be counted as a day work during the work week.
Right.
Sick leave will not be counted as a day work during the work
Right,
week.
just take vacation time out, and just be sick leave.
Yes, sir. And add
Jury
vacation
duty.
and jury duty to day work.
Did you get that, Wanda?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Let's see. The city of Minden's legal holidays, including your birthday, comma, vacation, and jury duty, will be counted as a day work during the work week. Next sentence will be sick leave will not be counted as a day work during the work week.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Okay, and the next one will be on page 51, under bereavement.
Before we go there, you know, just kind of stay in order, see if anyone has any questions about the other pages. And then when we get to 51, then, you know, instead of jumping ahead and then coming back.
We had gone through the our departments have gone through the other pages.
Yeah, but.
I don't know if
oh,
anybody,
Okay, but someone else may have a question, just.
anybody have a question between page 39 and 51?
Termination severance pay, time sheet records.
What are we gonna do about the time stuff?
Yeah, cause it's right here saying time sheets, and if we're gonna use time
We're
clocks.
working on the, it takes time to get
I mean,
everything.
there's some departments that's not gonna be able to use it. There's some departments just,
Well, the past
I mean-
administration approved it, and
Yeah,
somehow
we
we
did.
got to make it work, and we're waiting on,
Can we just back out of it?
But it was approved without any consultation.
Yeah.
Just like a blanket approval, huh?
Yeah,
No
there's
questions about how it's gonna
We don't
work?
even know where it came from, all of a sudden, there were time clocks, and they said, we're gonna start using these. And we started asking questions about procedure and policy,
Yeah.
and they said, accept it, we'll worry about that later.
all I know,
And I was told to install them, so I installed them.
That was done like a year or two ago, a couple years ago, wasn't it? Right.
In
Yes.
previous
the
administration.
past administration approved them.
Yeah, and they just came in and just, that was it.
And it's a huge investment, huge
Wow.
investment.
And so you're saying some, it doesn't work for some, positions or some departments, how's that? Kathy, what do you
I
think?
don't know.
Oh, you said you agreed, oh, you agreed, and that's why I'm
I
just
agreed,
curious.
I don't think they're the, we need them.
Yeah, I see,
But
I
I'm
see.
sure there's some departments
Yes, ma'am.
that it might help them on their record keeping.
I think there was,
I do know that the legislative auditors and, think municipalities should have time clocks, and I do know that our audit people here now are working on this.
I can understand
So
that,
that
for
means
record keeping.
everyone will clock in, everyone will hit the time clock,
Mhm.
everyone,
Mhm.
okay.
can't be done.
Mm.
I mean, they can get it.
That's
Well,
what I.
there's-
But
there's-
you saying
there's-
that you can
What are you
use
gonna
your
do?
phone.
No.
We talked
That's,
about
that
this.
defeats the whole purpose of having a time clock.
Yeah.
That is a joke. Using your phone to swipe in,
Look,
I could do
I
that
could
at
do
home.
anyway.
Listen.
Why?
There's, if you can't punch, like, I'm just gonna use Eric's department and, Gary's department. If there's a call out, there's no sense in them racing, punching, this and that.
No.
They can go in and manually make the adjustment on that particular situation. But on a regular day,
Yeah.
they can punch in or out. So, I mean, we're still working on the deal. Y'all got to approve it, you know, but
Well, I wouldn't think that, on call would have to clock in. You know, if they have to go and do something, you're on call, if you have to go.
Well,
then you-
I'm,
still have to have
I'll use,
But they
like,
work-
when you have somebody on call, let's use Robbie for example, he's on call. Okay, so he has to go out, where does he have to go to get a truck?
Well, he would have to go to the water plant to get a
Okay, so
truck.
he goes to the water plant, clocks in, gets plugged, goes,
But-
does his own call thing.
Now, that's what he generally does. Jerry does not.
Using your phone to track it, to clock in, it has geo-tracking on it. So no, you can't clock in from your house. You have to be within a certain range of whatever we set.
Okay,
Okay, sorry, I gotta get back to going, but I wanted to make sure you all knew.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Good deal. Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, my guy that's on call, my detective that's on call, gets called out at 2 o'clock in the morning, gets sent to the opposite direction of the city.
Yeah. It's an emergency, he's gotta
And
get
if,
there, he doesn't have
you know,
time.
we got a, God forbid, a death.
But
Well,
you're
then
the
you gotta be-
supervisor, so you can
You will
override the civil
override,
others.
just like these guys,
You
will.
can
These
override.
guys aren't gonna clock in.
It's, I
when
mean,
all
it's
that.
certain situations, you're a department head, certain situations, you go in there and fix it. But on a regular, daily basis,
yeah.
you know,
They will be
they,
fixing it daily.
you know.
Without a murder,
Like I said,
without a homicide, they just go and,
when I walked in the door 13 months ago, here's the time clock. So I'm just trying to do
I understand.
what I'm supposed to do and, you know,
It
and
may be
it's not an
fine.
easy task. I mean,
but
For
I always said,
mine, especially mine and Mo's, I, you know, I don't wanna, you know, talk about anybody else, but if we have to go in and adjust it, there's no difference in what we're doing now, because
Right.
Google will be adjusting every day.
But Eric, I think I was at the workshop when this was all being promoted, and it was going to save the city so much, everything, and that's when the council, the previous council said, if it's gonna save the city money, why would it not be a good thing for the city?
How is it gonna save us money?
No, the
I'm
only
just-
thing,
I'm just telling you what they were told.
that was
Well, I'd
not
like to
really
know though, 'cause
advertising.
nobody's ever presented it to us.
No.
Well,
I'm
The
just
time
curious.
clocks were a bargain with the new software we would get.
let me just
That
say
was the only
this,
reason.
from,
That was the only
from,
reason.
in my private sector, years ago, I didn't have time clocks. And everybody wrote their time out every day. And we had $2,000 and $3,000 worth of overtime every week. We installed time clocks, we never had overtime, never. We never have overtime anymore. So, there you go.
In my department, overtime isn't the issue.
Yeah.
We have 3 oversights. You know, we have oversights and we're checked, and we got checks and balances on overtime. I have to write, if somebody calls me and I okay overtime, electrician called me after hour, hey, I need so-and-so, I still go through the steam plant to dispatch my guys out. So there's a record that
Absolutely.
they're not just making it up, so we're not saving money on overtime. I understand, I don't understand where the savings is gonna come from.
I'm just telling you what
I understand. I don't understand where the savings is coming from. If you got people not showing up to work, that's a supervisor needs to deal with that. So, I was told to install them, so I installed them.
You
Okay.
did good.
Well, we're not here to discuss time clocks, we're on the handbook, so let's get back to that, or we're gonna be here to midnight. We still got the agenda to go
We were
over.
on the area by time sheet, so that's how the time clock comes.
I got it.
But sell those things.
Thank you.
Be honest with you, sell them.
Trade me in.
We're not gonna get our $50,000 back, whatever it was, that the council approved.
I'm pretty sure you could get most of it. I mean,
I've already checked, believe me, I've already
Nah, I
checked.
don't.
Okay, well, then you check.
With that new software, that's the only reason we got these time clocks. That's all, that's the only reason that
I'm
that
just
was
trying
included.
to do what I walked into.
So,
Mo had a recommendation on page 51 about the funeral room. A proposal, the ability to split the days if necessary, but must be used in a 7-day timeframe. Funeral room.
So
page is that
Page 51. Under
Yeah,
funeral.
Funeral.
Yeah, that was a good point.
Yeah, it was random, not consecutive.
Yeah, just take that.
All within a 7-day
Yeah.
timeframe.
Somebody tell me how to word it and where to put it.
What was it, Gary, what'd you say? How was it worded?
It's not worded here consecutive, so it just says
No,
3 days.
it just says.
3 working days.
It says not to exceed 3 working days on any occasion, up to 4 if given for out of state. And at that point, you could insert, the employee has the ability to split these days if necessary, but must be done in a 7-day time frame.
Well, okay. It's not said, it doesn't say consecutive, so couldn't you just add, time off does not exceed 3 working days on any one occasion within 7-day time frame or something like that?
Yeah, I think that
I
would
mean,
cover
instead of
it.
putting all
And
that
then
other.
take out the word
on,
or
don't you
split,
think?
yeah.
Just at the end of that, just say, provided such off time does not exceed 3 working days within a 7-day period on any one occasion. So then you have 7 days, and somebody may take a Monday off and then a Thursday and a Friday. Cause it doesn't say consecutive here anyway,
are we
You
gonna
just
read?
have to take that or split out on the last paragraph.
the last paragraph.
Are we gonna need a 7-day time frame? Or are we gonna put 7 working day time frame.
I think 7 days would, because 7 working days can carry you over into two weeks.
Almost.
Yeah.
So,
Almost, yes, sir.
You know,
So just
we
say-
gave us, you know, I gave a scenario of, and
Yes, sir.
carrying over a weekend or
7 working days?
7 days.
Oh, okay.
And it looks like there's some leeway in there, if there's some type of
Somebody.
mess up, the supervisor can approve something else if he has to.
Cause like if you do 7 working days, that would carry them 2 beaches,
Yeah,
you know, 7 working days.
so I just put 7 days.
Tell me, read the sentence again.
Okay, they took off on a Friday. They would be
Yes.
have to be back to work the following Thursday or Friday. I mean, we may need 8 days in there.
Well, 7's.
I'm just saying,
7's better than what we had, because you have the ability to split it up, you
I
know?
understand.
You're getting the same days off, the scenario I gave, let's say on a Monday, you had a parent or a child or a parent, let's say, that's been in hospital and passed away. You got siblings out of the state, okay, you take off Monday and deal with it. Your siblings can't come to town till Wednesday to make the funeral arrangements. That person has the ability to come back to work, if they so choose, take off Wednesday when the siblings are here, and funeral on Friday. So that gives them ability to come in and work a couple of days, you know, because they're.
Or even Monday. Like
Yeah.
you say 7 days, I mean,
Yeah.
that's pushing it, but Monday to Monday's kind of, I mean,
Right.
that's a week's frame, week time
Right.
frame. So if the funeral was off, took the Monday,
Right.
they still could take the Monday off of the funeral.
I think 7 calendar days is more than sufficient.
Okay, so, somebody.
like I say,
Give
if
me
they
that
take
number
off,
again.
I'm not.
So-
take off on a Friday, somebody passes away.
See, 3
You got
working
till the-
days within the 7
9
days.
times out of 10 with,
On any one occasion.
with blacks, I'm gonna be honest with you, they won't have the funeral till the following
See,
Saturday.
3 working days within a 7-day.
Well, I
working
mean, it's
period
still
on
cut,
any one
Saturday
occasion.
isn't a work
Is that
day.
right, Teresa?
I know, but I'm just saying, that'll be more than 7 days.
3 working
Thursday
days
would be the
within
7th
a
day.
7-day working
But they can
period on
take
any
3
one
days
occasion.
off.
I know, they can come back to work, I understand what he's saying.
Well, see,
Within
this-
7
gonna have
calendar
people that-
days, I think they said?
yeah.
Well,
They don't want the whole 7 days.
well, I mean, they've either done that or they've taken 3 days off.
And then on that last
They're
sentence.
gonna take
it
3
explains
days.
that
I'm just saying it's better,
calendar
okay.
death and
Yeah, they're gonna take the 3
retroactive or
days.
postpone. Take out, take split out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright,
I personally don't agree with the, how the extra days are awarded if it's out of state either. Cause somebody being from southeast Louisiana, it takes me 5.5 hours to get to my hometown, versus if you're, gotta drive 30 minutes to Arkansas, you get an extra day for the funeral, whereas I don't. So maybe it should be like a mileage or something like that.
Yeah, I was looking at that, it's like an additional day, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an extra day if it's out of state, so if you drive an hour to Texas or 30 minutes to Arkansas or an hour and a half to Mississippi, you get an extra day, but 5.5 hours,
Yeah, I
out and
understand
back.
what you're saying, yeah.
So what's wrong with just giving 3 days, no matter what?
Yeah.
I don't care where you're from, or what,
I mean,
3 days.
something, it's just,
And take that out.
I mean, the first paragraph says up to 4 working days if it's out of state.
it makes sense if you gotta go get on an airplane and fly to Colorado or something, but.
Yeah. Are we changing anything
Okay.
else?
We just leave it at 3 working days.
Take out up to 4 working days if the funeral's out of state, take it out?
Can I help you?
No, that wasn't really my intention in that, but.
Hey,
Hey, at least it's even now.
But the next paragraph addresses it again.
That's what I'm saying, that's the one I was looking at. You get an
Employees will
extra
be given
day
1
if
extra
it's out of state.
loss of pay
Or
though,
maybe more.
without pay.
Or they can take vacation.
or they can take vacation,
It isn't like you're not letting them go.
or
The
personal
next
time.
paragraph
But
stops.
that's sister-in-law,
What do you call
so
it?
that's like in-law, so it's
It's in or
different.
out of state.
Yeah.
It's one thing for those.
Yeah, it's just
Titles.
Mm-hmm.
What are they gonna call them? Am I still taking out that up to 4 working days if it's out of state?
Yes.
Yeah.
Close down. They're closer sometimes. I hate that.
You could put a funeral as more than 200 miles away or something. I mean, you don't have to get rid of it, it's just, you change how you give that extra day, is my point. Not that somebody from Arkansas has a benefit when somebody dies over me.
You could put outside a 4-hour radius, use a radius.
Yeah, but even
That
that's not
depends
gonna
on how
work.
you drive.
Plane,
3 days
4 hours
and
plane, 4 hours
vacation
car,
days.
4 hours.
I mean, I would think that, when I was working, if it would've been more, I'd have taken a day.
Yeah.
My personal, I mean, if I
Yeah.
had to take 4 or 5 days.
Our intent was just to be able to break it up, so you didn't.
Yeah, so you didn't have to take them consecutively, yes, sir.
My intent wasn't to take that 4th day away from everybody. Mississippi.
It's all Stephen.
I'm going home. My job here's done.
Don't teach us to hire people from Southwest.
Careful what you wish for.
You have any other suggestions?
Yeah.
We need to
Not
start
until
it.
the council agenda.
Yeah.
I mean, again, then in that third paragraph, it says you may take 1 full day without
Pay
pay.
to attend funerals,
Yeah,
in state or out of state.
in-state or out of state, so,
Of other
yeah.
relatives and friends, yeah.
Just do it, just make it pay.
Yeah. The next page you have read on is 72.
That's the last one she's got.
Yeah, that's the, yeah.
And that's the one Gary has too.
Is it? Okay. This is this one. Government stuff. Insurance, Page 73.
Someone said something about sick leave. Cause I highlighted, someone, it's Steve came up, something on his page. Maybe one was something like absences or something.
Next
I
page.
highlighted it. Go back to it.
What they use it on.
It was something about. Okay. 73.
Yeah, cause everything in
Yeah.
this is government stuff and all, that federal and then insurance stuff. Till we get to 73.
Problem solving procedure.
On page 73, that was, we brought that up prior to y'all's decision to reinstate the personnel committee.
Right.
We wanted employees, if they had to go before the council, an open council meeting for all disciplinary actions or anything, to be made aware that they have the option under certain circumstances for executive session.
Okay.
So we wanna put personnel committee back in?
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be that word.
So I would change it, just leave it alone, okay.
Only thing we did say, what is this?
5 business days.
Instead of 72 hours, shuck and bang, why did that come up?
That was before,
I see, I see.
reinstated the
Okay.
personnel
All right.
committee
Okay,
to take care of
yeah, right.
in a timely
Right,
fashion,
right. That's why the 5 days was in
Yeah.
there.
Personnel
That's
issues.
right, okay.
But now that that's in place and we've
72
got
hours,
fail
it's
safe.
not 72 working, I mean, it's 72 like a day, like, that's, you want.
3 days.
3 days, right. Like Monday, then Wednesday.
And that was
Friday.
prior, that was when we had to, when it was
Yeah.
first presented to bring
Right,
everything
yes,
to the
right,
council.
I understand that, but what I'm saying 72 hours means 3 days,
Yes.
not 72 like working shift hours.
Oh, no, that's
Three
24 hours.
I mean, I just want to clarify, because we do these days and hours.
Yeah, let's just right here,
Don't call me next week. 'cause
instead of having the mayor there, because this will have to be
It's been
readopted
Christmas, we
every
hadn't had a
time.
meeting.
Can we
It's
just
since
put like,
Christmas.
you know,
Yeah,
not
we've had
have
a
a
meeting every week
signature
since
there,
Christmas,
just
Wednesday or
the
Thursday.
city of Menden, city of Menden or
City of
something,
Menden.
don't put anything else, so I won't have to, won't have to change it every time the mayor changes, okay.
So that's everything?
Trey, do you wanted to redo this and then email it to everybody? Or do you- Get rid of cutting that and start looking at the agenda. Okay, go ahead and wrap that up. We can put it in there.
We did, one thing we talked about with Michael was travel, was that in here, with the expenses for travel? We talked about that.
What?
That was in here, about them being reimbursed, travel, I'm just looking at travel, like in 78. But we talked about a couple of meetings ago,
Well, we talked about,
we were talking about the employees being given the money prior to travel. You remember something, we were talking about that?
They can do that now.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, but it
they can
supposed to
request
be
it in
changed.
advance.
Because he was saying that, sometimes they get it in advance, but they're not receiving the money. So, the per diem, they would get that month afterwards instead of before.
Well, if they draw it, if they make a draw and they go and they spend the money, and if they don't spend it all, take back then all of their expenses.
Okay. So we just keep it like it is,
Yeah,
because it was an issue with that, something he brought up about that,
It's all right.
Michael.
I
Do you remember what that was about the travel expenses? He said something about.
Mr. Floyd?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just saying not to use it.
Well, you've got $60 a day unless they're up in Washington DC or something like
Yeah.
that, everything's so high, then it's at the city clerk and mayor's discretion to make an adjustment. And then, is that what you're talking about?
No, it wasn't, yeah, it was
Now,
another issue we had about that.
Well, now, under tips, I made a note that we need to change that to where they can't get more than 15%.
Right, I thought that was in there.
That was one thing.
That needs to be in there.
Let's see where.
I know, cause he
That's
told
on
us
page
that
80.
last time.
Let's see if I have it.
Page 80.
It's not on here. It just says tips shall be reasonable.
Yeah, and we had said on that last, I think, trip, is to make it 15%.
Okay, so after reasonable, not to exceed 15%.
Not to exceed 15%.
That's a good idea. Just put that up.
anyone have anything else? Nothing? Okay. Well, that's it, we're done with the employee manual. Thank you.
What we'll do is we'll get, Wanda will get all the changes made, and then we'll distribute it among the council to look at. As a department head, if y'all would like one after it's done to look at, to make sure we didn't miss anything, let Wanda know. We will probably have another short meeting to make sure we're on the same page on everything before we go further. Is that okay with everybody?
Are we doing this next revisions?
No.
No red lines.
Yeah, doing one with the revisions, no red lines, just like the.
So we can be on.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead so we can move on. We're gonna go ahead and get started with the Midland City Council meeting for March the 2nd. If you're looking at your agenda.
Take it easy,
Okay,
Chief.
y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay. The first thing on the agenda is the Mardi Gras parade. They're gonna give out the awards and things like that. Does anybody have any questions about that? That's nothing that requires approval or anything. They're just doing that last year. Yeah, they did that last year. The next on the agenda B is to adopt the minutes of the regular city council session held on February the 3rd, 2020, and the council special session held on February 11th, 2020. You know, read those back there if you have any questions.
I'm gonna be voting on this, February 3rd. Because the Larson Act you pulled out, that was for an ordinance that you couldn't, when you, under veto, that was for an ordinance. And it's not back in here, so I can only speak for myself, but I won't be voting for it. Minutes to be passed.
Okay, does anybody else have any?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
No, it's just a word.
You said which one, the one from February 3rd?
Yeah, when he vetoed the removal of the sign at the recreation complex, statement he read was not coinciding. It was for an ordinance, where he said that he had to have 2/3, that's for an ordinance.
For an ordinance, not
Right,
for.
not for a motion.
For ordinance or act.
Not for a motion. I've got Senator Lawson.
Okay.
The minutes just reflect what happened, not what was right or wrong.
Two things happened. He made the motion.
Would you
Yes,
speak
vote.
up so we can all hear you?
Okay. In the last time, when we vetoed, when a motion was vetoed, your motion was vetoed.
Mm.
And the reason why it was vetoed was because it was not an ordinance.
It was an act.
It was still doesn't matter, it was a
Not an
resolution or an act. You can't veto, you call it an act because of the old code, the
Of the charter.
old charter.
Yeah,
you
the
got.
charter.
But you can't jump from the arson back to the old charter.
The charter
You
said
can't flip
that.
flop, huh?
Charter.
That's what I'm saying, you know, but you couldn't veto it.
Okay,
Okay, that was the problem.
that's your opinion.
No, that's the law.
Okay, well, that.
But that wasn't
and-
even in this meeting.
How come it wasn't? See, I told the council that the veto should have been set aside because what you vetoed, you couldn't veto. You vetoed the resolution, not an ordinance, or an act, so that matter. But, and that right is a result of that, your veto should have been set aside because of that. You came back and argued that you had some new law.
What did you say was new?
Okay. I was under the impression that you said this was new law
No.
from the author.
No,
Well, it wasn't.
it was in the charter, our charter.
But this wasn't the council meeting where he vetoed.
No, this was after he had veto.
This was the next
We
one.
was challenging veto.
Yeah, but this didn't have anything to do with these minutes.
Sure it does. You did something.
After you vetoed, did we have a meeting to
When
rescind the veto?
when you veto an act or ordinance, whatever you wanna call it, you have to take
We'll
it.
make a move to overturn it.
Mm-hmm. This is the meeting that we're trying to overturn the veto.
Okay, then you have to take it back to the council to give them the opportunity to overturn my veto.
I thought that's what this is.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what we all talking about the same thing.
And it failed.
No, it
It
didn't.
didn't fail.
It didn't fall.
What,
See, what you did,
It didn't fail.
after I presented to the council that you vetoed something that you didn't have a right to veto,
in your opinion,
okay, then you came back and said, I don't know I thought I heard you say something, new law or something, we lost an act, but no.
It was because we had the large bank and he had one too, that had a binder clip on it. But
Right.
he said that one was the one that you had just printed. I think Wanda printed it for him because we asked for a copy of it.
yeah,
That,
y'all were all going on the old one.
but see, the one that we were going on was the one that, Karen, is that her name,
Yeah.
Karen?
Karen
The
Walker,
one,
yeah.
yeah, that
Kelly
she
May.
gave out the day.
At that meeting you were
At
at.
the meeting that I was at, so
Yeah.
that was it, and you said you had one that was more recent than that.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So-
Mr. Bradford was looking at his old one, he had.
But it wasn't.
Yeah, but I
it
read
wasn't-
your new
it
one.
wasn't-
I also
The both
read
of them
your
were the
new one.
same. One dealt with a veto of an ordinance and one dealt with the law that wasn't an ordinance. What you read that night and argued was that you vetoed an ordinance because you voted.
Mhm.
You had the council to vote. And that was the other fallacy with yours. Even assuming it was an ordinance, this lady here couldn't vote.
Why is that?
Why not?
Mhm.
Because she was a party of the act itself.
No,
Yes,
the
you
only
were.
time yes, I was, but the only time that I cannot vote is when I
You have an
receive
entry.
You have an entry.
monetary gain from my vote.
Well, that was a game. You
So
don't
you
have to.
gave-
No,
be
I paid,
monetary.
Charles, how can I be getting
Okay.
anything?
Well, and anyway, first of all, you shouldn't have even gone to the council for a vote. First of all.
A vote for
If
what?
you would, to keep the ordinance alive as opposed to rescinding it. Cause it wasn't an ordinance to start with.
No, it was an act.
Right.
Yeah, it was an act, say you just agreed it was an act.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
The point is, you could, whatever it was, you wanna call it an act, you couldn't veto it.
I thought you told us to put it back on the agenda, because they had the right
Well,
to overturn it.
But that's what you told us to do, so we did exactly what our city attorney told us to do.
No, the law tell you that. Anytime you veto something, that's not the end of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's what
So you had to put it back on the
So we
agenda.
did.
Yes.
Don't say I told you to put it
So
back
we
on
put
the
it back
agenda.
on there.
I told you to put it back on the agenda because it had to go back on the agenda.
And we did.
Just because you veto something, That mean that's the end of it, the veto can be challenged.
Okay.
So when you put it back on the docket to be challenged, whatever, then we inform the courts, I mean, the council, that what you vetoed was not anything that could be vetoed. It was, if you wanna call it an act of some kind, fine.
Okay.
See, when you veto something, it has to be a law.
Okay.
Or something, or a rule.
Or an act.
What you, okay, a rule, I'm saying, I'm trying to put an act in it. But what you vetoed was neither one. It wasn't, it wasn't a rule, it wasn't an act or set of directions or anything. And that's where the veto come in.
And I appreciate your opinion.
Okay, thank you.
But don't the minutes have to reflect what happened at that meeting?
Okay, what does the minute say in the end?
Teresa Williams Walker moved to overturn Mayor Gardner's letter of veto regarding the memorial sign at the Minden Recreation Complex. The motion was duly seconded by Benson Bradford, and the vote was as follows. Ayes, Herbert Taylor III, Teresa Williams Walker, and Benson Bradford. Nays, Keith Beard, and Pam Watson. The motion failed because it takes 2/3 vote of the council to overturn the mayor's veto, which would be 4 votes. Benson Bradford requested to be put on the record objecting to the vote because he feels that the Larson Act rule of the 2/3 vote to overturn a veto does not apply in this matter.
It doesn't.
That's what happened in the meeting.
I know.
Yeah,
But,
the minutes
okay,
are
What you
correct.
say, Wanda, what you're saying is,
The
is
minutes
we
are
approve
correct
the
is what
minutes, we're
happened.
approving what happened, but we're not approving the procedure.
Right.
Just approving what took place, it's
It's a
recorded, it's
report of
recorded.
what happened.
So I
What
understand
is
what
the
you're
bottom
saying.
line on this? Is it still vetoed?
Well, all I want,
Yeah, 'cause
all
we
I
took
wanna
a
know
vote.
is, are the minutes correct as to what happened?
Yes, they are.
I mean, I understand what you're saying,
I
the
understand. what
minutes
you're
are
saying,
correct.
But the
The minutes are
results
correct
is
as to what
wrong.
happened.
I don't know about the rest of it, I'm just
Yeah.
reporting the minutes,
Yeah,
what happened.
you correctly recorded.
And I listened to that tape over and over again.
I want you to record it for the council.
I mean, that is what happened, isn't it? I mean, that's what happened in the meeting, whether it was right or
Yeah,
wrong, or
usually.
anybody agreed or disagreed, it did,
That's what
where
happened.
the minutes.
I'm not having any problem with that.
I know what
I'm
you mean,
having
Phil, I'm
problems
just saying,
with-
I think that's what she was saying.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
what I'm having problems with is this, is we still sitting out here with something vetoed that's not, has not been settled yet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And,
So it needs to
Well,
go
had to
back
be
on the
settled.
agenda?
Huh?
Well, had been settled.
Well,
We
it's
took
still
that.
coming out there right now, your veto is not alive, not, is, as far as I'm concerned, it's still alive.
Well, that's your opinion, I understand it.
Look,
But the
No,
minutes
it's-
are correct,
yes.
right? I know you don't like what
Well,
happened.
maybe what you need to do, Mr. Minifield, that's just the minutes. And I know you wanna keep the veto alive. You tell me that 2 or 3 times a week, and I realize that. But the only way you're gonna keep it
No, I don't
alive,
tell you
the only
that.
way you're gonna keep it alive is to sue me, so just go ahead and do that.
But it shouldn't.
But what we're here to
suing you is
do,
not gonna resolve anything.
what we're here to do is, we're here to approve the minutes, yes or no? Is that what happened in the meeting, yes or no?
Well, no, there was another issue in the meeting.
Okay, what was
The
that?
other issue in the meeting was the veto should be set aside.
But that's not what happened in the meeting.
I know.
So, but those are the minutes, that's what we're approving are the minutes, that's exactly what
Well,
happened.
but for those who want to approve it, you can. But that doesn't resolve the issue.
Okay.
So
So,
the veto has to come back up on the agenda.
I don't know what you all do.
It's sometime.
It really should have been appealed.
does anybody have any, to look at the other minutes? Any problem with the other minutes? On the special session? That's basically the alcohol, we approved the ordinance.
Yeah.
And the police officer.
It made a big deal when we walked out of these yet. You walked out of this and I hadn't heard a thing.
I adjourned the meeting.
I what?
I adjourned it
No, you walked out.
after the vote.
You can't adjourn it, you just walked out.
Anytime
When
you
there's
want,
procedures going on,
anytime.
whatever you say.
You're welcome to come by and listen to the.
I know what happened, I was there.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything to say about that? Okay, agenda C, the personnel, that's the fire department promotion. Skip, would you like to
Yes, I'd
speak on
like
that?
I have my assistant chief, my top guy, he retired, so I need to fill his position. And I have, they have to take the test, pass the test, and it's civil service, so they go by seniority. So my next person in line is, John Thompson, and I just need to get his position filled. I've asked y'all to fill that position for me.
How long has John been with the city?
John
Thompson.
34 years, I think.
So he's about to learn the ropes, huh?
Trying, and, the John Tucker, who retired, he had almost 40 years. Now Mo's the oldest one on the job now.
Does anybody have any questions of the fire chief? No? Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you. Item D is the approval of the final plat for the lot split property.
Mayor, I think this is gonna be full.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
Why?
Why?
Because there is some changing to, his proposed plat.
Do you know, is you gonna pull it like next day or two?
Yeah, because Catherine and I talked today and she was gonna get in touch with Ronnie Beach.
Okay.
And I know he's already dropped this off at City Hall, but basically what's gonna happen is that, lot number 1 that backs up to my property, they're selling me an acre in the tree line.
Okay.
And so that's got to be drawn on here before it goes through council approval.
Okay, so he'll basically take that back to the planning commission
And then I think that they'll definitely have the finalized on the April meeting.
So,
But don't do anything until you hear from Ronnie, I'm just giving you a heads up.
okay, so we're gonna go to, item E on the agenda, which is, to adopt the ordinance for the annexation of property.
So this is gonna stay on the agenda till we hear from whoever she said.
Ronnie Beach is the property owner, he's the one.
I know.
So
Until
y'all
we hear
have to
from him.
amend the agenda to delete it?
No, I'm just giving you a heads up, he's probably gonna pull it tomorrow.
But it's already out.
Oh,
It's
okay.
already out to the media and everybody.
Okay, that's fine.
So we'll have to amend the agenda to
Okay.
delete it. Okay.
This is the, number 1108 annexation of property. That's where, Reynolds Industrial Contractors doing business as Catamaran Solutions. That's what we approved last time for that to be advertised and everything, and this is just the final step of it, so we can bring them into the city, and, when they build their new facility, they can hook up to city utilities and pay taxes and all that type of thing. Are there any questions about that? It's just great economic development, I think. Yes, ma'am, you know, when you're going down, and it kind of veers off to the right, it's right there on the right, that big facility, it says Catamaran, it's kind of got a blue little.
I'm looking at this right here, the minute from the planning commission where it says they want zoning property owned at 617 City Road. They wanna use it as a residence.
What agenda item are you on?
I don't see that.
It's in the minutes from the planning commission.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah,
Oh.
yeah,
Oh,
That
it
might
is.
be in the minutes, but that's
D,
not
okay,
this.
you're on D, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, am I ahead of you?
No, you were.
Jack will better you on.
D, looking at the planning committee.
Yeah, I'm looking at the minutes from the planning commission.
Oh,
I'm trying
oh,
to see where this
oh.
is that they wanna use as a residence on the
No.
Sibley Road.
That,
No.
council.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, I
There's-
still wanna
yeah.
know where it is.
I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at you because I understand.
I'm gonna have to
Six
see.
seventeen Sibley Road.
617, where is that? I'm trying to
It's on
think.
Sibley
So
Road?
right now, it must be business, it must be.
I know it's in my district, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think of where this is.
Resident.
Yeah, for a resident.
Was it commercial?
That's what it said.
It was commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
Most
see.
all that is commercial.
Yeah.
A lot of.
You think it's that double wide trailer they had down in there that they redid?
Well, that wasn't commercial, that double wide trailer.
That is.
When you find out, let me know, I'd like to know that.
Like a lot or something down there. Yeah, I don't know what'd be down there, but.
Okay, back to E, the annexation of that property. This is just our final step. Anybody have any questions or anything? That's real word.
It's what had to be advertised.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
long.
we had to advertise it in the
In case there's
newspaper.
any.
Yeah, opposition, thing like that, and there was none.
Right, okay.
I'm still on this, so the planning commission can approve stuff because in parentheses it says that it was formerly an alley.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
An alley now is gonna be used as a residence?
Well,
Instead of MD.
I know at one time there was an alley in there, right, running along some property Richard Carey had, but it's actually, that was on Lee Street, I don't know if it ran through the city road or not.
It's actually lot 10, block C, plus a 10-foot strip that was formerly an alley.
I tell you what, after the meeting, if.
I'm going through there,
What,
see,
Terry, after the meeting, we're going to Wanda's office and she can pull it up on her computer, we can look at it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, now I'm on
I mean, I know at one time there were a lot of alleyways in the city
yeah.
that were proposed for other use, they're gonna do trash, and a lot of people bought those and they've been changed, so.
Yeah.
It was
It
an
went to
alleyway
half
by
and
my-
half, like
It was
it
an
was.
alleyway by my
Yeah.
house, and the man, son
Mhm.
bought it years ago,
Mhm.
and now it's part of his property, which I hate because it was behind my, but anyway. So that's probably why that 10 foot's included.
Then we're on E.
We're on E. Okay. Category and then what now?
They're coming into the city limits, this is their final step.
Okay.
You have any questions? Okay. On F, it's a budget amendment, and this is for the, airport grant where we had to change the budget. You wanna explain that? Come up to the table.
I don't know if I wanna open my mouth anymore.
Well, you did.
I might take all kind of stuff away.
Lost his funeral, guys.
So this is the budget amendment I mentioned last workshop, I think, or
No, council meeting.
council meeting, yeah, special session. It's to amend the budget by $500,000 increasing, because, the project specs, the design, on the project has changed. So we have to increase the budgeted amount for that, so it will allow us to go out for bids for the project. We can't even advertise it for bids until we amend the budget.
Okay, why did the specs change?
It was originally designed with, just a mill and overlay, and then after we did some more investigation through geotechnical core and asphalt and all that kind of stuff, we found out that the base underneath the existing runway is in terrible shape. So now they're gonna pulverize what's there, use that as a base and put asphalt on top of that, and it just costs more money to do it that way. But, again, this is all gonna be fully reimbursed, so it's not gonna cost us anything.
That's that $2 million grant that was on the TV station and
Yes.
the newspaper.
So what this does, Ms. Monroe, is just, this is our showing that, just shows it to them that we're, because that is all reimbursed through
Correct.
grant money. So it's really just a show on paper,
Well, that,
where we're budgeting that for that project, and then that will be reimbursed, it's a reimbursement grant.
correct,
right?
it is, yeah, this is a, to comply with state bid laws, because we have to budget for it. Even if we weren't to do this project this fiscal year, we still have to have the money in this fiscal year's budget to be able to even advertise for bids. So that's, and on that note, it has
Yeah.
actually changed, or maybe theoretically changed. The FAA has somehow managed to release funds way earlier than they usually do. So this project may very well be well underway this fiscal year. So, whereas previously I've said we're not even gonna start it this fiscal year, now we will, we almost surely will, unless something catastrophic happens.
And they gave Midland a 1.98. 1.9.
It's, the total cost of the project is gonna be 2.15 million, but that's 90% FAA and 10% state funding, so. Yep. So that's what this budget amendment is for, is just to increase it, so now we can actually start the project, bid it and start the project this year.
Are there any questions of Stephen on the airport overlay? The city won't write a $2 million check at one time.
Right, yeah.
It'll be draws and increments, so I mean, it might be a $200,000 or $300,000 draw we'll pay, we'll get reimbursed for that, they'll do some more, they'll still be doing more work, so it doesn't all, it's not
Right.
one of big
It's
fat
not draining
check
our
and,
bank
yeah, it's not
account.
draining our bank account, so to speak.
That's a good point.
Anybody have any, is everybody pretty good with that? G is the authority to advertise bids for 2019-2020 street improvement projects. I was hoping Terry was gonna be here, but he's not. This overlay project is to improve Venture Road, which is from, Hummel Road to Highway 80, from Horton Street, which will go at the end of, Shreveport Road, down Babs, take a hard right, go up to the top. I believe that's in your district, Mr. Bradford?
Yes.
I think is, no.
Venture Road's in Herbert's, or District, well,
uh,
District B, I mean,
uh,
A.
It's in
Venture Road is in District A. And then Gleason Street back here, from Gleason Street and coming around, going across Broadway, across Main, going all the way down, and it will end at the Coca-Cola plant, and that's in Ms. Walker's district, in District B. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. The Shepherd Street.
Shepherd Street? Mhm.
Mm-hmm. You notice did
I
someone
did.
come talk to you? So
Been-
what are we doing about that?
I talked with, Mr. Katz and Cabbage about it.
Now,
I
the
talked
state,
with,
is that state responsible or partially?
But
I've
when we
talked-
had that hard rain,
I've
it
talked
was.
with, David North about it, just several times this past week. And, you know, we talked back and forth. Ryan Gaddy's, he's the legislator for fiber bond for truck routes. That's one of the alternate truck routes is US 79. Then some of the texts I received from Ryan, while he was still in term, this next session they're in, that's when they're supposed to approve that road. As of right now, it's me and those two men are back and forth, it's not our road, yes, it is your road, I wish Kathy was sitting over there, because all indication when the road was done, it was their road. So, yes, I'm aware of the 4 people that need
Yeah.
tires and rims, and we're working on that, don't think we're not.
So, we can't do anything to fill that hole
Well,
until?
Yes, and Terry's supposed to do that, but
Okay.
first I wanted to give the state the opportunity,
Mhm.
I always want to give them the opportunity to document this.
Okay.
You know, rather than just run out there, it's kinda like when it was closed that time.
Yeah.
You know, I worked with the state to make sure we got the proper documentation, but all the roads in town, and I wish Terry was here to explain this, all the roads are graded. From number 1 being the worst to number, did I say that right? Number 1 being the worst? I think it's number 1 the worst to 10's the best. you know, I think Mr. Campbell's sitting back there. Longleaf and Country Club are one, I believe. So, you know, they're bad. But, it's gonna take a lot of money to do both of those. You know, we tried early on to see how much, you know. So what I would like to suggest, and I know this is what Terry has, and I see Mr. Campbell sitting over there, and I see, Jody Herring sitting back over here. Could we add those two roads in there just to see what it's gonna cost? And and another reason I'm asking this is I've got our economic developer working on, the thing come across the wire yesterday where the, federal government has, I think, $1 billion for roads, bridges, and overlays. And since Country Club and those three there are considered alternate routes out of Minden, to see if we qualify, but they're gonna ask us, well, how much money? Well, I don't know. So, you know.
It's good to know how much it costs.
I would like to see, I would like for us to find out. We're gonna find out on these three roads. I'm here to tell you, last year, $600,000, because we didn't approve anything last year, it just went, you know, away. So we didn't spend anything last year on road overlays. So this year, all we have this year is $600,000. Do we have $600,000 today? No. What we do have today is $400,000. So we'll have to, if the $600 we're gonna spend, we're gonna have to do it in pieces. By the end of the fiscal year, we will have the additional $200,000 from the $3 in the, on your utility bill that you pay every month for infrastructure. So we'll have a total of $600,000. I don't believe, and Vincent, Mr. Bradford, you've been around a long time, more than I have. Do you feel like if we wanted to overlay Fincher, Gleason, Pine, and Hortson, that $600,000 is gonna get it?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it too. So I mean, so we're just gonna get prices, so would y'all be agreeable to adding Longleaf and Country Club so we can just see what we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, it's not approving that we're doing it, we just wanna see costs.
I mean, do you have a problem with that, Ms. Walker?
Especially if they get some grant money, cause they're in
So
bad
we don't need
shape.
to, are we gonna add Shepherd Street in there or just Longleaf?
No,
and
no,
Country
no,
Club?
no, we're not gonna add
Until we
Shepherd
get-
Street. Shepherd Street's gonna be done by the state, and,
Okay.
and all of that, they're gonna purchase, I think, I'd have to look at my phone, but either one or both, the Monument Place or churches, so the 18-wheelers can make a wider sweeping turn.
Just soften those.
They'll purchase them, so they're not in one or the other.
I don't think it should be added to this. These roads here are way overdue.
Mr. Bradford,
Country Club has been done 3 times since I've been in office.
I would encourage you to take a trip down.
Well, I would encourage you to take a trip
I
down
have.
Hardin.
I have.
When the flood came and all the roads are washed out, it's horrible.
I've driven it, and I'm agreeing with you, it's in bad shape.
Yeah.
But my question is, when Mr. Combs, our street manager, did his assessment, and he rated Longleaf and Country Club above Portland, he did that for a reason. So, and I wish he were here to justify that, but, you know, have we reassessed and rated Portland above those streets and Fincher and Pine? Have we somehow shifted that? And I'm wondering how we got these streets above Longleaf and Country Club.
That was rated 1.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't need it, and I'm certainly not here to argue with you. I'd love to see them all get done. I wish we had the money to get it done. But it's a mess.
How long have you lived on Country Club?
Sir?
How long have you lived?
Since, I don't live on Country Club, I actually live on Woodard, and it's in bad shape too, but I'm not even requesting
Tracy,
that.
go back, how long have you lived on Country Club?
I did live on Country Club, 2003.
Okay.
How many times has it been overlaid?
Several times.
Okay.
How many times has it been done right? Obviously none.
Well,
I mean,
I
I don't know if
rode
it's
it
done
over the
right.
other day, and it looks like part of it's old. Part of Country
Well,
Club's really old, but some of it.
We also had the money budgeted for it too, and I'm trying to figure out what
From
happened there.
Councilman,
It's been overlaid, I
Gray's,
know.
from Councilman Gray's house,
Yeah.
which is Drake, all the way back up to Country Club.
But between Councilman Gray's house and Walmart, it's terrible.
Well, it's just as bad from.
It's pretty bad from there to Louisville,
from-
because that's why I was
exa-
storing my car the
exactly,
other
yeah.
night, it was dark, I was in the Mustang, And y'all, yeah, City almost bought me some wheels too, because I didn't realize it was that bad. When you get, it's dark, you can't see, there's not a lot of lights out there.
But if
And I
all
thought
we're,
I tore my car up, that was going to Louisville Road.
guys, if all we're doing is advertising and getting prices, what is the harm in that? What's the harm? I don't understand. We're just getting prices.
That's what I said,
That-
we're not voting to.
That's why I said, we're not voting to overlay,
We're
we're
not
just waiting
agreeing
to see how
on anything.
much. We don't know how much, I do know on Pine and Fincher and Horton, that's called a mill and overlay, okay? So we're not having to do anything to the base on those, cause they've got pretty good bases. But on Country Club and Longleaf, that's starting all over. That's starting, I mean, we could go out there and overlay Longleaf, you know, we could do a little mill on it and overlay it, and we'd be back in the same shape in a year.
Well,
So my
you
philosophy
have.
is, I know we have.
Every time, and I will say this about Terry Combs, every time it's brought to his attention, or your attention, or anybody's attention in the streets department, that there is a new pothole, and I know we've had a lot of rain, you have to wait, you know, for the appropriate time, but they will come out, Jody, you know, you live right across from me. They'll come out, they'll fill those potholes, but the first time we have a big rain, it's all gone.
Well,
And we're
and-
back to our obstacle course.
And a lot of that, when you fill a pothole, you need to fill it with hot mix, okay?
Yeah.
If the plant's not running, we have to fill with cold mix. Well, when you fill something with cold mix, and Mr. Bradford down there shaking his head, and that's what I'm talking about, you fill something with cold mix, you get a good rain, and it's
Right.
gone bye-bye. You know, and the Madden contract is not, it costs so much to power up that plant. So
Right.
we have to wait till we have availability. And I will tell you this, and I don't know if it's gonna happen, I've not even talked to the council about it. But you know, we can buy an overlay machine for about 200,000, which will save the city a lot of money. And Terry is very capable of doing overlays. Now, can he do Longleaf? I don't know, because that's gonna have to completely come out and a whole new base. And I'm thinking some underground, drainage under that road to keep that water, cause when the road gets older and it pumps, you know what happens when it pumps, it cracks and blows out and everything else.
But we just can't keep kicking the can down the road, and I would love, like I say, we're at this juncture, at least let's get prices and know what we're up against, and go from there. And again, I'm not in disagreement that Horton and Pine and all that venture don't have issues, but certainly Longleaf and Country Club, and even parts of Woodard have issues,
So if
big issues.
we put on there to get a price for Longleaf and Country Club to see what it would cost. Mr. Bradford, would I have your vote?
Nope.
Ms. Walker, would I have your vote?
Yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, we're not
I mean,
voting, we're not voting to redo the
because I'm
streets.
looking right here where, you know, the other one, Fincher Road, Horton, and what else, Pine, is already budgeted. So if we're just
We're getting a price.
advertising for bids,
That's all.
We're just trying to find
To
out
see.
what we need to look at.
So should that be another agenda item, maybe a separate one, add that as to advertise to get, to
It has
assess
to be
those
a
two
mi-
streets?
it
Well,
has to be
the thing about it is, I'm gonna answer that yes and no. It doesn't really matter because we're gonna probably, all three of these are probably not gonna be all completed this year because like Mr. Bradford said, this is all more than 600,000. So at the end of the day, it might just be Gleason and Pine and Horton. It might, Fincher Road might fall to the wayside. You know, that, once we get the prices, we're gonna have to come back to the table and y'all are gonna have to decide which ones you're gonna do. Yeah, which ones you're gonna do. Are you gonna do, are you gonna not do around Babs Park on Horton and just do from that curve that was so bad? The top of Horton is worse than the bottom.
So,
Longleaf is just, me and Wanda took a ride on Longleaf the other day and it was like, my driving skills are great now because that was like an obstacle course.
So even
Cause it had
when
rain.
we authorize for bids, then once we had a bid, we have to decide Fincher Road, Horton, or Pine, where we're gonna spend the money.
Yeah, because you have to award the bids.
You have to award the bids.
And that goes strictly through the council.
And the way I understand it, like I said, I wish Terry was here. I don't think like McInnes or Brown's gonna go out there and give us a bid. There's gonna be a a civil engineer go out there and he's gonna calculate how long it is, and he's gonna calculate the specifications, all that, and give us an idea of what it should cost, just like they gave Stephen. And then we'll put it out for RFP.
And so you wanna get bids also on long leave and country club.
We just wanna evaluate to see what it's gonna cost.
I don't think it should be added to this, though.
Not added to this, but amend the agenda,
Amend that.
add another,
Because
item.
we still have time to add another item,
Yeah.
it's just Wednesday,
Or
that's Wednesday.
I'm trying to see.
I mean, do you want us to separate it and put that as separate?
Hardin has been on the back burner since the flood. That was the worst place in Mendon that had the flood, that in Wood Street,
Not according to your streets manager, Mr. Bradford.
what was the worst area?
I'm sorry?
Where was the worst area?
I'm saying your streets manager has said that country club
Okay.
and long leaves are the worst streets in Minden.
Have you asked him about Hardin? Hardin is in the top two, I would,
Well, that, I wish you were here to tell
I
us.
do too.
But what would be
I
wrong
mean-
with that? What would be your reasoning for not even getting
I'm not saying
price?
that we don't get a price, I'm just saying that we shouldn't add it to this.
Oh,
This is,
And we're not saying add it to have it done, Mr. Bradford, we're just saying add to get pricing.
that's what he's asking.
Vincent, let me get Kathy to give us another.
So we know how much it's gonna
We're gonna
cost.
get to it before the end of the week.
So
Okay.
you would look for
Yeah.
that
No.
to see how much it would cost?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that we've already,
Yeah.
these are the three streets that our street manager decided to try and do. So let's go forward with them first. I'm not saying don't get a price on the,
That's what you were just saying,
I
you
thought
said
you did
get
say-
pricing.
I'm saying don't add it to this, on this agenda, that's what I'm saying.
So you want us to, go and do
Another fact sheet from Kathy?
yeah, you want us to do another fact sheet for Longleaf and Country Club to to see what it's gonna cost?
To have it on this agenda?
Yeah,
No.
well, I mean, we've got time to add it to the agenda.
I'm only one-fifth, I can only vote one time,
Okay.
I'm telling you the way I'm
I
voting.
like the way, I
Ms.
just,
Walker, if I get another fact sheet and have it on the agenda, will you vote?
Y'all, listen, can I say one thing before you respond, Ms. Walker? Y'all always talk about doing the right thing. I've heard you many times say, let's do the right thing for all the citizens. All I'm asking is you do the right thing, okay? Talk to your streets manager. He said time and time again, this was the number 2 streets in Minden that need it. If that has changed, I'll eat crow, okay? But this, the last I've heard, Terry, do you know, Mr. Mayor, you know something different? Okay.
he did
So-
tell us that last year when we were.
I'm just asking you to do the
He
right
told
thing.
us- He told us his long range, when he came in, his goals to do, and I know he said that, and, I was just telling Miss Walker that, I feel like this is good, because this covers 2 or 3 districts, several districts, and I think it's only fair, I think if we all work together and compromise and give and take. We're gonna work, and do Horton, it needs it, and do some things, and then let's look at other parts of the city and be fair to everybody. I mean, you see no district D on there at all. I've ridden all over my district, and most of our streets, fortunately, except for Center Point tearing them up, except for them, we're in pretty good shape, But, I just think it's just fair that we all kind of give and take, and look at our whole city, and say, okay, we're gonna do some in district, we're doing the District B, District A, let's look at District E and C, cause what I'm looking at, this covers A, B, and C, but, that would be E. And so I'm just saying, let's, at least get prices, see, there may be grant money, like you said, Mayor, that we can get to do that, it won't cost us, hopefully it won't cost us, kinda like the airport, it'll be something we can do that won't hurt us, but I
But
don't,
they're gonna ask us how much, and I don't know.
yeah, and I don't either. I mean, who would,
So Ms. Walker.
What, you say they're gonna add, who's going to
Well,
add this?
when they start getting ready to bid on it,
Oh,
if we were gonna let bids
If,
on it.
if our economic development is working with the federal government, because they've got $1 billion for roads.
oh, they're gonna ask about how much we need.
Yes,
Okay.
they're gonna ask how much it's gonna cost, and I can't give them an answer.
Okay.
But I've got when they ask us, I need to be able to send them the fact sheets and everything.
Okay.
So with that,
Yeah.
we,
We just need some figures.
if we had another fact sheet to that, Ms. Walker, do I have your vote to get a price on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
And kids,
So-
one more thing too, and let's reiterate that just because we have a price on Longleaf and Country Club Circle, when these numbers come back for Fincher, Horton, and Pine, it has nothing to do with the prices that we have acquired for Longleaf and Country Club.
So,
Correct, that's correct.
so we'll do fact sheet, it'll be, H.
No, he's gonna put it on this one, add it to
No.
this.
No.
No,
No.
no.
Oh,
No.
no.
We're gonna get
Everybody's already
Kathy, Kathy to do another fact sheet. Why,
I see.
how would that be worded on here?
I'm gonna have to start over with the new agenda.
Yeah, just.
Okay.
So-
The money for these streets is already in the budget.
Yeah.
Right.
So we would do fact, it would be H.
But we're not saying it's not,
Agenda
we're just
number
going to
eight.
get some price, if we can get some grant money.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
But we don't know, when they ask that question, we're trying to be proactive and be prepared.
Right now, we're working toward, first of all, Horton and these other streets, and to
Yes.
get those overlaid.
What was the 600,000 in for last year?
Road overlays,
No, but what streets was it?
we were gonna,
Well,
because we were gonna get prices on Country Club and Longleaf, but I couldn't get it
Yeah,
approved to
we
get
didn't
prices.
pass that.
So it just all went
That
away.
600,000 didn't carry over.
No, it
We
didn't, no,
used
that
to-
we
we
didn't
didn't-
have
we
it.
didn't use it.
So, you know, right now, we would've had
Except for
1.2.
mileage and stuff.
That it didn't carry over.
Yeah, I know.
If it would've carried over, we'd been in good shape.
So you're gonna redo this agenda and make this item H?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll have to talk to Pam about that other one if we're gonna redo the agenda. My question is, even if we adopt this like it is, why can't he still sell you some of this?
That doesn't have anything to do with it. What Mr. Culpepper today, Paul Culpepper said, you can't take that plat before the council because it's not gonna be the true plat that Ronnie's gonna be submitting.
Cause if there's some, so.
There's a difference, and Rick Cooley needs to verify that. I'm just telling you what I've been told.
Yeah, he may not be.
I just don't
That'd be his
see why he
problem.
couldn't sell it to you after this plat's adopted. Whatever.
I'm going on Culpepper.
Okay, and,
I'll get with Brent.
the next thing on there is the police report, and that's what Carpenter.
No, careful.
Oh,
You've
I'm
got
sorry.
lighting.
This is the lighting for the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not here for.
I'm sorry. I thought you were enjoying yourself.
I just wanted to take away our funeral day.
Yeah, you gonna take an extra funeral day? Well, I thought the lighting was included with the other. It is now, but go ahead.
It is now.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So we have to do.
No, this is the actual authority to advertise for bids.
Yeah.
So the other thing was,
Just to
just to amend the
amend the
budget.
Yeah.
This is requesting y'all's permission to go out for bids to
Okay.
get prices. That's all that is. Gotta do the one before the other.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, I'm
Well,
Okay, so the other thing, because when is, Michael School's last day, March 13th
sometime in March.
in the morning?
Whenever the, audit is finished, he's gonna stay to the end of the audit, he's supposed to be at the end of March.
So when he
It's
leaves, you'll
March
just,
13th, I thought it said, his letter of resignation.
I'd have to go look.
so when he leaves, you'll, post that, position, sorry.
Well, no, not necessarily, we'll be posting.
Okay.
Can we talk about the time clocks for a second?
Well,
Give me a punch, I'm
How
gonna
much
punch out,
can you
know.
get for them if you sell
Yeah,
them?
sell them.
I know nobody wants them, and Mr. Bradford, I wanted to say, no, they were not part of the deal. I negotiated the deal for the software. The time clocks were not in there, period. Okay, and then when I got the best deal, I went back and forth with them for weeks. And when I got the best deal we could get, I brought it to Michael and he said, okay, I want time clocks. Oh my gosh, so I had to go back and another couple weeks fighting with the time clocks, we got the time clocks. He says the legislative auditors say we have to have them. I don't know if that's true or not, okay? But half the building, half the city not using them and half the city using them doesn't make sense.
How much do we spend on time clocks?
You don't wanna know.
Yeah, you don't wanna know.
You do not wanna know.
Probably could operate.
That much?
Yes,
Well, and
serious
if we
money.
spent the money, then it only makes sense to use them, you know.
If we can't get rid of them.
They're proprietary to the software we're using.
Okay.
They talk to the software directly okay? In fact, both ways, okay? They add a new employee, it automatically goes to the time clock, okay? They're really expensive, it's a good system. They said when they didn't approach us and say, hey, you need time clocks. They didn't come to us. We went to them and said, do you have time clocks? Yes, we have a whole system. Okay, so the system's there. There's no reason, even if everybody just clocked in 7 to 4, 7:30 to 4, 6 to 3, whatever they do.
Well, that's not the case.
Okay, if they did that, and if they do that, that time would automatically go to the system. Only thing they'd have to edit was if somebody worked over. You go into the system, you select their name, you add why they worked over, you put an explanation, done. It's not a big deal. Okay, they make it sound like it's
Well,
it's a
maybe
whole.
if you could
I've been
meet
clocking in
with
for 3
them
months.
and show them.
I have.
Ms.
But
Walker,
nobody wants the
like
time
a
clock.
tutorial.
We've had workshops, and we're almost to the end of this, for y'all to, we'll have a workshop on it with y'all, for y'all to look at it.
I will be glad to show any of you the whole system.
I know.
It is
Not
very
us, cause we
powerful.
don't have to clock in.
I know.
The
I know what it
department
is.
heads, you know, they may be a little intimidated by it, you know, thinking that it's more of a hassle than what it really is. So have you gone through and shown them?
Well, no, we have not physically
Okay.
said, here it is, I can put it in here on the board and say, here it is.
Also, within this thing, we've got to make some employee adjustments, because some people that are hourly need to be separate. Some people that are exempt don't need to be exempt, so that's something that we've got to look at too.
What, who's exempt? I thought all employees were clocking in.
No,
Yes, and I'm salaried.
I don't mean that, that's just a terminology where you say exempt and non-exempt and hourly and
Yeah.
salary.
I'm salaried,
Mhm.
okay, but I still hit that time clock.
Yeah.
7 o'clock every morning, and whatever time I leave, I punch it,
Yeah.
just because I'm trying to set the example.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt me one bit, no.
Well, we did it too. When I was in education, I was salaried, as we all were, but they just wanted our times. That's what they needed.
Documented.
Yeah, documented.
That's it.
So that's why we, I don't know if you guys did that, we did. They have somebody
Now,
do that.
now, if I have an appointment, I clock out and I go,
Yeah, we do
but I
that
don't
too.
dock my time because,
No.
You're
Because you're
salaried,
salaried.
yeah.
It just has a documentation.
yeah, it just has the documentation of where you are. In the outside world,
Yeah.
when I worked for Berg Mechanical, I was an assistant administrator for Berg Mechanical for years. If we were clocked in and drove our car and got in a car wreck, we were on, they
That's
could
right.
sue Berg Mechanical
Yeah.
for me having a car wreck, so
Mhm.
it takes you on the clock, it takes you off the
Yeah.
clock,
Mhm.
and the city's covered.
Yeah.
So it's not a disaster, I can understand
It's
people
not a
being-
bad thing, it's just, it's changed.
And
It's
everybody's
changed.
afraid of
Yeah,
it.
like you said, just, they just
But
need to be
nobody's
educated on it.
tried
Well, we
it,
don't
they haven't
do
even
it.
tried it yet.
Well, maybe
So we're
we
done.
can- Thank you.
Look for, Ms. Pittman will be working on the, employee handbook, get you a copy of that.
Okay.
She will change the agenda, she'll email it to you, and Mr. Bradford,
There's
I'll
only
email
4
you
of
a
us
copy
with the badges registered.
from my computer.
Just buy me a phone.
Where? Okay.
You're gonna be surprised, for Christmas one day, I'm gonna give you a box. It might be a used one.
We're gonna put it in the
That's what
book.
I'm saying, you know.
Here's the next step, we do the
Yeah.
training on it. Because
Okay.
nobody will do it until we get a policy.
Mr. Bradford, I'm going to meet you. I'm
So
doing
we,
hair.
we